wonders of the universe and the incredible strides humanity has taken in exploring it. This is not just a day to marvel at celestial bodies, but a day to ignite the spark of curiosity within each one of us. Let's kickstart our National Space Day celebration with a short teaser.
It is an immense privilege for VNIT Access 25 to join hands with the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Regional Remote Sensing Center, RRSC Central, National Remote Sensing Center, NRSC, and Vigyan Bharti, Vidarbha Pradesh Mandal in commemorating the historic landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the lunar South Pole.
We would invite all the dignitaries to please occupy the dais on stage.
We now would like to warmly welcome our esteemed director, Dr. Prem Lal Patel, and our esteemed guests. I request our director, Dr. Prem Lal Patel, to present the bouquet of flowers to our today's guest of honor, Dr. P. Veeramuthavel, the project director of Chandrayaan 3, ISRO. I now request our director to present the bouquet of flowers to Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das, the director, Science Program Office, ISRO.
Next, we invite Dr. Sunil Bhatt, coordinator of Space Technology Incubation Center, to present Dr. G. Srinivasan, general manager, RRSC Central, NRSC, with a bouquet. We request Goel sir to welcome our director, Dr. Prem Lal Patel. We request Dr. Girish to present Mr. Chafikar, Secretary Vigyan Bharti, with a bouquet. We now would like to request our Access team to present bouquet to Dr. Sunil Bhatt, Dr. Abhay Tavlare, and Dr. Vijay Kumar. Our Access team will now present a bouquet to Goel sir and Dr. Vijay Kumar sir.
To formally commence this event with the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, I cordially invite our Director, Dr. Premlal Patel, and our esteemed guests, along with all the dignitaries, for Deep Prajwalan, a tradition that symbolizes the illumination of knowledge and wisdom.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Now we would like to invite Dr. G. Srinivasan, General Manager, RRSC Central, NRSC, to deliver his opening remarks.
Suprabhat, very good morning to all of you. It's a very pleasant evening, pleasant morning here today. And I am very delighted to see the hall full today. It's really great. So I can just see the enthusiasm in the students and the teachers who have joined here for this program. So, Dr. P. Mutwelji, Project Director, Chandrayaan 3. Dr. T.P. Das, Director, Science Program Office, ISRO. Dr. Premlal Patelji, Director, VNIT. Sri Naresh Shafikar, Secretary, Vibha, Vidarbha Chapter. Professor Sunil Bhatt, Professor Goyal, dignitaries of the dais, and the most important, my dear students, teachers, professors, and all the young minds here who have assembled here from entire Vidarbha, Very good morning to all of you. It's a very great, immense matter of pleasure for all of us today that we are celebrating the national, I should say it's a Maiden National Space Day because this is the first anniversary, the Maiden National Space Day in the Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. And this program, of course, what is happening today is the culmination event. It's the main event. But before this, in the last 2 weeks, the celebrations were going on across Vidarbha with lot of events like competitions and all that. And today we are culminating it with an important, very important workshop. Which is basically touching the moon while touching the lives. India's space saga. So this is the theme which is actually resonating the National Space Day theme itself, which is declared as the National Space Day theme, and I think very relevant topics to deliberate today. So I extend a very warm welcome to all of you for this workshop today here. Friends, you are all aware, and it's a great pleasure and it's a pride for all of us that Chandrayaan 3 was very successfully landed, accomplished safe landing, soft landing of Vikram on August 23rd, 2023. And with this, India became the 4th country to land on the moon and also the first one to land very near to the South Pole. So that's I should say, a very great accomplishment. And you know, after that, the landing site was named as Shiv Shakti by our Honorable Prime Minister. And then he also declared that August 23rd will be celebrated as the National Space Day. So that is how we are celebrating the first Made in Nation Place Day in this month. And the grand event is going to happen at New Delhi on August 23rd. So this event is now being celebrated across the country in this entire month of August, and we are having several programs, and mostly in association with academic institutes like VNIT. And I should say, VNIT should be proud to be part of this particular celebration. And thank you very much, VNIT, for joining hands with ISRO, NRSC Regional Remote Sensing Center, for jointly organizing this particular National Space Day. So this particular workshop of today, I am not going to stand between you and the dignitaries for too long time, but we are going to have very important deliberations during this entire workshop, and on especially looking back at the Chandrayaan success story and also the entire space program and what is future of the space program. And also apart from that, the entire space program is basically for benefiting the national development. So how it is benefiting the national development. So all these deliberations will be having in this one day's workshop. And it's a very great pleasure for all of us today that we have none other than the project director here of the Chandrayaan 3, Dr. P. Veeravuttuvel ji, who I know has a very busy schedule. And of course, he has kindly accepted to be here today. We thank you, sir, for coming over here. And I extend a heartiest warm welcome to you for this particular program. I know all the people are very eager to hear to you, so we'll be looking forward to hear to you. And we have another esteemed scientist here, Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das, who is the director of the Science Program Office at ISRO headquarters. So I extend a very warm welcome to you for this particular program. I also extend warm welcome to the other dignitaries, Dr. Premlal Patel ji, Director VNIT, Sri Naresh Shafekar ji, Secretary Vibha, Professor Sunil Bhatt, Dr. Goyal, and all the dignitaries and who have joined here from the, on behalf of myself and also the entire organizing team of this particular National Space Day here. And the most important, I extend a warm welcome to all the young minds who have joined here, the teachers, the faculty from different schools, colleges, and also from VNIT itself. A warm welcome to all of you for this particular program. And we basically expect that this workshop will achieve its objectives of sending the message about the space technology, its importance in the country. And I would say that you all sit back and enjoy this workshop, enjoy the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative remark. We are fortunate to have the esteemed presence of our director, Dr. Premlal Patel, among us today. His guidance and support have been instrumental in fostering a culture of innovation and excellence within the institute. We would like to invite Dr. Patel to address the gathering with his inspiring words.
Very good morning, you all of you. Today's guest of honor, Dr. Veeravuttuvel, Project Director, Chandrayaan 3, Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das, Director, SPO ISRO, Dr. Srinivasanji, General Manager, Regional Remote Sensing Center, Central, Nagpur, Sri Nareshji Chavekar, Secretary, Vigyan Bharti, my faculty colleague, Professor Sunil Bhatt, Coordinator, SCIC, VNIT, Dr. Goyal, Dr. Talwade, Dr. Vijay, esteemed dignitaries present in the audience, faculty members, and most importantly, the young, overwhelming crowd from school and college students. On behalf of Visvesvaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, I welcome you all to be part of the Space Day celebration program in the VNIT campus. We were very happy when we received a mail from Chairman ISRO's office stating that they would like to choose VNIT as nodal center for states of Maharashtra for celebrating National Space Day. We are already having Space Technology Incubation Center of ISRO at VNIT, which caters for the western region covering 4 states of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa and Rajasthan. So we decided to grab this opportunity with our folded hands. We approached Vigyan Bharti, who have the mission of spreading science and technology to the masses, and recently they demonstrated the same when they reached 5 lakh students in Vidarbha region. So have a great clap for him. When Vikram lander safely landed on the moon, followed by successful deployment of Pragyan rover on 23rd August 2023, our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji announced that August 23rd would be celebrated as National Space Day in the country. The whole mission was jubilant and was ecstatic mode. For us, it was like what US experienced on July 20, 1969, when Neil Armstrong of US put his first foot on the moon. When Pragyan rover landed on the moon, we were the first country to land on the southern polar region of the moon. This feat even US could not achieve even as on date. National Space Day is celebrated for 2 reasons. First, it demonstrates the capacity of Atmanirbhar Bharat to achieve such feat at such low cost. That is first thing. And secondly, it tells how to turn your failure to the success. That is what we should learn in our day-to-day lives. The ISRO did root cause analysis and then devised the ways to overcome their past mistakes. I am sure the details of all these RC analyses will be shared by our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Veeramuthuvel, during his presentation. The Government of India is launching a month-long campaign to showcase the achievement of India's space mission and inspire the youth. This year's theme, Touching Lives While Touching the Moon, India's Space Saga, highlights the significant impact of space exploration on science and technology. I am sure scheduled lecture, Chandrayaan mission, the success story by Dr. Veeramuthuvel ji, and India Space, Science and Exploration, the Journey, Science and Way Ahead by Dr. Pratim Das ji, and other scheduled lectures and activities will inspire the participants, particularly the school children and college students. Before this celebration, the school children participated in different competitive events in last few days. I would like to congratulate them on this occasion. Overall, I wish you a existing National Space Day in advance, and thanks ISRO for giving VNIT a chance to celebrate through exciting lectures to be delivered by their honorable scientists. Thanks are also to Regional Remote Sensing Center, Central, NRSC, VNIT Nagpur, and our Axis team for joining hands with VNIT for organizing such wonderful event. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our Professor Sunil Bhatt, Coordinator STIC, VNIT for organizing such wonderful event. My warm message for the grand success of this particular event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address.
We now request Shri Naresh Safekar sir, the Secretary of Vigyan Bharti, to share his thoughts.
Good morning, everybody. Today, after a week of competitions and hectic schedule, we are here for the concluding session today and give away the prizes. But before that, Veer Muthuvel sir, on the T.P. Das sir, Premlal Patel sir, Director VNIT, Srinivasan sir, and Professor Bhatt, Vijay Kumar sir, and Goyal sir. It's, I would say that since last 1 year, we have been having a lot of interaction with ISRO, especially after signing the MOU with ISRO, with the outreach team. Vigyan Bharti started a lot of activities. About a year ago, we interacted with them and started the program of Space on Wheels tour of Vidarbha, which we called Antariksha Mahayatra. This tour went on for almost 6 months. The highlight of it was the day one, when it was inaugurated in the presence of our RRSC GM, General Manager Srinivasan sir, who is here. There were a few others from NRSC Hyderabad. So within their presence, it was flagged off by our Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis ji. It went around for 6 months in Vidarbha. 4 lakh plus, about 4,90,000 students took the advantage of this. They participated in competitions, and we concluded on 21st March. Chairman ISRO, Somnath sir was here. I'm sure many of you must have attended. फ्रेंड्स, महाराष्ट्र की भूमि ये वीरों की भूमि कही जाती है. हमारे यहाँ वीर शिवाजी, वीर सावरकर, और आज हमारे साथ वीर मुथुवेल जी है, जिनके नाम में ही वीर है. बाकी सब लोगों को तो हमने उपाधि दी हुई है. जो the mission of Chandrayaan 3 which India accomplished, it was nothing but हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने दिखाई हुई वीरता थी, और उसके प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर वीर मुथुवेल थे. ये एक कोइंसिडेंस ही नहीं है. आई थिंक इट इज़ ए गॉड्स planned activity. So we are blessed today that he is with us today, and he is going to address all of you. We also have T.P. Das sir, who is from SPO. He has very special information, especially for students like you. So do attend that session and pay attention to what he has, the information he has to give for all of you. It's getting bigger and better, the association with ISRO. We have done this great SOW. We organized a great hackathon last year with ISRO. A lot of teams from Vidarbha also had participated in that. And now we are celebrating this National Space Day with ISRO, VNIT. We thank that these both big organizations came forward and joined hand with Vigyan Bharti also. They included Vigyan Bharti to be part of this event. While we are doing this, I have a small thing I want to share my personal opinion about here, is that while all of this is going on around here, we need to pay attention to the things happening in the world, things happening in our neighborhood, things happening around us. Today is the day very special for another reason, that today, 8th August 1942, Gandhiji had given a call for Quit India movement. That is the day when we started the Quit India movement. Today, looking at the circumstances, the things going on all over the world, I think we need to give a bigger call of unite India. We need, all of us, we need to unite India, support India, and strengthen India. That is what Vigyan Bharti does with the help of science and technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Safikar, for your enlightening words. Next, we invite Mr. Ayush Patil, the treasurer of Axis 25, to join us on stage to say a few words.
Good morning to all dignitaries on and off the dais. It is my pleasure to introduce Axis, the annual technical festival of Vishveshwaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our director, our deans, and all the coordinating committee for their unwavering support to our event, and special thanks to our special guests for joining us today. Axis has become a prominent fixture amongst technical festivals of India. It is the Central India's largest technical festival, bringing together the brightest engineering minds from across the country. Our aim is not only to foster technical expertise, but also to nurture responsibility and well-rounded nature in citizens. At Axis, we offer wide array of events, workshops, guest lectures, and exhibitions. These activities are meticulously designed to impart technical expertise and keep participants abreast of current technological trends. Our exhibitions showcase cutting-edge technologies and innovations, providing a platform for both school and college students to demonstrate their project and ideas. Axis is more than just a technical fest. It is a testament to the spirit of learning, growth, and evolution. I invite all of you to be a part of this remarkable journey. Let us all work together to push the boundaries of what is possible and strive for excellence in all our endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we are grateful for our guests of honor, Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel and Dr. Tirth Pratim Das, the visionaries behind Chandrayaan 3's monumental success in our midst here today. Their exceptional leadership and efforts has been instrumental in India's space triumphs. Let us now invite Dr. Veeramuthuvel to share his invaluable perspectives on this historic mission.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Director VNIT, Director SPO, ISRO Headquarters, and General Manager RRSC, NRSC, and Secretary VIBA, professors and non-teaching faculties, and most importantly, my dear students, good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Srinivasan sir for inviting me to be part of this event. And coming to Chandrayaan 3, you all know in many ways, and I would be sharing with some slides in my presentation. See, it is by virtue of excellent team effort and sheer perseverance, we have become the 4th country to master this technology of soft landing technology, and also being the first country to land onto the South Pole. See, we were also very happy to be part of this event, and it has become a country celebration. It is not only just an achievement for scientific community, it has become a country's achievement. So our team has worked towards this with utmost commitment, and the outcome has become most life-satisfying moment for all of us. And our tireless effort, sleepless night, and unwavering belief form the key reasons behind the Chandrayaan 3 success. So this time failure was not an option for us, but success also did not come very easily. We have crafted the lander to descend to its, whatever the way it becomes, like if any failure is encountered during the descent, we have designed the system to handle that failures. That was our success. We have created multiple mission paths to handle what sort of failure comes during that 19 minutes of descent. And whatever you saw, the confidence on the landing day, it was not just a commitment or just a toil. It stemmed out of from hundreds of lab tests and 3 important field tests, which I'm going to talk about it. This all has taken the India onto the moon. And beyond this technological achievement, but the success of our Chandrayaan 3 can provide plenty of food for thought for the students community. So the failures is bound to happen. Any activity you do, it bound to get some failure if you do it for the first time. But we should not be shying away from the failure. We should rather learn from the mistake and work hard to turn it to success. So this is what precisely we did in Chandrayaan 3. So whatever the ups and downs you get into your life, students community, so learn from the mistake and continuously put your effort. Consistent effort will definitely bring success. And also be creative and be unique. Every individual is very unique in nature. So you tap what you are interested and hold on to that passion and work hard, because there is nothing like luck. So everything comes with work. So hard work cannot be substituted. So with this, I will anyway share my slides and what is the success story of Chandrayaan 3. Anyway, the topic is given to me. I will cover in detail. Thank you for the opportunity given. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address.
Now, we are thrilled to have with us Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das, whose expertise has been pivotal in the scientific exploration of space. We eagerly anticipate his insights into the future of Indian space program. So let us welcome Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das.
Good morning, friends. It is very important that we are meeting here today, because very often we don't get such an opportunity to meet. Maybe when we get some time to speak at length, I can tell you how important this meeting is. Friends, all of you are aware that today you are the citizens of a country that has end-to-end space capability. That means we can develop launch vehicles, rockets. We can launch them, track them. We are capable of making satellites, landers, rovers. We can operate them, and also we have ground stations, and the end-to-end chain is completed. Not all the countries have such a capability. You should be proud of having this kind of an end-to-end space capability, and you are a citizen of this country. Now, having said this, let me also tell you, pay attention to the theme of the maiden National Space Day, which tells you two things. One is touching the moon, and the second thing it tells is touching the lives. When you say touching the moon, all of us are excited. It is indeed a matter of pride. But when it comes to the touching the lives, just imagine one sector where you don't have the golden touch of the space, especially by ISRO in our country. Today, if you speak to the people in the coastal regions of India, many of them are able to spend quality family time because India's space applications are telling them where to go and catch the fishes. They are not risking their lives. They are not crossing the international borders of water. Today, if you speak to many citizens of the country, they are able to speak you with a smile because they have not lost their parents or grandparents because of the space applications which have saved lives against the natural disasters, early warning system. Today, you can meet several of Indian citizens, also citizens of the countries who are beyond India, who will, with a smile on their face, tell how they are indebted to this country's space program. This National Space Day program we have assembled here, but when you go back today to your home, I want you not to be remaining as a proud citizen of India. I also want you to take away a few information, scientific information, how scientifically significant these kinds of missions are, and what is the future and why have I been so much excited to have gotten this opportunity to meet all of you in person. And I mentioned not always this kind of opportunity comes, every minute is important. Lastly, before my 5 minutes quota gets over, let me tell you one more very important thing. National Space Day is not a mere celebration, it is a process by itself. Whatever you are doing on National Space Day, 23rd of August, you are going to do similar thing on the next year also, coming years also. My suggestion or my urge will be to make it a process by itself. And once you make it a process, you make it a proposal driven so that you don't simply celebrate and go back at home, come back in the next year, but take some takeaways from each year's event, continue this year-wide, and let us make the next year's National Space Day very impactful and try to get some deliverables from each of the National Space Day events. Either you take it forward by telling about space to your juniors or your peers who could not attend such program. You tell them how your expertise can fit to the society's benefit. And with all this, I would like to conclude by telling this: you are belonging to a country who started its space program not from its defense program, but from the motivation to do extraordinary science and also societal applications. So with this, all that I can say is Jai Hind, and let us wait for the next deliberations to come.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring address. Now, as a gesture of a heartfelt thanks for your invaluable contributions, we are honored to present our esteemed guests, Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel and Dr. P. Patin Das, and Dr. G. Srinivasan with a small memento. Please, can we have a round of applause?
Before we delve into the technical aspects of the session, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. To formally convey our appreciation, we invite Dr. Sunil Bhatt, the coordinator of STIC VNIT, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais, and my dear students. First of all, I would like to thank our guest of honors, Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel sir and Dr. Tirthak Pratim Das sir, for accepting our invitation. Although I know that how busy they are and continuously traveling because of National Space Day is celebrated everywhere, but still they took the time and came here. Thank you very much, sir. I am also grateful to Dr. Srinivasan sir, General Manager RRSC, who initiated that we should do this together, and he guided us what competitions we can have, what things we can do it here. So under his guidance, all these events took place, and it was, you can see how successful it is. So thank you for your guidance, sir, and being present here. When we decided to celebrate this National Space Day, and we knew that Vigyan Bharti is one organization which indeed is for the spread of science and technology amongst masses, when it had touched 5 lakh students across all districts of Vidarbha. So we approached Vigyan Bharti, and they conducted competitions in 10 districts of Vidarbha. There were 3 competitions, like a quiz competition was there, ideathon competition was there, and geospatial AI challenge competition was there. So all competitions were across 11 districts of Vidarbha, and credit goes to only Vigyan Bharti and its dedicated Karyakartas. So I thank the Secretary Naresh Savekarji for the same. This whole program was conducted with our dedicated team of Axis volunteers, which is guided by Dr. Goel and Dr. Tavlare sir. So under that team has done such a wonderful job regarding publicity, regarding managing all the competitions, and I definitely would like to thank the complete Axis team as well. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Vijay Kumar, who is here. He assisted us in getting all the hostel rooms. There were some issues, but he sorted it out at midnight and got the rooms back for us. And for the students who had come for competitions from the various districts, he made their stay so comfortable. For food, everything he had arranged so nicely. He is Associate Dean of Hostels. So a lot of thanks to him. And the biggest thank you is to you, who has, now I cannot see any empty place till the end. So this is I should be thankful for you and all the school principals, all the colleges we communicated, and they send their students, although it is a working day, but they send in buses. I could see the buses here. So thanks to all the principals, school teachers, and dear students to make this program a grand success. Very much thank you to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind gesture.
Now, we would like to give mementos to all the dignitaries present on stage. Team Axis, please come with the mementos.
Please have a round of applause for all the dignitaries present today.
We'll now begin with our first technical session. I kindly request our dignitaries to occupy the front rows. Chandrayaan 3, India's third lunar exploration mission, represents not just a remarkable achievement, but also a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. We are honored to have with us distinguished guests who have played pivotal roles in the field of space exploration. Their contributions have been immensely crucial in making such achievements possible. I would like to give a short brief about Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel. Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel is the mastermind behind India's historic Chandrayaan 3 mission. A seasoned ISRO veteran, he previously led crucial roles in missions like Chandrayaan 2, Mars Orbiter mission, and several ISRO satellites. With a stellar academic background, including a PhD from IIT Madras, he has been instrumental in India's space exploration journey. His exceptional leadership culminated in Chandrayaan 3's successful lunar landing, making India the fourth country to achieve the feat and the first to land near the moon's south pole. Recognized with numerous awards, including Vigyan Pratibha Samman and honorary doctorates, Dr. Veeramuthuvel is a true inspiration for the nation. To celebrate this historic milestone, we will now hear the story of Chandrayaan 3 from our esteemed guest, Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel, Project Director of Chandrayaan 3. I request Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel to share his insights on this mission.
Please give a grand welcome to Dr. P. Veeramuthuvel.
Thank you so much. Can you display the presentation?
तेईस अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा।
India is on the moon. On 23rd August 2023, Chandrayaan 3 made the historic landing on the moon. The Vikram as well as the Pragyan made history. This 23rd August 2024, we are celebrating the National Space Day announced by our Honorable Prime Minister to commemorate the landing on the moon, the historic landing on the moon. Celebrations across the country are organized, culminating in the first anniversary celebration of this historic day at New Delhi. I wish all of you join this celebration, be part of this celebration, and have the Space Day, the maiden Space Day, celebrated all across the country with great enthusiasm and joy. Thank you.
So, before going to Chandrayaan 3, our ISRO has started with Chandrayaan program. So, first mission was orbiting around the moon, that was Chandrayaan 1, which created a lot of thirst to go to moon because it detected water molecules on the moon, and hence Chandrayaan 2 was approved by Government of India. And it had two objectives, Chandrayaan 2. One is orbiting around the moon with high resolution payload compared to Chandrayaan 1. And it had also had an objective of landing onto the moon. So as you all know, that orbiter is very successful, even though our mission life was 1 year, but it is working for more than 4 years now. Whereas the landing part, we could not achieve it, hence Chandrayaan 3 was approved. So can you go to the next slide? So these are the countries that have successfully landed onto the moon, where the targeted coordinates, landing coordinates were given here. So US has started with the Ranger. It was largely unsuccessful, and they had a surveyor mission, which is uncrewed mission, and followed by crewed mission by Apollo was there. And USSR also had a Luna program. Series of Luna mission was there, which was orbiting around the moon and landed on the moon. And China also has got a very successful program, Chang'e program. So Chang'e 1 and 2 was an orbiting mission like Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2. And Chang'e 3, 4, 5, 6 all were a landing mission. And the last 5 and 6 was a sample return mission. And India also, as I already told, Chandrayaan, we started with Chandrayaan program. The only one difference is, which everyone told about it, the landing site. We have chosen the landing site near to the South Pole, which is 70-degree latitude towards south and 32.3 towards east. So we were the first country to go near to the poles. Next slide, can you go? So US had 3 unsuccessful attempts before the first successful attempt, and the Russians had 11 unsuccessful attempts before the first successful attempt, and India also had 1 setback, Chandrayaan 2. And other recent unsuccessful attempts for lunar landing before our Chandrayaan 3, Beresheet, all of you would have come across. Israel also had a failure, and Akuta R1 mission by Japanese also had a setback, and Luna 25 just before our landing also had a setback. And also after Chandrayaan 3, there were many missions. One is Peregrine by US. After 50 years also, they could not have a successful landing because of new technologies, and the kind of sensors and propulsion systems are totally new. And they also had a setback after our Chandrayaan 3. And recently SLIM by Japanese was partially successful. They had a precise landing, but then they could not orient towards sun. And they had a power problem, because it's not that landing alone is very important. Post-landing, there are a set of objectives which had to be met. So that also had a setback. And recently, again, US had a mission called Intuitive Missions, Astrobiotic Intuitive Missions, but that also had a partial success. At the time of touchdown, they had very high velocity. One leg has broken. Again, it could not generate power fully. And why I am saying all these things is the landing is very complex, because you are starting with something like 0 meter per second. You have to reach to the moon with certain velocity, where launch vehicle provides a very high velocity, but that is not sufficient to go to moon. So we have to have our own propulsion system to reach to the moon, which is nearly 4 lakh kilometers approximately away from Earth. And again, you have to capture the moon. You have to land onto the moon with 0 meter per second, which means you are going with certain speed around 11 kilometer per second. Again, you are reducing the speed to nearly 2.4 kilometer per second. Again, you are bringing it down to 0 meter per second to an unknown terrain. So this puts lot of challenge to meet this mission. That is why the landing is very complex. So as I already told, you are starting from launch pad. We have a Sriharikota, and the launch vehicle used by Chandrayaan 3 is the powerful launch vehicle we have right now, that is LVM-3. So that is the first phase. The next phase is, as I told, the velocity is not sufficient imparting from launch vehicle alone. So we have to have certain more velocity addition to the spacecraft to reach to the moon. So we use several maneuvers to reach to the moon. It is approximately 4 lakh kilometers. After reaching to the moon, we have to acquire the moon, because moon is actually traveling with certain speed. And as we go close to the moon, if you don't do a retro firing, you will again miss the moon. So we have to acquire the moon very precisely. As well as while leaving the Earth also has to be very precisely timed, and the maneuver duration has to be very precise. Otherwise, the time you go to the time you reach the moon after 6 days, the moon may not be there. Again, it comes back to Earth. Similar way, after reaching to the moon after 6 days, you have to time it again properly. Without a delay, you have to time, you have to do the maneuver perfectly to capture the moon. Whenever we capture the moon, we capture elliptical orbit. Again, we need to circularize. So again, that is a phase involved. So these all phases are very critical, right from launch till going into the final low lunar orbit, that is circular orbit. Till that point of time is very crucial. Having said all these things are crucial, the most crucial part is the landing part. That we call it as a 19 minutes terror. So you are actually going with the orbital velocity. You know, everything is dynamic in nature, nothing is static. The spacecraft is going around the moon with certain speed, and that speed is going with one directional velocity. We call it as an horizontal velocity. Now this horizontal velocity of orbital velocity, you have to come to nearly 0 meter per second at the time of landing. So for that, we have to have necessary systems. It's not only a satellite, now it has to act like a rocket also. So it has propulsion system, it has sensors, navigation, guidance, control. All the systems have to be built in the satellite. And all have to work in unison. Because moon has no atmosphere, you know, Earth has got atmosphere. We are all protected because of atmosphere. Whereas moon doesn't have atmosphere, there is a directly radiation effects are there, as well as because of atmosphere, we cannot use parachute to kill the velocity. So we have to use active control propulsion system to break the velocity. Or in other words, we have to decelerate the velocity. So for this, all the systems have to work in unison without any ground intervention. That is a bigger challenge for us. So it has to take real-time decisions on its own. If anything happens, we have totally 9 plans. This time we had 9 plans. If one is not working, what is the next option? If next option is not working, what is the next option? Like that, we created multiple intelligence in the system. I would say more of failure-based design. That is how we have come with the Chandrayaan 3. And after reaching all that, it has to, when we are landing, it has to land with certain orientation. I was telling you, the lander is post-landing also, we have objective like rover has to come out, we have scientific instruments that need to be operated. There are many systems like RF systems and the avionics. All these systems have to work post-landing. Then we have to necessarily land in a proper orientation, where the sun is, it is conducive to sun, which generates power. All these things has to happen. For that, we have got 4 legs, like how we have got 2 legs, lander has got 4 legs. At the time of landing, it has to absorb the strength, and it has to withstand the strength, and it has to offer the necessary stability. It should not topple at the time of landing, because we do not know at the time of landing whether the terrain is soft or hard, whether it is going to be flat or it is a slope. All these things, we have some hold, but we do not know exactly how the terrain conditions are going to be. So for which the legs has to offer this stability. It should not topple it. So that is the last phase of it. And finally, the dust is also a threat. At the time of landing, see, as I told, we have to use propulsion system. This propulsion system is offering a deceleration. At the time of landing, this itself create lot of dust. So for which we created certain amount of margins for generating power and so many things. So we have designed the system. We have also qualified. But how do we get a confidence before launch? As I told, there is a fundamental environment variations in the moon compared to Earth. One is, I told, no atmosphere. Other one is, we have gravity difference. You know what is the gravity in moon? Sorry, 1.16 of Earth's gravity is around approximately 1.65 meter per second square. So the gravity has to be simulated in Earth in order to work, because whatever the mass we have right now, whatever the weight we have in Earth, it is totally 1/6 of that. So all these systems has to be necessarily created with 1/6 of gravity environment here and no atmosphere. So all these things have to be addressed in the Earth. So for which we created a multiple test to characterize particularly these 3 systems. One is sensors. navigation, guidance, control, and the propulsion system. These systems were thoroughly characterized in 3 important tests. So we devised one test called integrated cold test, wherein we created artificial crater and boulder near to our Chitradurga area. We flew all the sensors in the aircraft, and we characterized thoroughly with the conditions, whatever it actually sees in the moon, like the kind of velocity, the kind of height. So entirely the descent was created there, and we characterize all the systems. Because when I tell sensors, see, if I have to come to this place from guest house, without anybody's assistance, with the GPS I can come. I can put a Google map and then I can come. But whereas in moon there is no GPS. So we need to go to the precise point for which we need to know where I am. If I don't know where I am, I cannot reach to the destination, for which we have created certain sensors which gives position and velocity information. When I say position and velocity, it is 6 components, x, y, z, and x dot, y dot, and z dot. All these components was given by these sensors. These sensors were created for the first time. It was developed for the first time by ISRO, and we have no hold. We have started afresh indigenously. And again, the navigation part. The navigation part is very, very, very critical, even though the sensors will work during the descent. But we need to know before starting the descent, where is the spacecraft position and velocity, for which we use something called the Doppler principle. So through radio frequency, we will actually send the signal from the ground to the Earth, to the spacecraft, and spacecraft to the Earth. So by which we know orbit determination. All these things are very important parameters which we need to develop on our own. And having said that, what happened to Chandrayaan 2? Chandrayaan 2, everything went well, right from launch till acquisition of moon, and finally getting into the circular orbit, where the lander and orbiter got separated. Everything went flawlessly. What happened to the final phase? There are 4 phases involved. You can see 2 curves. One is the red color curve, another one is the blue dotted line. The red color curve was expected on the day. Right from 30 kilometer, we call it as a 30 kilometer height, to touchdown. The first phase went well. That is called rough braking phase. So everything went well. The next phase is called the camera coasting phase, wherein we operate certain camera, which I was telling, which will give position information. During that phase, there is a deviation in the trajectory. But at the end of the phase, that is the camera coasting phase end, or the start of the fine braking phase, where we have killed the velocity to a greater extent compared to what is expected. But we have to reach to the same destination point. See, it's something like a car, you are going with certain speed in the car, but the destination is already fixed. Now, you initially went with certain high speed. Now you have to go to the same destination, but with lesser distance you have. Now what happens, if you go with the same speed, what happens? You will cross the destination. So now we sensed that at the start of fine braking phase. Now what happened? Guidance demanded aggressive maneuver. So we maneuvered almost 360 degree. In that process, we lost the altitude, and we ended up with high residual touchdown velocity in the order of 50 meter per second in vertical direction, 50 meter per second in horizontal direction. You know, no way the legs can withstand to that kind of a velocity. Even I can jump from this height. If I jump from second floor, what will happen? Our legs will break. Similar way, the legs are not designed for more than 2 meter per second in vertical direction, whereas we got 50 meter per second in the vertical direction, and hence all the systems got crashed. This is what has happened in Chandrayaan 2. Now, we actually built five important parameters. This led to a safe and soft landing. The first thing is the heritage, whatever the Chandrayaan 2 we had, the flight experience, we have thoroughly studied, and we have come up with the corrective actions. What went wrong? That was our first step. So we have done something like root cause analysis, and we have immediately come up with the corrective action. And the second point is, the third point, the heritage is utilized, experience is addressed. The third point is, having addressed that issues, still we have come up with more robustness in terms of hardware as well as in software. Every system was strengthened, be it lander leg, be it a structure or the propulsion system, power system, RF system, sensors, everything was strengthened. Then the fourth one is the ground test, which I was going to tell about little more in the subsequent slides. This is something is very, very important for us. This has given enormous confidence before our launch, creating that environment, moon's environment in Earth, and characterizing those systems thoroughly. That is the fourth step. But test is again limited in nature because the resources available, requirements are very high. We cannot do so many tests. So it has to be substituted with the simulations. So we developed multiple simulation test beds which mimics the test environment. And the fifth one is on-orbit TND. TND means test and evaluation. So you have successfully characterized the systems in ground. You have launched. We have taken nearly 42 days from launch till landing. So we have taken a conservative approach in characterizing those systems thoroughly in orbit also. Before the power descent, that whatever I was telling, 19 minutes of descent, before that, we had a hold on the systems like sensors, navigation, guidance, control. Everything was thoroughly characterized. Before the landing, we were very, very confident that the systems will work and it will work autonomously. We call it as an autonomous landing sequencer. Once it invokes, it directly takes you to land without any intervention, with the ground intervention. Like you, we were also simply seeing the telemetry. We have not commanded anything during that 19 minutes. Simply, we were getting faster telemetry so that we know about the system, whether it is working. Every second was very crucial for us. We were glued onto the PCs, like what is happening inside the system. So this has led to safe and soft landing. These are the 5 points we addressed. And this is something little more technical. We have used, as I already told, we have used LVM-3 launch vehicle, which has taken the spacecraft and put into a correct orbit. We call it as a elliptical parking orbit. That is 170 kilometer perigee and 36,500 kilometer apogee. This is an elliptical orbit. The spacecraft was injected very precisely what we asked from the launch vehicle, with certain inclination, with certain argument of perigee, all we have got on dot within the 3 sigma specification. Second, we had propulsion module. The lander job is to land, but the propulsion module has carried the lander all the way to the moon. And the main purpose is to carry the lander. In the value addition, as a part of value addition, we have put one more scientific instrument. And the lander, you know, the lander main job is to land, but it has carried rover, it has also carried certain scientific instruments. And rover has to row on the surface, and it has to conduct its own scientific, it has got its own scientific instruments, it has to conduct in situ scientific experiments. So we have got totally 6 payloads, 6 scientific instruments, 3 in lander, 2 in rover, 1 in propulsion module. So all these things happened flawlessly. The landing also we had, but we had a backup plan, and our preparedness is very, very good this time. We have everything like EBN-1. I was telling you that the apogee has to be raised, and finally we have to bring moon closer to the orbit. All these things we had a backup plan. Similar way, for landing also we had a backup plan. For example, if for some reason, if you would not have landed on 23rd August, we would have landed on 26th August, naturally the orbital trajectory will shift with certain orbits. It will come to the west direction. We have chosen east direction, 70 degree latitude and 32.3 degree towards east. After 3 days, this orbit will come to the west. So if for some reason, if we would not have landed or we would not have started that ALS, we would have naturally come to the alternate landing site. This also was thoroughly characterized, and we have stored this landing map into our onboard system so that in case alternate landing site is invoked, we have planned for that as well. And having said, I was telling you about the robustness. There are various systems. One is the sensors. Every sensor was, the robustness was enhanced, be it design or algorithms. All have been done. And one important thing is, we have come up with one very important sensor which was not present in Chandrayaan 2, which is called as laser Doppler velocimeter, which gives three-axis velocity information using a Doppler principle. This we thought we will procure from NASA. At the start of Chandrayaan 3 project, we thought we cannot develop within our time frame. Thanks to COVID, that they costed something like 54 crores. So we thought, why we have to spend this much of money, and we developed on our own. So within the time frame we have developed, and we have flown also successfully. And coming to improvements in the propulsion system, there were multiple improvements we made. Apart from addressing the root cause, we have enhanced the tank size, we can load more propellant, we have more margin, and we have put anti-slosh baffles. You know, during the descent, I was telling that deceleration, it's a large amount of deceleration in the order of 4 meter per second square kind of an acceleration is going to come onto the body. So for which we enhanced. Similar way, we can handle higher dispersions from the engines in case if the engines are not performing well, even to an extent of one engine failure. And also the software has been strengthened, and landing area, this is one of the very important thing. In Chandrayaan 2, we have selected a site area of 0.5 kilometer by 0.5 kilometer size. Whereas in Chandrayaan 3, we have enhanced that area to 4 kilometer by 2.4 kilometer. It's such a large area. Even if there is any dispersions from various systems, say as high as some 76 parameters we had. Every parameter, even any parameter goes wrong. For our unfortunate, on the day, if every parameter is going wrong, let's say everything is in positive or everything is in negative, still we have come up with an additive extreme kind of a failure handling scenario. Even in that condition also we want to land. So from that point of view, we have enhanced that landing area to 4 kilometer by 2.4 kilometer. And finally, we have also strengthened in other areas like telemetry data rates and avionics, power generation point of view, everything was enhanced. It's like it's another new lander. And this is just to give a brief about it. This is what I was mentioning, the LDV, laser Doppler velocimeter, which is highlighted in green color. As you can see, this is highlighted in green color, is totally a newly added system in Chandrayaan 3. The blue one, all were improved systems. Like all the systems were improved except the scientific instruments. Similar way, heritage systems, only scientific instruments and deployment mechanisms are, it's something heritage system where we don't have any problems. 3 important tests which I was every time mentioning. One is the integrated cold test, which I told the sensors were thoroughly characterized. This is one of our very bitter experience. When we actually fly the sensors into an helicopter, we have hired the Air Force helicopter. Every day we ended up with the problem. Whenever we asked the pilot, you have to go to 4 kilometer height with certain velocity, and he will give that kind of a velocity and that kind of a height. For example, if he offshoots the area wherein we created artificial craters and boulders, then that particular sortie will go off, will not be successful. And we have to start exactly doing this test between 6:30 to 6:45. Because the sun elevation angle, you know, in South Pole, the sun elevation angle is not like how it is coming in Earth, like it starts from east, the sun rises from east, and it goes to west in the evening, and it goes all over our head in the noon. But in South Pole of moon, it doesn't happen like that. The sun elevation angle maximum is 20 degree. That means even a small height will cast a long shadow. Under that condition, we have to simulate in Earth also. So to start this test at between 6:30 to 6:45, we have to start our entire activities at 12 o'clock in the night. So for example, on that particular time, if the weather condition is not good, if the rain is coming, then the test is called off. Likewise, we had multiple issues, but we have overcome all these issues, and finally, we thoroughly characterized the sensors, and it gives enormous confidence. The second important test is, having characterized all the sensors, now we have to put propulsion system in loop, for which we created one more test site in Sriharikota. Because the propulsion system, when I say, it's all chemical propulsion system, which is very hazardous in nature. We use something like hydrogen as a fuel and mixed oxide nitrogen as an oxidizer. Whenever this fuel and oxidizer mixes together, it's an hypergolic reaction where the thrust produces. So which requires a conducive environment, for which we created a tower crane, and we did a series of tests. We created a scaled down model, and we did a closed loop test, sensors, navigation, guidance, all these closed loop tests we did. Third test is very important test. We created lunar soil simulant test bed. You know, the soil in the moon is totally different compared to the earth. So it has got something like anorthosite property. So we saw that a kind of a rock near to our Salem area, and we took the rock and pulverized into various grains of sand, and we created a test bed. From that test bed, we have dropped the lander with certain touchdown conditions, like combination of horizontal velocity, vertical velocity, flat terrain, 12-degree slope terrain. Likewise, we did enough test. It's like a detrimental test. This test has to finally should withstand the strength and stability, for which we did various tests. These are the 3 important tests which gave confidence. And these are the photographs of our flight model on the left side, propulsion module, lander module, and the rover, and the integrated module which you would have seen in internet when the lander and propulsion module are stacked together. And the right side pictures are the scaled down models which were used, one for helicopter test, another one for tower crane test, other one for the landing leg test. And these are the photographs, glimpses, where after the spacecraft is realized at Bangalore, it will be transported to Sriharikota for filling the propellant and oxidizer, and finally getting ready for the launch. These are some of the visuals. And finally, the launch took place. And then from there, once it left the Earth, we have to use our own maneuvers, which I was telling in the beginning. And this is something, we had one camera. During the actual descent, we have put a camera in such a way that it'll take some image of the lander portion as well as on the surface. So every 3 seconds, this was streamed. It was coming online, because whatever the telemetries we see, it is only limited to us. For a public outreach, nothing like camera or taking an image. The image will give a lot of interest among the people. So we have put some cameras for public outreach. And okay, I'll skip this. And this is one of the interesting picture for us. The lander, actually, the rover, once it came out, the rover is not like an autonomous like lander. The rover has got a semi-autonomous way we operated. So the rover, how we have got 2 eyes, the rover has also got 2 navigation camera, where this camera is used to see that the path planning is done based on the camera. These images are taken and it is downloaded in ground through lander. The rover cannot directly communicate with the Earth. It has to communicate via lander. Because it is very tiny in nature, it is only 26 kg of mass. So all these small, like it is fully miniaturized. All these systems are like we have brought into one PCB, where all these functions like telemetry, telecommand, and RF systems, as well as the data handling, storage, OBC, everything was put into one simple system. And it has got a mobility function also in addition to the satellite function. So, hence, we had multiple challenges to negotiate the craters, negotiate the boulders. As I was telling, we are heavily depending on the solar power. We didn't have something like the nuclear resources. So it has to survive only for 1 lunar day, which is equivalent to 14 Earth days, which means the lander should not cast a shadow to the rover. As I was telling, the lander height itself, because of the sun elevation angle being very low, the lander itself can cast a shadow to the rover. When the rover is in the shadow of lander, it cannot generate power. So we had multiple challenges, and every time we do a path planning, when we move the rover from point A to point B, we have to involve the ground where all this path planning is done. And then once you move to that new point where we operate these 2 scientific instruments, and again the data are downloaded, and again we do a path planning, it goes from point B to point C. Like this we were doing for the entire 14 days, 24/7, and we moved the rover nearly by 100 meters, which is a great achievement. In fact, Chinese 6 months they have operated for nearly some 30 to 40 meters only they could move. But we have done, with all these challenges, we have moved 100 meters. And the rover, when it came nearly 30 meters, in order to capture the lander, we have rotated the rover by 180 degree. And with the navigation camera, we have taken a picture of lander, and hence the lander picture was seen. In fact, before the Chandrayaan 3 landing, we used to see all other landers which was upright. So when we saw this, we also got a lot of enthusiasm and goosebumps when we saw this picture. And the right side picture is the rover, where the rover was coming out of the lander, where we have put our Indian flag. And on the rear wheels, we have put our ISRO logo as well as Ashok Chakra emblem. That camera from the lander captured these important milestones. And some of the pictures also, in addition to that, we had certain instruments in lander. One is called chaste. This instrument has to be inserted into the lunar regolith. Nearly 140 mm we have inserted, 100 mm we have certain measurements. So for this, you can see on the right picture where the Chaste probe is inserted into the lunar regolith. That also was captured by rover camera. Similar way, we have another instrument called ILSA, Instrument for Lunar Seismic Activity. This instrument has to be dropped onto the surface, which measures the seismic events. It can be natural, it can be artificial. For this, the instrument has to be dropped. After the rover ramp gets deployed, that also was captured by a rover imager. And one more, the probe is, another one is the probe, where that probe is, which measures the a kind of a surface plasma, near surface plasma measurements. That is actually mounted on the lander top deck, which is not very clear, but you can see the shadow on the surface. That also was captured, which ensured that all these landers are deployed on time as per the timeline. And this I was mentioning, the Shiv Shakti point is where the Vikram has landed, and from this landing, the rover has taken a traverse up to 100 meters distance. And for every distance, it is not that we are only just moving the rover. We also have a responsibility of operating the scientific instruments. And now coming to, anyway, Dr. Das is going to cover the scientific instruments, but I will just give all this. It is not, our objective is not to orbit around the moon or land onto the moon. It has, further to that, we have an objective of science objectives. Chandrayaan 1, as I was telling, it was orbiting around the moon, had certain important scientific instruments. Chandrayaan 2, as I was telling, it has got two objectives. One is orbiting around the moon with high resolution payloads, which was not there in Chandrayaan 1. Similar way, Chandrayaan 3, the main aim is to land onto the moon, confirm what is measured from the orbiter, and it is like complementary to what is measured from the orbit. So Chandrayaan 1, one of the example if I have to give, we have a camera, certain camera. What was Chandrayaan 1 we have used is a TMC, terrain mapping camera, whereas in Chandrayaan 2 we had orbiter high resolution camera, which have a resolution of 0.32 meter resolution, which is the very, very high resolution globally available. In fact, NASA has got Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter with 0.5 meter resolution, that is 50 centimeter. We have got 32 centimeter resolution. This camera was thoroughly used for characterizing our landing site for Chandrayaan 3. I was mentioning 4 kilometer by 2.4 kilometer size. This size was, we have got this size based on our Chandrayaan 2 orbiter high resolution camera, which was very well used, and this is the best one available globally. And apart from that, we have something like synthetic aperture radar. We had one band, whereas in Chandrayaan 2 we had 2 bands, L and S band. Likewise, we have multiple payloads which gave a more interesting data, plethora of science data from Chandrayaan 2 orbiter. Even now, it is producing so many science data. And having done that Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, as I was telling, it has got several payloads. One is Ramba, Langmuir probe, which is actually measuring the near surface plasma environment, electron density, temperature. It has given, again, a beautiful data to the scientific community, and it's all these instruments are state-of-the-art instrument, which is having a mass of 2.5 kg, 3 kg, but it has given a very, very valuable data. The second instrument, as I was telling, seismic activity, it has to sense both natural as well as artificial seismic events. Like we have some of the artificial events like the rover roving, rover solar panel deployment, lander rover ramp deployment. All these events were captured well from this instrument, and also it will capture like meteoroids impact. One of the natural event also it has captured. Similar way, we had a Chaste. I was telling the probe is inserted into the lunar regolith. Every 10 mm we have one temperature sensor which will measure the temperature as well as thermal conductivity properties below the regolith. We have seen a strong vertical gradient in the lunar regolith, and also we have elemental composition analyzer from the rover instruments. We have one works using an X-ray fluorescent technique. We call it as an APEX payload, alpha particle X-ray spectrometry, and another one payload is laser-based induced spectroscopy. This is again works on the laser-based principle. So both will measure the major and minor rock-forming elements. It has also detected a sulfur, and various other key data have come. As I was telling, some of the things I already briefed. And coming to milestone completion, we have started from launch, something like 14 July. Before that, you all know only the launch. But this project was approved in the month of Jan 2020, and various milestones like team formation and the design reviews. ISRO is a very transparent system, so every design has to undergo a thorough review. That is one of the key for our success. And a similar way, as I was telling, 3 important test milestone completion, and finally the spacecraft was cleared by the pre-shipment review, and it is moved to the spaceport Sriharikota, and final to that, the spacecraft was integrated onto the launch vehicle and various events. And the most important is the 23rd, where we landed, 23rd August 2023, we landed successfully. And some of the learnings is, as I already told, learning from failure. The more important thing is be resilient, because this is one of the important thing. We have to really work hard to bring the success. And one of the video I have, whatever I talked about, a small video is there. I would like to present that. Can you go to the video, please? You can come out of the presentation and click that video.
The Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft consists of a propulsion module and a lander module with a rover accommodated inside the lander. 6 modules were realized during Chandrayaan-3 project life cycle, out of which 3 were flight modules and 3 were special test modules. A test module called the ICT module was realized after integration, detailed IST, sensor level alignment and EMI-EMC tests were also carried out before shipment to ASTE Bangalore. At ASTE facility, the ICT module was integrated onto the helicopter in the underbelly cutout area, and this cutout acted as a viewport for all the sensors during the test. The helicopter was further ferried to Chitradurga, where the ICT tests were conducted in a campaign mode. A comprehensive module was realized for conducting the test by accommodating all essential systems. A new facility was realized at SDSC Shar for conducting the IHT, craters and boulders simulating hazards during landing. A total of 20 tests were successfully conducted, which include 6 dry runs, 8 static tests and 6 dynamic closed-loop tests. The lander leg drop tests were carried out to evaluate the energy absorption capability, strength and stability aspects of lander legs during touchdown, on flat and sloped surface, and on lunar soil simulant and hard surface. A total of 15 drop tests at simulator level and 2 drop tests at QM structure level were conducted successfully. Detailed assembled mode IST was carried out, followed by mass property measurement, thermo-vacuum test, solar panel assembly and illumination tests, EMI-EMC test at CATF eyesight. This was followed by pre-dynamic deployment of secondary rover ramp, primary ramp and rover rollout from lander, and payload deployments such as ILSA and Ramba, chased, and the lander was made ready for further activities. A 6-wheeled rover is accommodated inside the lander. Rover solar panel deployment and illumination test, rover standalone EMI-EMC test, vibration test, thermo-vacuum test, and mass property measurements were carried out. All tests associated to rover were successfully completed, and the rover was made ready for further integration onto lander. Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft was made ready for shipment to spaceport at SDSC Sharp.
Lander module will get separated with a relative velocity of approximately 1 meter per second.
At the end of the video, you have seen one visuals.
The Chandrayaan 3
that is called lander hop-on test. See, we did two important things which was totally unplanned. After our mission objective is completed, fully completed, that is one lunar day, is our entire mission life. After that, management has given us one more important task, like whatever the engines we used for descent, which takes us for landing, the same engines have to be fired after 13 days. We do not know whether the engine will work or not. We have no software in place. We have not programmed our avionics. But as a part of demonstration for the future sample return mission, they have given a task for us to simply just do a hop-on, like fire the engine and take the lander with certain distance. So we have done entire 24 hours, the last day of our mission life. We have done that and successfully used this propulsion engine. All the softwares were designed for that, and slightly 35 centimeter we have elevated, and 35 centimeter we have moved laterally also. And again we got a new location, and To do that, we have to stow back all these elements, which I was telling. One probe was inserted into the regolith, which has to be retracted. The ILSA was on the surface, which has to be retracted. The ramp was actually opened out, which has to be closed. All these things we have done, which has to be worked against the gravity, the moon's gravity, which we have done for the first time. Anything we do in on orbit, which will be qualified in ground, with enormous confidence we do, but without any of such plan, we have done that experiment and successfully we completed. We got a new site. Again, we inserted the probe. We have deployed the HILSA. Everything was done, and again, we got a new location. Second is, having done that, the propulsion module, which was actually going around the moon, we have also, after the mission life completion, we have brought that propulsion module back to Earth orbit. See, every planet has got some sphere of influence. Earth has got some sphere of influence. Moon has got some sphere of influence. And whenever we go to the moon, that's why I told the retrofiring we have to do. We have to reduce the velocity to capture the moon. So we have actually transcended that moon sphere of influence and came back to Earth orbit, because for a sample return mission, anything we have to come back with the sample being returned, or the man has to be sent to the moon and coming back to the Earth. This also was demonstrated recently. With this, I conclude my presentation. Whatever the questions you have, I will be happy to answer. Thank you. Yeah, please. Can you pass on the mic so that others will also?
Good morning, sir. This is Anishka Ilamurgu from Sandeepni School. I was very inspired by the presentation you did. I had generally few doubts. I'm particularly interested in the field of quantum physics. I don't know where to start from. I recently have been following ISRO news, and I got to know that quantum communication is also being developed. So what are the aspects an individual needs to be in to get employed in ISRO as a quantum physicist?
Please sit, ma. See, first, you don't have, you can actually develop this interest, not a problem, but you focus on your studies, whatever is given right now. But the quantum communication, as you told, it's a very important thing. Optical quantum communication, such type of satellites are being developed for the first time. This will actually give a very, very cutting edge technology, like even the even a kind of encryption, what we are going to plan, is all totally a new field. This opto-quantum communication is going to rule the world, because so far we are using the RF-based communication, which has got a limited bandwidth, which has got a limited data rate. But all these things can be really overcome by using an optical quantum communication. It has got a very, very interesting subject. So whatever the interest you have, you can actually develop this interest and you pursue on this. But getting into ISRO is not that you have to be a quantum physicist or you have to develop in optical quantum communication. It's not like that. So basically the ISRO's job is more of engineers and scientists. So whatever the subjects you are interested, I would say you be good in the physics and the mathematics, which is very important. You have seen all these trajectories and many things is all full of mathematics and also the physics part of it. So even whatever you study in physics like Newton's law and Kepler's law, all are used here very thoroughly. The elliptical orbit, all the three laws, Kepler's laws are very well used. Even the Newton's law, like first law, second law, third law, all are used in our rockets and our satellites. So all these things are important. You focus on your studies and you become an engineer. If you want to become an engineer, you become an engineer, a very successful engineer. Whatever the subjects you are studying, you study it with not only for exam point of view. What you study by knowing it. Definitely it will take you to ISRO. It's not only ISRO, there are various space agencies you can join and you have plenty of opportunities as well as the challenges also.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Mahvash Arjuman.
Where are you? Yeah, please.
I'm aspiring to become second Kalpana Chawla from India. What are the criteria to apply in ISRO as an astronaut?
Okay, please sit. Please sit. So, astronaut, you know, the upcoming mission is a Gaganyaan mission, wherein the human presence, human beings are going to the orbit around the Earth, and they are going to come back to the Earth. So, that is the plan in Gaganyaan, and we have constant human presence also. Plans are there, which you would have come across in the news media, where our Prime Minister has announced and Chairman ISRO has announced. We are going to have our own space station, like how ISS is there. We are going to have Bharati Antarakshi station, where constant human presence will be there to conduct a microgravity experiments. And also, we have a very ambitious plan of taking the man or woman onto the moon. Finally, that will be culminated by 2040 is our target to take the Indian astronaut onto the moon also. That is all our plans. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Namaste, sir. I am Yathat Janekar from Bhavansh GM Hinganghat in 9th A. And sir, my question is, in that picture of Chandrayaan 3, there were a type of chessboard design, alternating black and white squares. So what were that used for?
Okay, thank you. Please sit. See, this is on the ramp. We have put this for a calibration of this camera. See, we have, as I was telling in the presentation, rover has got two cameras, navigation camera, that is used for path planning. We need to know in front of it whether any craters are there or boulders are there, which will be an obstacle to the rover. For example, a deep crater is there. If rover is operated inside the crater, it'll not come out of the crater. Or if the big boulder is there, it will block that, the boulder will become an obstacle and the rover will not make further movement. So for that, these cameras are there. Before it comes onto the surface, we want to calibrate on the ramp itself, because all this time it was in the Earth's environment. Now it has went to space. Now the ramp is opened. When the ramp is opened, we have put that chessboard kind of thing to calibrate that two cameras, which is mounted in two different angles. Why we are mounted in two different angles is to get an height information also, so that we will create a digital elevation model. From this, we will do a path planning. So this calibration purpose, we have put that. After that, once it is calibrated, once it is in vacuum, after that, we don't require to calibrate. That is why further we have not used it. Okay. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Sir, my name is Alok. I'm working as a PhD student under Sushma Gripunja ma'am. Sir, I want to ask you one question. Sir, being a research scholar in solar cell technology, what kind of contribution I can give from my side to ISRO for the fabrication of the high efficiency solar PV modules?
Can you repeat that?
Sir, being a PhD student, currently I am working in photovoltaic solar cell technology. So from my side, can I give something to ISRO to build high efficiency solar PV modules?
Okay. What is the efficiency you are talking about?
Sir, around 33%.
It is in space application?
For terrestrial and as well as space application.
See, it is two different things are there. In the space application, it will be different. Depends on the temperature. For example, certain efficiency, you will get certain efficiency if it is around the Earth in an orbit, let's say for 400 kilometers or 700 kilometer altitude. If it is around the moon, the efficiency will further come down. If it is around the Mars, as we go away from the sun, first of all, the solar flux itself is different. Here it's one flux, whereas the moon, whereas in the Mars, you will get 1/10 of the solar flux. On the surface, you will get further reduction because of the dust threat. So the efficiency depends on the temperature also. For example, in terrestrial application, you have even the temperature is 50 degrees centigrade, it works with certain efficiency. Whereas in the space, it has to work with 110 degrees centigrade if it is around the Earth. If it is around the moon, it will go to 147 degrees centigrade. Under that, the efficiency will further lower. So the efficiency we have seen maximum is 18%. When you are telling 33%, I am really shocked how this 33% can be achieved in space. But still, if you have certain ideas, you can actually take down my contact, and I will put you in the right person in our URSC who is dealing with the solar cells, and you are welcome. And we will use, if you have very great ideas, we would welcome. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Namaste, sir.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, do we need to specify the grooves on the wheels of the rover at a specific angle so that it can rotate and anti-clockwise or clockwise? Was it specified or was it just like unplanned?
Okay. It's a good question. See, we have a grousers on the wheels. If you would have seen, no, the wheels has got a grouser. This grouser is mainly used to improve the traction. For example, you command certain distance. See, we commanded 5 meters. Every time when we do a mobility, we commanded 5 meters. Because of the slip, if the traction is not good, even though you commanded 5 meters, you would have got only 3 meters or 4 meters, which means the traction is less and there is a slip. To improve that, we have put a grousers. Second is, the wheel-soil interaction is very important. It works in a different environment. If it is soft soil, it works in a different way. If it is a hard soil, it works in a different way. We anticipated it will be a soft soil where we landed, but for our fortune, it was a hard soil. But hard soil also has got certain disadvantage. Like we have put certain emblems on the rear side of the wheel, where we have put a camera on the back side to capture that particular impression on the surface. But we could not do it because of the hard soil. And second is, you asked anti-clockwise, clockwise, rotation. We have certain capability from each wheel. Each wheel was independently driven. And with the variable speed, we have 3 programmable speed. One is 2 centimeter per second, 1 centimeter per second, and 0.5 centimeter per second. And we had a capability, is not like only for moving forward or moving reverse. We have a skid steering capability. Like in the same place, I can rotate the rover by varying the rotation direction. Like for example, left side wheel if I operate with certain direction, right side wheel if I operate with certain direction, I can do a skid steering. So that capability we had because of the solar power generation. You have seen that panels, the solar panel, one side is fully populated with the solar cell. We have to track the sun all the time. So sun is also moving in nature. It is not static there. See, it has moved almost 180 degree in that 14 days, in that one lunar day. It started from north, and it went to, it started from east, it went to north, and it again settled at west. Now the rover has to track the sun in that 14 days, for which the skid steering capability is very important for us.
Sir? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your detailed answers.
Where are you?
Sorry, friends, we need to stop here because we cannot continue for long duration. We will take one break. And thereafter, you can interact with sir. Thank you, sir.
I request Director VNIT to hand over a memento to Dr. V. No, that's different.
All the students, please maintain silence. फोटो अनाउंसमेंट का है ना, लेकिन सब उठ रहे हैं.
Hello.
फोटो सर ग्रुप विनर्स का लेना.
So now we will have a photograph of the group winners, competition winners.
Everyone, I request the winners of AI Geospatial Challenge, winners of Ideathon, and winners of Hackathon, and all the dignitaries to come on stage for the group photo.
Can we please welcome them with a round of applause?
Please, all the students be seated. We will have a break afterwards. Please be seated on your places. Teachers, make sure that the students are seated on their place. I request the winners of the quiz also to come on the stage. The students standing there, please be seated. We will be having a break afterwards.
All the students
Can we please appreciate all the winners with a round of applause? Thank you all the dignitaries and congratulations to all the winners.
Hello. I request all the students to remain seated. The snacks will be provided to you at your place only, and I urge teachers to please manage them. Thank you.
Guys, we hope you have all been enjoying this event. It's time for a short break to relax. We will be begin in 25 minutes. We will serve your breakfast on your seats, so please be seated. Please don't go anywhere. Please be seated for a while.
We request all school students to maintain decorum, please. Be seated. The snacks will be provided to you on your place.
And if you have your tiffin with you, you can have it. All the students, please pay attention. If you are going outside or washroom, please tell your teachers or your guardian. And all the teachers, please manage the students. Thank you.
Hello. All the volunteers that are from Axis, please coordinate with the core committee. They will tell you how to distribute all the lunch.
All the students are requested to maintain the decorum. Guys, please maintain the decorum. We will provide you the snacks on your seats.
विज्ञान भारती आणि इस्रो या दोन संघटनांचा यावर्षी एक करार झाला आहे, MOU झालेला आहे आणि ज्याच्या अंतर्गत विज्ञान भारतीनी इस्रोच्या या बसेस ज्या असतात की ज्या वेगवेगळ्या सेंटर्समधून येतात त्या पूर्ण भारतभर घेऊन जाण्याचं जबाबदारी घेतली. याच्या अंतर्गत एक बस आता सध्या विदर्भात आलेली आहे. कालच ती विदर्भात आली आणि आज त्याचं माननीय उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या हस्ते फ्लॅग ऑफ झालं आणि आता ही बस आपण विदर्भात सगळ्या जिल्ह्यांमध्ये 11 जिल्ह्यांमध्ये घेऊन जाणार. 11 जिल्ह्यांमध्ये जाताना पहिले सुरुवात वर्ध्यापासून आपण करतो आहे. वर्धा जिल्हा, यवतमाळ, त्याच्यानंतर वाशिम, बुलढाणा, अकोला, अमरावती, त्याच्यानंतर मग ती भंडारा, गोंदिया, चंद्रपूर, गडचिरोली आणि सगळ्यात शेवटी आपण तिला नागपूरला आणून एक मेगा प्रोग्राम करणार आहे. जेव्हा ती नागपुरात 15-20 ठिकाणी राहील आहे आणि जवळपास प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात सध्या ही बस जेव्हा जाणार आहे तेव्हा 15 दिवस प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात जाईल. प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात नुसतं बस आणि ही जी अंतरिक्ष महायात्रा म्हटली आहे आपण तेवढंच नसून तर त्याच्याबरोबर आपण काही कॉम्पिटिशन्सही घेणार आहे. क्विज कॉम्पिटिशन असणार आहे, इलोकेशन कॉम्पिटिशन असणार आहे, पोस्टर मेकिंग असणार आहे, जेणेकरून विद्यार्थी इस्रोची जास्तीत जास्त माहिती घेतील, आपल्या भारताच्या स्पेस मिशन्सबद्दल जास्तीत जास्त माहिती घेतील आणि त्याच्याबद्दल माहिती घेऊन ह्या क्षेत्रामध्ये त्यांना पुढे काय करिअर करता येईल याच्याबद्दल ते विचार करू शकतात. या तऱ्हेने एक वातावरण निर्मिती करण्यासाठी म्हणून विज्ञान भारतीने ही जबाबदारी घेतलेली आहे आणि आपण ही 11 जिल्ह्यात पूर्ण करणार आहे. जवळपास 6 ते 8 महिने ही बस विदर्भामध्ये राहील असा आपण प्रयत्न करणार आहे. NRSC हैदराबादहून ही बस आत्ता इथे आलेली आहे आपल्याकडे आणि NRSCचे डायरेक्टर RRSC नागपूरचेही आपले डायरेक्टर इथे आहेत. तर मी आता त्यांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी काही ॲड करा. धन्यवाद.
bones in the dust. That is all we are. Some of us give up, some dream of the stars. There's a change in the wind that's blowing, and I've still got blood in my heart. And though we might not know where we're going, promise we'll never be apart. Just pick me up and never let me go. We don't need much as long as we're together, together, together. We don't need much as long as we're together, together, together.
हेलो एवरीवन, एम्प्टी बॉक्सेस अपने पास रखो, गार्बेज बैग्स लेके हम लोग आ रहे हैं, हम आपके पास से कलेक्ट करेंगे, अपने पास ही रखो एम्प्टी बॉक्सेस.
Some get what they want, and some they lose it all.
One of the NITs which is better than many second generation IIT.
Hello. I request each and everyone to please get back to your seats. We'll be starting the presentation now. So whosoever is out, call them. We will be beginning very soon. Thank you.
सेशन कर सकती है तो कर ले प्रेजेंटेशन है सर को बोलो प्रेजेंटेशन लंच का सेशन ही ज़्यादा आ रहा है तो सबको हो जाएगा कुछ कुछ लोग निकल गए और लंच 11 से 50 ऐसा अनाउंसमेंट करो नंबर जितने भी टाइम में है ना लंच भी होने वाला है डोंट वरी कुछ कुछ लोगों को नहीं मिला होगा लंच भी मिलेगा नंबर अनाउंस जस्ट ये बोलना कि लंच भी है 1 आवर में
पूरा chaotic देखो Students, please settle down. We will be starting our session soon. Even if few students have not received, our lunch session will be in an hour, so do not worry. You will be served again. Students, please can we maintain the decorum? We are beginning with our second technical session now. I request everyone to maintain silence, please. Teachers, if you could manage the students and have them seated in their places. Access volunteers, please get the students seated. We will be starting with our second technical session. Students, please be seated in your places. We request you.
तो मोठा पेज कुठे आहे इकडे पाठीमागे हे फर्स्ट सेट बोलून टाकू म्हणजे ते ॲटलीस्ट विल बिकम क्वाइट
नाही नाही आता नाही थांबणार सुरू करा मिथिलेश सर काय म्हणाले कधी सुरू करायचं
आता सुरू करायचं
हे कुठे चाललंय All the students in the upper side, please settle down. We will shortly begin our technical session, second technical session. शुरू करून टाकायचं कैसे
जैसे ही चले जाएंगे खाली चलेगा आगे जगह है तो यू में से इन फ्रंट अभी नहीं
shift in the front. ये तो और गेस्ट किधर अंदर ही है ना?
गेस्ट अंदर ही सर का
क्या क्या?
सर का बायोडाटा पढ़ना है अभी,
हाँ।
और उसके बाद शुरू करो।
तो अभी पढ़ दे।
सर 2 मिनट रुकते हैं, सर 2 मिनट रुकते हैं, उनको
हाँ।
हे पॅरा घेतो त्याच्यानंतर ते फॉलोइंग द चंद्रयानपासून कर आणि पूर्ण बायोडेटा वाच. पेपर कुठं प्रथम वाच.
Manuka student, please settle down fast. ती मॅम म्हणाली की थोडं सांगा की सेकंड टेक्निकल सेशन कोण घेईन वगैरे तेव्हा लोक.
We thank you all for your patience. Now we will be beginning our second technical session. The success of Chandrayaan 3 didn't come easy. It was a result of meticulous planning, relentless hard work, and the unwavering determination of our scientists and engineers. This monumental achievement is a testament to India's growing stature in global space arena, inspiring a new generation of scientists and engineers. Chandrayaan 3 is more than just a lunar mission. It is a symbol of India's potential and a catalyst for future endeavors.
For the second technical session, we have with us Dr. Pratim Das. Dr. Das is currently the Director of Space Program Office at ISRO. He oversees all of the ISRO's scientific activities, including missions like Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, Mars Orbiter Mission, AstroSat, Aditya L1, and ExpoSat. With over 2 decades of experience in the Indian space program, Dr. Das has contributed to various aspects, from launch vehicle integration to planetary exploration. He played a key role in the successful Chandrayaan 3 mission, where he was responsible for planning the scientific payload's operation. Currently, Dr. Das is focused on formulating the space science program, building the scientific community, developing academic courses on space science, and engaging with academia and institutes across all over India. He is a dedicated science communicator and author of several scientific and fictional books. Now, I request Dr. Pratim Das to come on the stage and enlighten our students. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Das.
This one, left and right.
Yeah.
Welcome back, friends. So, today I will start with introspection of where do we stand today. When we speak India today, where do we stand? And when I tell you where do we stand, as I mentioned during the inaugural session of this event, that we are one of the very few countries that have an end-to-end capability in space exploration. Now, after having said that, I also have made a mention that the present India has got a very good program on satellite communication. Many of you are aware of the program called IRNSS or NAVIC, where we are speaking about using our own satellites for satellite navigation. You are also aware of our system with which we can see the Earth from the low Earth orbit, and we can use these observations for many applications, a few of which we have mentioned, like disaster management or many other societal applications. Now here, I would also like to mention that in this journey of 1 hour, I shall mostly concentrate on the aspect of space science and exploration, although each of the verticals which I have mentioned so far deserve a complete attention, and I must tell you, people have goosebumps when they listen to the stories of each particle and how has each particle touched the life of each Indian and also citizens beyond India. Now let me tell you, today when we speak about space, it is not only about ISRO. India's space research today is spread across the entire country. We are having national institutes and academic institutions who are a part of the journey. And space exploration is not, space science research is not only about sending space missions or satellites, it is also about doing lots of mathematics, doing lots of solving physical equations, and also lots of simulations. If you are carrying some camera or mobile phone, in the course of the 1 hour journey, in some slides, I will ask you to take pictures because later on you can refer to those slides and extract valuable information. Like I am asking, if you wish, you can take a picture of this slide wherein I am showing a QR code. Once you scan the QR code, you will get some valuable information about if you are interested to build your career in space science in India, what are the opportunities for you? This book will tell you about those. So all that I wanted to tell you, space science is not only about sending space missions. Lot of things are done sitting in ground stations and observatories or in front of your computers. Now, during my very long association with the student community, I have had the impression that many of the students believe that space science is all about astronomy and astrophysics. But my dear friends, it is not so. Today, when I'm speaking with you, our space science program has got major 4 verticals. One vertical is indeed the astronomy, astrophysics, and exosolar systems, that is the solar system which might be present somewhere else beyond our solar system. That is one vertical. There is yet another vertical where we study the solar system. The Chandrayaan 3 mission is a part of the solar system exploration. There is yet another vertical where we study the study of the sun and also how do the sun affect the other members of the solar system. We call this branch solar physics and heliophysics. And there is also another branch which is very important called the near Earth space application, where all our satellites are rotating around the Earth. It is that region where if any asteroid starts coming, we all are scared for the possibility of getting hit by that asteroid. It is that region of space where if a strong solar event happens, that region gets perturbed and we start off speaking of, oh, what is going to happen to our satellites? Okay? So this is the near Earth region. So these are the major 4 verticals of the space exploration today. Now, when we speak about the space exploration today, as I have mentioned, and many of you are aware, due to many reasons, space-based exploration has got its own merit. When you are sending a satellite or some space exploration platform, you are achieving a few things. Number one, you are achieving the disturbance which is caused by the Earth's atmosphere. Whenever you are observing a star, stars twinkle, twinkle. But when you are observing the same star beyond the atmosphere, stars don't twinkle. If they twinkle, that will not be due to the atmospheric effect. There may be some other physics behind that, and you want to study that physics. When you are sending a satellite beyond the atmosphere, you don't have to bother about the phenomena of scattering which is happening or the pollution which might interfere with your observation. Sometimes you also might be very much interested to send satellites beyond the magnetic field of the Earth. You know, where does the magnetic field of the Earth end? When you are facing the sun, the magnetic field of Earth can go up to a distance of 6 to 10 times the radius of the Earth. And sometimes you have genuine reason to send a satellite which will not only be outside the Earth's atmosphere, but also beyond the magnetosphere of the Earth, because when you want to study the charged particles that are coming from the sun, and if you are within the magnetosphere, you will not be able to see the charged particles because they will be deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. Such an example is the Aditya L1 mission, the solar mission of our own country. So like this, but there is an added dimension to it. Just imagine you are sending robotic exploration to space. So when we say robotic exploration to space, I mean the unmanned missions wherein you send sophisticated instruments to space. But suppose you send some trained human to space, what would happen? If you send trained human astronauts, in India we say them Gagannauts, to space, they can do much different things than is possible by mere unmanned scientific missions. And that's why today when I am speaking with you, our colleagues are working on sending astronauts, Indian astronauts, to a low Earth orbit, which will be around at an altitude of 400 kilometers from the Earth's surface. And towards this, there have been lots of technologies being developed. Here I am not going to tell you, friends, what are the technologies. The objective is not that. All that I wanted to tell you are, you are living in a country, that country is presently bubbling in enthusiasm in developing lots of science, technology, capability, and skill to achieve the human beings in the low Earth orbit and doing lots of science and applications and bringing them safely and in a healthy fashion back to the Earth. And once you develop these kinds of technologies, who knows, you will be able to develop some other technologies also. Now, having said this, where we stand today, friends, you will be very proud to know that today India is the first country to have sent successfully the Mars mission in its first attempt. India has been the first country to have sent the first human-made object from Asia to have landed right at the lunar pole. I am speaking about the Moon Impact Probe, which went in Chandrayaan 1. India also is the second country to have sent a very unique kind of X-ray astronomy satellite, which is called XPOSat. After NASA, India is the only country, sir and madam, I would like to tell, make your students proud of it, that we are the second after NASA, in this X-ray astronomy polarization satellite. India is in the third position when it comes in the agency level to have sent a dedicated observatory to study the sun from a point where the gravitational field between the Earth and the sun cancel out. And that region is called the first Lagrangian point between the sun and Earth system. And India is the third agency to have this kind of an observatory. India is the fourth country to have achieved the soft landing on the moon. This way, I can go on speaking about our achievements, but at the same time, there are lots of drawbacks or lots of lacuna, lots of scopes for improvement in this country to catch up and to achieve excellence. Maybe I reserve those discussions at the time of the interaction when we get the opportunity to interact with you and get your ideas as well. Now here I am going to show you a plot. In the horizontal axis, I am plotting age. Whose age? My age, your age, everybody's age. And then I am plotting in the y-axis the wisdom. All of you know the meaning of wisdom. With age, the wisdom increases. And when, as the age grows, the wisdom attains a certain level. Now, if you plot something to take, courage to take a risk, with age, it comes down. Now, if you make a parameter which is the product of these two, your wisdom multiplied by your courage to take new risk, what would you see? You will see something like this. What you will see, there is a certain age range where this parameter will maximize and then will fall. Now, if you see where does this age fall, in this age, and then let me ask you this question. Just do a mental calculation and see where do you stand. And the age which is before this or after this age is also very important. I will tell you why. Now, all of a sudden, you might think that what makes me tell something very special about 2035 and 2047? Because in 2035 and 2047, we are having the Space Vision 2047. Honorable Prime Minister of this country has shown a big dream to have the Bharatiya Antariksha Station in the low Earth orbit by year 2035, and Indians landing on the moon by the year 2040. And towards this, friends, we are going to ask two types of questions. One question is how to achieve, and after having achieved, the next question will be, we have achieved, what's next? And I see a lot of school students here, and that's why I told during the inaugural lecture that this interaction, meeting in person, is very important. I may not get this chance again. So the second question will haunt you, will not allow you to sleep. And we want that. We want to get you into trouble so that you do the best given the human life sitting in this country. Now, it is very important to tell you, see, this time I want to spend with you in a peculiar fashion. Usually people tell about the history, then tell about the present, then tell about the future. I am not paving that path with a reason. I have told you where do we stand. I have told you where have we excelled. I have also indicated that there are some problems which we have not achieved so far. Okay, then I told you there is a big vision. Then I am telling, friends, let's see what we have done so far and how we have done. With a reason, it will be evident when I speak. See, even if I don't mention about the contributions of the great Indians, ancient Indians who have gifted lots of concepts in mathematics and physics and astronomy, I can always speak about the days in the even 18th century, even in the 19th century, when even during the colonial rules, India had different scientific institutions established in the country. There have been institutions like the Madras Observatory. There have been institutions like the Colaba Observatory. There have been institutions like Kodaikanal Solar Observatory. And what did we used to study there? We used to study the planets, the moons, the stars, the sun. And also, sun also gives out, charged particles, not only the light. And when you can imagine any charged particle moving in space, you always know there is a magnetic field associated with it, and hence sun is also emanating magnetic field which we call the interplanetary magnetic field. All these were studied even in the colonial, during the colonial rules. And even during the colonial rules, you must not forget one eminent scientist of his own excellence, who was a disciple of Acharya Jagadish Chandra Bose, who is regarded as the father of radio physics. Professor Shishir Kumar Mitra is regarded as the first person in India who has used the radio waves to study the ionosphere of the Earth, and he has lots of discoveries, and people never forget his seminal work on the upper atmosphere. And as I paved the path of scientific journey, we always regard this person as the one who has used for the first time remote sensing techniques for the studying the Earth's ionosphere. And then these experiments, which were conducted by Professor Shishir Mitra, span a few decades, as I have mentioned here. Then let's move forward, still within the colonial realms, 1940s, and India was having its own problem when the entire world was shivering during the Second World War. During the Second World War, there were economic instabilities, there were political instabilities. India was having its own struggle to achieve freedom, and there were two courageous sons of Mother India, Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha, who said that we must have world-class research institutions in India. He could have said, let's feed our people first. We will think later about research organizations. Didn't say. Another valiant son of Mother India, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, he said, we must be second to none in using the space technology for the benefit of mankind. Friends, very carefully listen. We are the country. We have not started the space program as an offshoot of defense. Today, if we are feeding to defense, that is a different story. We have started with science and societal applications. And that's how the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in 1945 came into being. And the founder was none other than Professor Homi Jahangir Bhabha. And the Physical Research Laboratory came into being in 1947, which was founded by Vikram Ambalal Sarabhai, the father of the Indian space program. And then there has been an illustrious period which span a few decades, as I have indicated. See, friends, don't be under the impression that Indian space program started with ISRO. No, come out of that. I'm showing you a very good legacy. This is the time I'm showing you in the left-hand side, where you see Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha with his team sending very huge balloons, which could attain an altitude of around 35 to 40 kilometers, carrying scientific instruments on board. And in these balloons, what kind of scientific experiments were done? Mainly cosmic ray. You know, in space, there are many high energy particles which are coming either from the sun or from the other places than sun. And these particles, high energy particles, are called cosmic rays. And at 30 to 40 kilometers altitude, where your balloon stays, you cannot move any further. And you are also in a good altitude where you will not be affected by much of the presence of atmosphere. Very good platform to study cosmic rays. And that's how people started. And then, in 1960s, there have been a very big milestone in the history of our country. The Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station. Tumba is a very sleepy fisherman's village, which is situated very close to the southern tip of India, very close to the city of Thiruvananthapuram, where from my career in space has started. And there, the place has got a very big importance. The importance is the ionosphere that flies over that region shows certain very interesting phenomena which are not exhibited elsewhere. That is because of the Earth's magnetic field. If you assume the Earth's magnetic field to be a sphere, let us assume it is not a sphere, let us assume it to be a sphere. Then if you draw an equator over that sphere, we call it a magnetic equator. And that magnetic equator flies over Tumba. And Tumba is situated where? On the sea coast. What else do you need? You have magnetic equator, enough science. You have a sea coast wherein you can send rockets. During that time, we were not having a capability of making rockets. We could have sat idle. See, that's why I'm showing you history, not for the merely showing history for the sake of showing history. Instead, what we have done, we have opened announcement of opportunity or expression of interest to have sounding rocket launches, some kind of rocket launches from the other countries, whoever had capabilities using our launch pad. And during 1960s, very important things happened. One very important thing happened was the vision and importance of having our own space program was told to our leaders who used to matter that time politically, geopolitically, and the early steps were taken that if we have such a program, then we will have so and so things. Not easy to convince bureaucrats. Okay? How was it done? Let us see. And let us see whether some of the experiences you can use to solve today's problems. And that's why we learn history. Very important step was taken in the year 1968 when the Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station was dedicated to the United Nations. Why? Very straightforward answer. To do great science. My friends, science is not everything in this world. I am a scientist, I am telling. You also have to think for your country the way these people thought, because when you open it to the world, people will come to the place with facilities. And when people come there with their facilities to track the system, having the ground station antenna, and by virtue of making it available to the United States, you are building your own capability. See, thinking beyond the box. And that happened. And 1975 to 1976. Okay, meanwhile, I must say, ISRO was born in 1969, 15th of August. 1975 to 1976, there have been international collaboration to demonstrate if we have a satellite of our own, what we could do. Remember, India was only a 30-year-old independent nation, and it was having its own problems. Instability, healthcare, governance, everything was there. And a very important thing was to educate people. And then a satellite was borrowed from US, which is called some satellite, and we gave it a name, Satellite Instructional Television Experiment Site, with which we demonstrated how we can have television in the country. And many of our parents, they tell, there have been occasions where people used to arrange programs. Somebody will play sitar here, and there will be a TV here, and through satellite, they are demonstrating how same thing is seen here. Today we may laugh, but that was the situation in those days. And also, this was some kind of societal applications. Come to scientific applications, there was again another US satellite which was used, which was called Advanced Technology Satellite ATS-6, to do certain experiments on Earth's ionosphere. See, friends, that's why I told India's space program started from two things, science and societal applications. And then, that's how we could convince our people, our leaders that, see, now we have done these things with American satellites. What would happen if we have our own satellites? See, slowly things happen. Things don't happen in one day. Now, I will recommend you a few books. See, you can take pictures, okay? Take pictures. There are two books you must read. You will have goosebumps. I will move. I will not have much time. A lot of things to tell. Time is less. Coming to 1960s to 80s, this was the time when, you have to remember, my friends, we had two types of capabilities in the country. One was balloon capability was always there, and then we had capabilities to launch rockets, which are called sounding rockets. Those rockets were not meant for launching satellites to be injected in the orbit. Instead, we had some rockets which will go and fall. But this was adding advantage because balloons go up to an altitude of 30 to 40 kilometers, whereas these rockets could go up to some hundreds of kilometers, 180 kilometers, 100 kilometers, so on and so forth. And then you are having access to the region which is ionosphere, where atmosphere is practically zero. And then, by virtue of all this, we started studying a few of more scientific domains. Number one, X-ray astronomy, also ionosphere, upper atmosphere, and also, to a certain extent, apart from cosmic rays, solar physics. See how things are growing. And friends, you have to remember, during that time, we were not having our own launch vehicles, satellite launch vehicles. But what happened? See, these people, when they were making instruments, sitting in shades, you know, like car sheds, no sophisticated lab. They were making scientific instruments for rockets, balloons. They were training themselves for making scientific instruments which could be placed in satellites. A different ball game altogether. But this was the training ground, and that's how our Aryabhatta satellite came into being, first Indian satellite in 1975, which were addressing the scientific domains of X-ray astronomy, aeronomy, and solar physics. Aeronomy is a new term to many of you, not astronomy. Aeronomy is the study of the upper atmosphere, okay? Okay, let's move ahead. Then, very quickly, let us see. During 1979 to 1973, we had a set of satellites. Confidence was built, and we have come up with a Rohini series of satellite and having certain camera kind of instruments. And we must also not let this development go out of focus, which I am going to mention to you, the development of our own launch vehicles. And this was the time when SLV-3 was getting developed, and SLV-3 was successfully launched, and all of you know the role of our beloved Kalam sir there. He was the mission director, and that's how we have launched Rohini series of satellites. Here, friends, you must see one thing. The Rohini satellites had cameras. All of us take pictures, selfies. See the last line. I have mentioned infrared camera. You will not have an infrared camera to take selfie, right? This is an example where India moved ahead with an experiment where they used out of the visible range to do something which they thought they cannot do within the visible region of the electromagnetic spectrum. And that's how a lot of the scientific experiments, remote sensing experiments began. And this infrared today is used in lot of Earth observation applications also. Today, when we speak about forest fire, when we speak about agriculture, when we speak about natural disasters, the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum plays an enormous role. And this is how very slowly, these capabilities were getting built. And then, after having sent Rohini, then people were thinking that very good, Rohini is successful, and launch vehicle program is also getting ready. More sophisticated launch vehicle. Why don't we send some astronomy instruments? So friends, there is a phenomena in space called gamma ray bursts. You never know where it will happen. It may happen here, it may happen there, anywhere. All of a sudden, some source of star or some astronomical source will have outburst which will emanate a lot of gamma rays. We call them GRB, or gamma ray bursts. So the Stretch Rohini series of satellites, ROS, they came up with experiments for gamma ray burst observation, and in the realm of launch vehicles, the satellite launch SLV-3 got improved to Augmented Satellite Launch Vehicle, ASLV. ASLV had got certain more capabilities like more lift-off mass. It could place heavier scientific instruments to the orbit. And it was also having advanced systems which could very accurately and reliably place the satellite to the orbit. In technical terms, we call it navigation guidance control system, wherein this ASLV had got such a kind of advanced navigation guidance control system which resembles how does an animal or human being determines where to go. If time permits, later on, I can speak much on those technologies, but this is not the time. I'm limited by the time allotted to me. Then after having done this, very good GRB experiments were successful, but people were telling that gamma ray bus you have studied very good. For studying the gamma ray bus, what you needed to have wide angle camera. Many of you may know that before this digital camera came, there were Kodak camera, Kodak KB10. This Kodak camera had a very good property of wide angle. It was very good for group photos. Okay? Now, this kind of an experiment to study the gamma ray burst needed something like that. I am not telling Kodak KB10. I am telling something which could see here as well as here at the same time, wide angle. But scientific community said, not enough. You need to have a capability to study definite sources of light. Not that if it happens here, I am happy. Something is happening here, I am capturing happy. No. You should have a capability of studying. No, I will look at that star. I will study what is happening there, its physics. What is needed for that? You need something called pointing accuracy. Very narrow angle thing, which will point there. How much narrow angle? I will tell you, plus or minus 1 degree in the order of that, or even finer. Can you imagine? So, this kind of a system needed something called inertial navigation system. Without even going to tell what is meant by inertial system, I can give you one example. The example is like this. If you move with a constant speed, you will not understand that you are moving, right? But when you are having an acceleration or deceleration, you feel a force. And that force makes you realize you are moving. If that force is not there, you don't know you are moving. The kind of system which can feel the force because of an acceleration is called an inertial system. And inertial systems are used by human bodies also, animals also, birds also, rockets also, satellites also. And for fine pointing, you needed inertial systems for satellites developed, and also inertial systems will require its own control system, its own power system, and you should have very large launch vehicles which will be capable enough to send those. ASLV was not enough. And that was the time we were developing the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV. Friends, PSLV got developed with the capability of launching around 1.5 to 1.6 tons of mass to an orbit called sun-synchronous orbit, which is at around 600 kilometers altitude from the Earth's surface. And after this success of having sent GRB, perfect alignment of the satellite, the experiment which was phoned was IXEE. It is called Indian X-ray Astronomy Experiment, which was on board a satellite called IRS-P3. IRS stands for Indian Remote Sensing Satellite, okay? Friends, you have to notice one thing. That's why I'm telling you why I'm telling history. This was an elegant X-ray experiment, X-ray astronomy experiment, but it was not a dedicated science mission. Previously, it was like this. It was an Earth observation mission, remote sensing mission, but you're having an instrument called payload, which could study this. Later on, we improved for that. We started having our dedicated science missions. And then, you also have to see what were happening in the world. In the world, at that time, already Hubble Space Telescope was in place. The Compton Gamma Ray Observatory was already commissioned. And getting ready were the Chandra X-ray mission from NASA and XMM Newton mission from NASA. As then our scientists started thinking, see, if we have to excel, take lesson, my dear friends. There's a lesson. Lesson is, it is not enough to do what others are doing or being a part of that. How you have to excel. They are planning this. They are already having observatories. What we should do? Do we go for high resolution, finer data, or we should go for high sensitivity, or something different? Indian scientists chose, let us have an astronomy mission which will see at different sources in the sky at different wavelengths. Friends, I see many of the school students here. Many of you might not have got exposure about electromagnetic waves. Many of you are seniors. My urge to you is to tell you that take this message. If you are looking at a system at a given wavelength, some part of the story is coming to you. If you are looking at the same source at a different wavelength, another story is coming in front of you. Like if your teacher asks you, how have you been? Some story will come out of your mouth. Your parent asking, how have you been? Some story will come out of your mouth. Your friend is asking, how have you been? You will tell something else. Similarly, different wavelengths are telling different stories about the same source. And when you have an astronomical observatory having instruments from different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, you can have lots of discoveries, and that's how the AstroSat came into being. Friends, I may not be able to tell so many things. You can take a picture, and also this QR code is very important. When you are at leisure, go to this QR code, and you will be able to see a lot of information which you may find very useful. Okay? Now, after having said this was all about astronomy. Then, coming to the solar system exploration. There have been a lot of outstanding questions on exploring the solar system. I will not read the list. The purpose is not so. Now, my friends, when you see in television, in newspaper that India has sent a mission to study the sun, or India has sent a mission to study the moon, what is the background work behind that? 3 questions are asked. How do we know that we have to study the moon and not Venus? And what to study and how to study? And that's how, my friends, there is a process of selecting or configuring a space mission. The procedure is like this. You start from a philosophical question, and when I say a philosophical question, it may not sound like a scientific question to you. It may seem, like a hymn or a philosophical text, but that philosophical text is subdivided into a set of semi-fundamental questions, like, as for example, how did the solar system form? What was the condition in the first 3 billion years of the solar system? So you're going to the specifics. And after having set these kinds of specific questions, at this juncture, you are identifying which is the body you are going to study. For some of the questions, you will choose Moon to study. For some of the questions, you will choose Mars to study. Like this, it happens. After having chosen this, let us assume that we have chosen to study the Moon. The next question is, what in the Moon you will study? Whether you will study the surface of the Moon, or below the surface you will study. Then it is called the identification of the domain. Which domain? After having identified this, you come to understand what are the techniques you want to study. What are the techniques you want to use? And there are many techniques to study, certain phenomena or certain physical features. You will choose out of them. And you will also come to some conclusion about the parameters which you want to study. And when you are coming to the parameters, then you have started dealing with the numbers. You started with a fundamental question, now you're in the numbers. You are speaking about the scientific instruments. And then at last you are talking about whether you are going to send this mission in a satellite or a lander or a rover. And that's how a space mission takes its shape. And to answer some of the questions, we have chosen the Moon because Moon poses an entirely different condition, because there is dearth of atmosphere, there is dearth of magnetic field, there is no magnetic field. And that's why there are lots of phenomena which happen on Moon which are uncommon on Earth. And that makes the Moon suitable for study of certain phenomena and to answer certain questions which you cannot study from the other celestial bodies. And that's how we had our series of the missions. An important point to be noted, the first two of the series of the Chandrayaan missions, they were studying from the orbit. They were studying the mineralogy and elemental abundance, subsurface, and also the very much dilute, tenuous atmosphere of the Moon, which we call the Moon's exosphere. And then the third mission, we are studying the ground truth sitting near the south pole of the Moon. And many of you might know, many of you might not know, that in the Chandrayaan-1 mission, we have sent the Moon Impact Probe at the south pole of the Moon, which have done enormously impactful science, including the first detection of the water vapor in the Moon's exosphere, the atmosphere. And friends, this is a very important information. I may not have time to tell in the details. You may take a picture of this. Like the way we say, pre-COVID and post-COVID, there has been a remarkable change in the way we function. People speak the same about Chandrayaan-1. Before Chandrayaan-1, there have been lots of notion about the Moon, which have been drastically changed in Chandrayaan-1 mission. A very few examples are the notion about whether Moon has water or whether Moon has still some energy remaining for showing some activity, or how does the solar wind interact with the moon. There are many. But whatever we knew, believe me, my friends, there have been an upside down understanding about the moon by virtue of Chandrayaan 1. And Chandrayaan 1 has inspired the instruments in Chandrayaan 2, and Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 1 together have inspired to understand what science we can do when we are sitting on the surface. Friends, you have to see this thing. You have sent something to rotate around the moon at 100 kilometers. Now you have something sitting there. They are not doing only independent science. They are doing something in the coordinated manner also. Later on, if I have some time, I can tell you what kind of coordination could happen between these two platforms. And as we have, oh, okay. I think I was mentioning about this light. This light is worth taking a picture, because in any forum, if you have to tell what India has contributed in moon, you should have your answers ready. Our mission, we did it. Very clumsy slide, not necessary to tell all these bullets. Take a picture, tell to the world what Chandrayaan 2 has done, taking lessons from Chandrayaan 1. And after having shown this, let me tell you that India is the country which has got the sharpest eye around the moon. So much sharp that if you have a foot scale like this on the surface of the moon, our satellite can see from 100 kilometers altitude, and that has got its own importance in terms of science and technology. I reserve this question. This could be a question that how does it improve technological capability, and how does it fit to good science also? Okay? Then we went to the moon. You have heard to the heart of the story. Not going to these details, I may skip. The landing site was chosen because of certain reasons. When you choose a landing site, there are certain technological criteria which you have to go through. You have to understand that you should not be shadowed by something. You should not land somewhere which is having lots of craters or boulders. You should land somewhere where you will have the capability to communicate with the Earth. At the same time, you should land somewhere which has got very big scientific value. In the southern polar region, my friend, where we have landed, it offers you unique opportunities to study the regions where sun shines at grazing angle. The conditions are all entirely different. The surface conditions are different, and hence the missions which have been flown so far, which have landed near the equatorial region, India's mission, which has landed at near the South Polar region, makes a remarkable difference scientifically. You should be able to be proud, not only because of the fact that we have landed on the moon. Why? Importance. This is the importance. I will not go through because this has been discussed in the previous presentation. This also has been discussed what all we have studied, but worth taking a picture. If somebody asks you what kind of studies India has done from Chandrayaan 3, my friends, these are the answers. Mission updates we have already gone through. You can take a picture. This tells you everything in one slide, what all have happened. This we have already heard from the lecture of the project director. These are the first cut of observations. And these all have been announced by ISRO as and when things were happening. And I was a member of the science working group of Chandrayaan 3. When Chandrayaan 3 was happening, that 12 to 14 days, every day our work was to ensure that certain payload observations were happening, what we should do, what we should complete given the conditions which were changing with time, and these were the outcomes which were readily made available through the ISRO's website for the consumption of the rest of the world. But my friends, when we speak about science, it always comes with scientific publications in international standard peer-reviewed journals, and that process takes its time. I'm very happy to say that maybe within a month or so, you people are going to get a good news. What good news, I will not tell today. When you get the good news, you will remember us. And you remember this. Mars Orbiter mission, very quickly, many of you don't know what all science have come. Many of you know Mars Orbiter mission is a very low-cost mission. Many of you know Mars Orbiter mission is the mission where India demonstrated its capability to be successful in its first attempt. If I have to speak about the challenges that we have faced in this mission, I can take the entire day. But, my friends, let me tell you, you tell your friends that India's mission, Mars Orbiter mission, has given very good insights about how the sun interacts with the Mars's atmosphere, which in turn gave very good insight about how did Mars, which had once upon a time an Earth-like atmosphere, lost the same and became today's Mars. The mission has also studied lots of dust phenomena, dust storm, dust devil, in very big scale. Same mission has also studied the ice caps in the polar regions of the moon, sorry, Mars. I can go on telling this mission has lasted for 8 years, despite having designed for 6 months. And these missions are the ones, my friend, India's contributions are the driving forces. When internationally new missions are being designed, they are looking at our results. Then, after having said this, we are having missions very quickly to tell about Aditya L1. Take a picture, go to this QR code. Friends, you will get some information which I could not give in this 1 hour. Students should know. Also for planning the career. Then, India's ExpoSat mission I have mentioned, something we did second in the world to study the polarization of the X-rays. Actually, I hate using scientific jargons. Don't have time to go to much details. If questions comes, I can answer. But something to be proud about indeed. In future, if you ask me very specific questions, whether India is having plans to send missions to here or there, not very exciting question. Let me share my excitement with you by telling India is having its big plan in solar system exploration, solar and astronomy missions, cosmology missions, and here I have mentioned under each vertical what are the broad verticals which are being studied. And that's how there is a program coming into. My friends, you will come to know about 2 terms. One term is called a program. Another term is called a project. Chandrayaan 3 is a project. Aditya L1 is a project. Your ExpoSat is a project. But solar system exploration is a program. Under a program, there are multiple projects. the lessons from each project fit the program. There are multiple programs which fit to some of the semi-fundamental problems. Many of the semi-fundamental problems, solutions to them fit to answering that fundamental question. That's how things are woven. Take a picture, I will tell you. There are 3 books, and all these 3 books are written by me. And these books can be understandable by the high school students, undergraduate students, postgraduate students, and these books are available at free of cost. You can download PDF files, very easily written, not very big books, around 70 to 100 pages each. All that you have to do, scan this QR code, you will land to a website. In that website, you go to the English non-fiction books. In that, you will find these 3 books, download, read, circulate. Many of the things I cannot tell in 1 hour. For this, these are the books. Scan. For career planning. This book we have updated less than 1 month ago. Has the updated information about what is happening in your country. And how can you contribute? Go to this website, my friends. India's space science mission data are available here. Teachers, tell your students. There are contact addresses mentioned. You can contact ISRO scientists. You can design small projects for the students. Make them know this India space science data are used by the global community. You make them use. It is free of cost. All that you need is a valid email ID. Read this. Are we wasting money? Spending crores. What for? Being a scientist, I am telling, our space science mission is not only science. It makes you earn respect. You are from a country which is capable of sending a mission to Mars, which is capable of sending a mission to the Sun at Lagrange point. You are a country that is capable of landing in moon. When you can do these kinds of achievements in the solar system and beyond, what can you not do on Earth? Strength, respect strength. In the international realms, my friends, we are not begging. Today's India, we are in a giving position. We speak of not contributing meaningfully. We speak of contributing resourcefully. People are coming to us. We are the parts of many missions. They ask, how did you do? Days have changed, and like anybody has to tell about their children, what are the assets? When the parents phase out of the picture in the course of time, who will run the show? And if people, you don't run the show, if you don't know what we have today, how will you run the show? If you people don't know what the path we have paved, what are the problems which we have gone through, how we have solved, how will you solve today's problem with today's wisdom? That's all. And we need you. Come.
panel discussion, meet the scientist. Students, we will be having a panel discussion named Meet the Scientist afterwards. So if you have any questions, you can ask it later, okay? I request sir to present the moment to Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Das, for this comprehensive overview of India's space journey. Your insights about the challenge, achievements, and future directions of our space program have been truly enlightening. As we delve deeper into the world of science, we are thrilled to invite Kumkum Chaudhary and Divyanshu Zarbade from Team Axis.
I would like to start with a quote. Space may seem distant, but is an integral part of our daily life. It drives our modern communication and connects even the remotest family to the ordinary. India's space program is a perfect example of our vision of scale, speed, and skill. This was stated by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, that aligns well with our agenda of celebrating the upcoming Space Day with ISRO. A very warm welcome to everyone present here. I am Kumkum Chaudhary, a third-year student from VNIT Nagpur and core coordinator of Access 25. Now, I am here to introduce you all to Access, Central India's largest tech fest, and now being placed among that list of top technical fests across India, we have a lot to offer. In a gist, Access is a 3-day event that consists of over 35 plus events, completed with a plethora of guest lectures, workshops, and exhibitions. Starting out in 2001, the fest has a legacy that hosted eminent personalities such as Honorable Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Sunita L. Williams, Professor H.C. Verma, Nitin Gadkari, Abhi and New, and among 70 others. Access is a student-run fest that works for the student community in the best way possible. That is, through foundations of teamwork and innovation. The events of Fest are subdivided mainly into 6 categories that span out into a multitude of intense competitions. These categories are automation and robotics, software and electronics, management and analytics, construction and design, igniting minds, and school events. We host several colleges with over 35,000 participants. The variety of the events lies in the idea of technical, design, creation, management, and advancement, providing a wonderfully educative and amusing atmosphere to learn and compete with the best across the nation. We lay out this fest to take our theoretical information from class into the practical application of the real world. In the category of school events, we have a program called Junior Scientist that has a successful history among the students of Nagpur. The Junior Scientist event is designed for the students from 5th to 12th standard with a purpose to inspire and uplift young minds in the field of science and technology and to provide them with a platform to showcase their ideas and brilliance. I'm sure many of you here must have heard of Junior event and Junior Scientist and must be very excited to take part in it. Throughout the year, we organize various social initiatives that ranges from blood donation and World Environment Day to Our Vote, Our Choice and Colors of Nagpur. Apart from the competitions, we also host informative workshops related to the upcoming technological advancements. For example, last year's list of workshops included blockchain, ethical hacking, robotic arm, machine learning, and AI. Along with these technical aspects, we also bring in major attractions such as road shows, auto expos, and end each year's fest by bringing out well-known artists such as the Lost Fireflies, Shuhani Sa, DJ Shan, among many more. That was all about Access. Last but not the least, a very big thank you to ISRO for giving us this opportunity to execute this wonderful event, and to Team Access and Vigyan Bharti for bringing it to reality. And to the students present here, a very big round of applause for your commitments and efforts. Your participation is what truly make this event a grand success. So thank you, everyone. I hope you all liked our campus and had a good experience here. I would like to conclude my speech by wishing everyone the very best of the results. Let us continue to learn and grow together. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, to the professors, teachers, and all my dear students. Guys, can we start with Bharat Mata Ki? Louder, guys. Bharat Mata Ki. Great, guys, great. I hope all of you would be aware of junior scientist. किस को पता है junior scientist क्या होता है? See, we cover more than 150 schools. I would expect more hands from you. Guys, raise your hand a little bit upper. Yes. So, Junior Scientist is a flagship event for Axis 25. Every year, Junior Scientist is conducted in the beginning of an academic term. We cover more than 150 schools. What we try to do is, like two of our guests have already told to you, that application is the most important part in your life. Bookish knowledge आपको कोई भी दे देगा, आप कुछ किसी भी किताब से पढ़ लोगे, आपको सब चीजें मिल जाएगी. But the most important part lies कि आप इसको अप्लाई कैसे करते हो. So junior scientist में हम कुछ ऐसा ही करने की कोशिश करते हैं. हम लोग schools में जाते हैं, बच्चों को अपने event के बारे में बताते हैं, and then we ask the students to participate in this particular event. So junior scientist, कोई guess करना चाहेगा कि junior scientist की शुरुआत किसने करी थी? Like anyone? Okay. So junior scientist was basically started by none other than the missile man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was the man behind this mission. He was the man behind this event. This event is not only an event, it is kind of a legacy that Dr. APJ Kalam has given to us, and we are here continuing it forward. Junior scientist basically consists of 6 different sub-events. Can you change the slide? Okay, continuing forward, junior scientist consists of 6 different sub-events. Pehla event hai MUN, the Model United Nations. Guys, Model United Nation is basically designed to test your diplomacy. MUN is basically designed to develop diplomatic skills within you. Like, how many of you have heard about Dr. Jaishankar? What post Dr. Jaishankar is currently holding in our parliament? Can anyone answer this? Exactly, Foreign Affairs of India. This is one of the major ministries that is present within the parliament. What we guys do is, we guys try to give you a replica of something like that. How many of you know the MUN assembly that is being conducted on a United National level, the international level? What we do is, हम लोग आपको यहाँ पे एक replica देते हैं, where we allot you 6 different countries. उसके basis पे आपको एक countries allot की जाती है, and you have to be the delegate for that country and discuss the problem for that particular country and just move forward. This is how MUN at Junior Scientist works. Coming to the next event, Mathamiz. Maths किस को पसंद है? Can I get the hand raises? Wow. Maths बहुत लोगों को पसंद है, it seems. तो जो हमारा दूसरा event है, वो है Mathamiz. Mathamiz is basically an event designed for mathematics geeks. तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं? हम लोग different papers में जाते हैं. आपके level पे एक question paper तैयार करने की कोशिश करते हैं mathematics का. But उसमें एक twist रहता है, और वो twist ऐसा रहता है कि वो marking scheme थोड़ी बहुत trickier रहती है. Marking scheme like not +4, -1, which we regularly get in our exam papers. Rather than marking scheme को हम थोड़ा बहुत twist करने की कोशिश करते हैं. Twist करने का main motive यही रहता है कि आपको time boundedness, कितने time कितने question को देना है, ये सब चीज़ें आपको एक young age से ही पता चले. तो marking scheme is basically designed for that particular thing only. Coming to the third event, that is Modelathon. Science exhibition में कितने लोगों ने participate किया है यहाँ पर? Almost सभी के स्कूल में science exhibition होते होंगे. Each and every one of you participate in science exhibition every year. Junior scientist provides you a big opportunity to present your models on a stage like VNIT. What VNIT Junior Scientist does is, it basically gives you a platform to present your ideas, to develop to present your skills and creativity, और जो भी आपने science में सीखा होगा, basically you get to apply it over here. Coming to our fourth event, Exquisite. KBC कितने लोगों ने देखा है यहाँ पे? खेलना चाहोगे KBC? तो आओ फिर junior scientist में. The next event is Exquisite. Exquisite is basically like KBC, which you watch on television shows. अच्छा, जब मैं KBC देखता था, तब there were many questions कि यार इसका आंसर तो मेरे को पता है, मैं इसकी जगह रहता तो ये आंसर दे देता. ऐसा किस किस के साथ होता है? तो अब ये आपको वो फोमो नहीं होगा. हम लोग आपको एक प्लेटफॉर्म देंगे, प्रॉपर हॉट सीट एंड एवरीथिंग, ईच एंड एवरीथिंग फॉर स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स, वेयर यू विल गेट अ चांस टू प्ले KBC विद इन द रियल लाइफ. और यही एक्सक्विजिट होता है. नाउ कमिंग टू द मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग इवेंट, दैट इज कैटापुल्टिकॉन. गाइस, बाहुबली कितने लोगों ने देखा है? सबको पसंद आई थी ना बाहुबली? तो बाहुबली में याद है वो लॉन्चर रहता है, ऐसे दूर से फेंकते हैं वो. तो something like that only you have to make, but on a smaller scale. So what we actually try to develop a skill within you is कि आपको पहले से ही वो range, projectile motion, velocity, एक छोटी एज से वो concept अगर develop हो गए तो जब आप एक बड़े level पे जाओगे, वो basic concepts ही आपकी बहुत ज़्यादा help करते हैं वहाँ पर. तो this is what about Catapulticon. Now coming to the last and the most important event, which is Junior Scientist Olympiad. अच्छा, जीके और साइंस किसते लोगों को पसंद है, मेरे को ये बताओ. साइंस या जीके? अरे जीके क्यों नहीं यार? अच्छा, there are lot many students for science and lots of students for GK also. So the next event, which is Junior Scientist Olympiad, it is basically an science based event. जैसा कि हमारे प्रोफेसर्स, हमारे टीचर्स हमको बताते रहते हैं कि आपको सिर्फ बुकिश नॉलेज होना इम्पॉर्टेंट नहीं है. बुक पढ़ के कोई भी कितना भी कुछ आगे चले जाए, बट समझना इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग. तो जूनियर साइंटिस्ट में जो क्वेश्चंस होते हैं, दैट आर बेस्ड ऑन योर एनसीईआरटी टेक्स्ट बुक ओनली, बट हम लोग उसको एक लेवल ऊपर लेके जाते हैं कि जैसे आपने कुछ पढ़ा, बट वो पढ़ा वाली चीज़ डायरेक्टली एग्जामिनेशन में नहीं आती है, उसको एक एप्लीकेटिव लेवल पर हम लोग लेके जाते हैं, और वो एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस इज व्हाट वी आस्क टू यू. सो दिस वाज आवर 6th इवेंट, विच इज JSO. तो गाइज, ये सब 6 इवेंट मैंने आपको समझाया यहाँ पे. अभी मेरे को बताओ कि कितने लोग इस साल जूनियर साइंटिस्ट में आने वाले हैं. लाइक सी गाइज, व्हाट यू गाइज आर डूइंग. आओ यार VNIT में, यू गेट टू एक्सपीरियंस अ कैंपस लाइक VNIT. नागपुर में कोई भी कैंपस इतना बड़ा नहीं है, इतना लश ग्रीन नहीं है जितना VNIT में है. मोर ओवर, यू गेट प्राइजेस फ्रॉम वेरी डिग्निफाइड गेस्ट. So this is all what we kind of try to do within Junior Scientist. I urge you to please participate in Junior Scientist. That is going to happen on 13th and 20th of October. Guys, remember the dates. We'll be coming in your school. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the information about Junior Scientists. Now we will be having a lunch break. I request all the students to be seated for a while. The thalis will be provided on your seats. We have also a video about Junior Scientist. Can you please play the video? I request all the volunteers, Axis volunteers, to distribute the thalis to the students and teachers. This is the catapult sir was talking about. पसंद आया देख के? मैक्सिमम पार्टिसिपेशन आएगा? So I request all the volunteers, Access volunteers, कि सबको थाली प्रोवाइड कर दीजिए. Students, please be seated on your place. We will begin the third technical session at around 3 p.m. Thank you. गाइस, खाना होने के बाद अपने जो प्लेट्स है अपने पास ही रखना, नीचे थोड़ी देर हमारे वॉलंटियर्स आएंगे, ट्रैश बैग लेके कलेक्ट कर लेंगे, ओके?
कितना पाहिजे कितना जाईल
कोई है जिसको खाना नहीं मिला? सबको मिल गया? अगर कोई बचा होगा तो अपना हैंड रेस कर देना, वॉलंटियर्स आ जाएंगे देने। एंड हैंड वॉश के लिए यहाँ से नीचे से रास्ता है, यहाँ से चले जाना।
गाइस, कोई भी जो तुम्हारे प्लेट से कोई किधर भी नहीं फेंकेगा। हमने डस्टबिन का अरेंजमेंट किया है, तो वहाँ पे ही सबको प्लेट्स रखने हैं, ठीक है? बॉक्सेस रखे हैं, सबको दिख रहे होंगे, वहाँ पे ही अपने प्लेट्स डालने हैं।
गाइस ऊपर ट्रैश बॉक्सेस रखे हैं, सब अपने नियरेस्ट ट्रैश बॉक्स में कचरा डाल दीजिए। और वॉशरूम्स ऊपर वाले नीचे जाके है, और यहाँ पे राइट और लेफ्ट दोनों साइड वॉशरूम्स है हैंड वॉश के लिए।
Everyone, it's a request to put your empty boxes in the trash box. अगर ट्रैश बॉक्स फुल हो जाता है तो हमारे वॉलंटियर्स आएंगे ब्लैक बैग लेके, आप उसमें डाल दीजिएगा। थैंक यू।
Guys, excuse me. Do not wander off without a volunteer. कोई भी बिना वॉलंटियर्स के बाहर मत जाओ.
गाइस जिनका भी खाना हो गया है, जो बाहर टहल रहे हैं, घूम रहे हैं, प्लीज कम बैक टू द ऑडिटोरियम. We'll be starting within few minutes.
Do not create PowerPoint presentations before watching this. If
Jai Hind sabhi ko. I'm Janvi from VNIT Nagpur, one of the top NITs of India, and I represent Team Axis, which is Central India's largest tech fest. And we are thrilled to introduce you to our school student event named Junior Scientist, which consists of 6 other exciting events, starting with MUN, Modelathon, Catapulticon, Exquisite, Mathemaze, and finally our debut event, which is JSO. Our event was inaugurated by none other than the missile man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. हमारे इवेंट में 6 different competitions होंगे, diverse competitions, which we will be explaining you one by one now.
Hello young scientists, now let's move to the first and foremost and undoubtedly the very special event of JS, which is MUN, Model United Nations. This event basically comprises of conferences and committees taking place in the same fashion as United Nations debates and discussions. आपने World Health Organization, World Trade Organization and UN Security Council के बारे में सुना होगा, जिनकी committees में हर एक country के representative common. So imagine how awesome it will be when you get to attend the conferences in the same way people do in United Nations. So this event basically consists of 3 rounds. First one will be the questionnaire. In subjective questions, you have to attempt them. Second one is the selection round, where it will come 2 rounds. First one is GD, which is group discussion, and second one is the personal interview. And with the final round, where you will be representative of a country by being a delegate of their government. At last but not the least, आपको इन सारे events के through सबसे ज़्यादा knowledge मिलेगी, diplomacy आप learn करोगे और आपको बहुत ज़्यादा experience.
The next event is to unravel your mathematical as well as logical skills. That is Mathemaze. Mathemaze is different from the other mathematics exams you give outside. Here, we will be putting you into an applicative test through our marking schemes. Our marking schemes would be quite trickier to understand, but it will, once you understand it, the game is so dead easy. Questions will be in 3 types. First is pen paper round, where you will be put into an integer test. So the second round is designed to test your time boundedness and a decision making skill, where you will be put into a time bounded test, where you have to solve the questions in a stipulated amount of time. The third and the last round would be a surprise round, which will be disclosed itself on the spot. Now, Junior Scientist welcomes you to the most anticipated quiz, GK quiz in the city of Nagpur. That is Exquisite. Exquisite is designed to test your accuracy, precision in the field of your general knowledge. Exquisite will be conducted in 3 different rounds. Elimination round 1, elimination round 2, and the most exciting buzzer round. That will test your good decision making skills as well as your accuracy and the precision.
तो साइंस तो सबको पसंद है, लेकिन सिर्फ थ्योरी पढ़ के सब बोर हो जाते हैं. सो लेट्स पुट योर साइंटिफिक नॉलेज इनटू प्रैक्टिकलिटी विद अ पिंच ऑफ क्रिएटिविटी एंड इनोवेशंस. हियर कम्स आवर नेक्स्ट इवेंट, मॉडलाथॉन. आपके स्कूल्स में साइंस एग्जीबिशंस होते हैं, जिसमें आप डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ मॉडल्स बनाते हैं, वेदर दे आर वर्किंग और नॉन वर्किंग. सिमिलरली मॉडलाथॉन में आपको वैसे ही मॉडल्स बनाने हैं. हम आपको कुछ थीम्स देंगे, आपको उस थीम के बेसिस पर ही मॉडल्स बनाने हैं, or we will be judging you on the basis of your creativity, innovations, ideas and purpose of your model. So build your model with a group of 1, 2 or 3 and you are good to go for Modelathon.
So the next event is the most creative event of JS, that is Catapulticon. Get ready to enter into the world of creativity. बाहुबली तो सबने ही देखा है, वो जो वॉर के टाइम पे लॉन्चर यूज किया था ना, बस वैसा ही, but on a smaller scale, you have to make a catapult. The dimensions are given in the forms. We have 3 rounds for this. The first round in which we will check the range, कि आप कितना दूर project कर पाते हो. The second round in which we will check the how many number of objects can you project in the given interval of time. Third round in which we will check कि आप target hit कर पाते हो क्या. Don't confuse yourself with Gulel. Catapults are different. This Modelathon and Catapulticon are group events. आप individually participate कर सकते हो, or else maximum 3 members in a team. So here comes the last and the debut event of this year. That is Junior Scientist Olympiad or JSO. Olympiads तो सभी देते हैं, but JSO is not like other Olympiads. इसमें कोई रट्टा, cramming ये सब नहीं है. आप school level science apply करो, बस bag the prize. We have 2 rounds for it. The first round will be elimination round, which is a pen and paper round, and the second round is a surprise round.
So these were the 6 different events, and you stand a chance to represent your school from among 150 different schools in Nagpur and win and bag many exciting prizes. You are just a step away from entering the technical extravaganza, where you are going to witness the high-tech Siemens lab, which houses many sophisticated robo-autonomous instruments. And last but not the least, we also include a famous guest lecture by very renowned industry professional. Guess who? So, what are you waiting for? Click on the links below and register now. And yes, VNIT awaits you.
Hello. हेलो गाइस, जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मैं टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट की वजह से जूनियर साइंटिस्ट के लिए आपको नहीं दे पाया था, वो इन पूरी की पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन इस वीडियो में है। तो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि ये वीडियो ध्यान से देखिएगा, क्योंकि ये आप ही के लिए बेनिफिशियल है। थैंक यू।
सभी को, I'm Janvi from VNIT Nagpur, one of the top NITs of India, and I represent Team App introduce you to our school student event named Junior Scientist, which consists of 6 other exciting events, starting with MUN, Modelathon, Catapulticon, Exquisite, Mathemaze, and finally our debut event, which is JSO. Our event was inaugurated by none other than the Missile Man of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. हमारे इवेंट में 6 डिफरेंट कॉम्पिटिशन्स होंगे, डाइवर्स कॉम्पिटिशन्स, which we will be explaining you one by one now.
Hello young scientists, now let's move to the first and foremost and undoubtedly the very special event of JS, which is MUN, Model United Nations. This event basically comprises of conferences and committees taking place in the same fashion as United Nations debates and discussions. आपने World Health Organization, World Trade Organization and UN Security Council के बारे में सुना होगा, जिनकी committees में हर एक country के representative common. So imagine how awesome it will be when you get to attend the conferences in the same way people do in United Nations. So this event basically consists of 3 rounds. First one will be the questionnaire. In subjective questions, you have to attempt them. Second one is the selection round, where it will sub 2 rounds. First one is GD, which is group discussion, and second one is the personal interview. And with the final round, where you will be representative of a country by being a delegate of their government. At last but not the least, आपको इन सारे events के थ्रू सबसे ज़्यादा knowledge मिलेगी, diplomacy आप learn करोगे और आपको बहुत ज़्यादा experience.
The next event is to unravel your mathematical as well as logical skills. That is Mathemaze. Mathemaze is different from the other mathematics exams you give outside. Here, we will be putting you into an applicative test through our marking schemes. Our marking schemes would be quite trickier to understand, but it will, once you understand it, the game is so dead easy. Questions will be in 3 types. First is pen paper round, where you will be put into an integer test. So the second round is designed to test your time boundedness and a decision making skill, where you will be put into an
winners who have their presentations aligned, please contact Harsh Vyas in that room.
The third and the last round would be a surprise round, which will be disclosed itself on the spot. Now, Junior Scientist welcomes you to the most anticipated quiz, GK quiz in the city of Nagpur. That is Exquisite. Exquisite is designed to test your accuracy, precision in the field of your general knowledge. Exquisite will be conducted in 3 different rounds. Elimination round 1, elimination round 2, and the most exciting buzzer round. That will test your good decision making skills as well as your accuracy and the precision. तो साइंस तो सबको पसंद है, लेकिन सिर्फ थ्योरी पढ़ के सब बोर हो जाते हैं. So let's put your scientific knowledge into practicality, creativity and innovations.
Presentation. Winners who have their presentations, kindly contact Harsh Vyas sir in that room. तुम्ही पाठवत आहे का? क्विज आहे, याचं नाही आहे ते हॅकेथॉन. और एक बार. Winners who have their presentations aligned, kindly contact Harsh Vyas sir. Please raise your hands. जो जिसको नहीं लिखा है वो कौन सा था? हैकेथॉन AI Geo Spatial Challenge और एक हैकेथॉन है. और एक क्विज भी आहे. 3 आहे ना, मग हे 2 एकच असेल. ओके. चॅलेंज ठीक आहे. तर ते जे आहे ते AI हॅकॅथॉनचं आहे. तुझी स्क्रिप्ट कुठे? मी हरवली माझी. माहिती नाही. नाही नाही ते तुझी. हे हो माझी आहे. मी तुझी हरवली. काही होतं नाही ना लिहिलं नंतरचं तसे.
No introduction is required.
No sir, we will start. We are yet to start.
No issue. I think people are waiting.
Sir, I will give an intro, brief intro.
I can myself give the intro.
Thank you.
So welcome back. This light can be put off now. It's falling on the. Yeah, it's falling on the. So welcome back after the lunch. So all are requested to pay attention here. So I think you are all still flying in the space. Moon, Mars, Sun. Don't go very near to Sun. It's not, you should not go very near to the Sun. Okay. So anyway, I am now bringing you back to Earth. So you should all know back to Earth. So we are now going to take a lecture on how the space technology is useful for the terrestrial development, for the national development, for the societal development. तो आप लोग क्या हिंदी में लेक्चर चाहते हैं या इंग्लिश में? हिंदी में? ओके. मैं कोशिश करूंगा, मेरा हिंदी उतना अच्छा नहीं है, फिर भी थोड़ा थोड़ा कोशिश करूंगा हिंदी में बोलने के लिए और थोड़ा अंग्रेजी में भी बोलूंगा. तो आप लोग जो सुबह का लेक्चर सुनने के बाद बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग लेक्चर थे. अपना जो चंद्रयान सक्सेस स्टोरी और फिर एंटायर स्पेस प्रोग्राम ऑफ इसरो क्या हुआ, कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ और कहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं हम आगे, ये सारा बहुत अच्छी तरह से आपको समझाया गया. प्लीज़ साइलेंस, साइलेंस प्लीज़, साइलेंस. सो भी मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे इस पे लेके जाऊंगा कि हाउ द स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी, जो बेसिकली अभी लास्ट ऑलमोस्ट 60 बरस से, मोर देन 60 ईयर्स, 6 दशक से ज़्यादा से हम लोग स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी कंट्री में कर रहे हैं. तो इसका बेनिफिट कंट्री को क्या हुआ, हम इसको कैसे इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं अपने डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द सोसाइटी के लिए या कंट्रीज डेवलपमेंट के लिए, ये हम अभी अगले आधा घंटा पौन घंटा में आपको समझाएंगे. ठीक है. तो मैं शुरुआत यहाँ से करता हूँ. ये बहुत ही जाना माना चित्र है, आप पहले वाले लेक्चर में भी देखे होंगे. ये मैं इसलिए यहाँ पे दिखा रहा हूँ आपको. आप एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट स्टेटमेंट वहाँ पे नीचे देख रहे हैं जो आपको प्रीवियस लेक्चर में भी बताया गया. हम लोग क्यों स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी शुरू किया कंट्री में? स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी इसलिए शुरू किया बेसिकली to support the real problems of the society, to benefit the society. This was the main aim with which we started the space technology, or our father of Indian space program, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai ji का ये vision था. So I think now also today, after 6 decades also, we are still following that vision, and our space program is being steered towards that vision. तो ये 5-6 दशक में हमने काफ़ी उन्नति की है स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में, और लॉट ऑफ डेवलपमेंट हैज आल्सो हैपेंड इन द कंट्री बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. शायद आप लोगों को पता नहीं होगा, आप लोग सोचते होंगे हमको क्या लेना है स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से, बट आई विल टेल यू, ईच वन ऑफ यू आर टच्ड बाय द स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी विदाउट योर नॉलेज. आप सभी को इवन पता भी नहीं रहेगा कि आपको स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी यूज हो रहा है, बट एवरी डे टू डे लाइफ में आप लोग स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से कहीं ना कहीं जुड़े हुए हैं. एक सिंपल उदाहरण मैं ये देता हूँ. आप सभी लोगों के जेब में अभी मोबाइल होगा. देखिए यहाँ तो दिखा भी रहे हैं. तो ये कैसे चल रहा है? इसका कम्युनिकेशन नेटवर्क कहाँ से आ रहा है?
स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से। ठीक है, ये तो बहुत सिंपल उदाहरण मैंने दे दिया है, सभी लोग जानते हैं, बट सभी लोग जानते हुए भी अनजान रहते हैं कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी उनके जीवन में हर दिन उपयोग हो रहा है। ठीक है, तो ऐसे बहुत सारे मैं कुछ केस स्टडीज यहाँ पे बताऊंगा क्योंकि समय कम है, 1 घंटे के अंदर मुझे ये पूरा समाप्त करना है। तो कुछ कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स के साथ मैं बताऊंगा कि किस तरह से स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी अपने जीवन में अपने देश के लिए हम लोग उपयोग कर रहे हैं। ये तो एक रिकैप है जो से मैंने बताया, अपना ये विजन के साथ हमने स्टार्ट किया। अभी आप लोगों में से कितना लोगों ने यूनाइटेड नेशंस के बारे में सुना? आप सभी लोगों ने सुना, ठीक है। अभी एक यूनाइटेड नेशंस एक ऐसा बॉडी, इंटरनेशनल बॉडी है जो पूरा वर्ल्ड को अपना गाइडलाइंस देता है। तो उसमें एक इम्पॉर्टेंट एक चीज़ है, आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग सुने होंगे, ना भी सुने होंगे, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंटल गोल्स 2030। ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट डायरेक्टिव यूनाइटेड नेशंस पूरे दुनिया को, पूरे वर्ल्ड को दिया है। इसका मेन मकसद ये है कि पीपल लिविंग इन द वर्ल्ड शुड बी लिविंग कंफर्टेबल, हेल्दी, पॉवर्टी फ्री। ऐसे 17 गोल है इसके। ये अगर 17 गोल हम अचीव कर पाएंगे तो हर व्यक्ति इस भूमंडल पे जो है बहुत ही सुखी जीवन बिता पाएगा। इसका मेन I should say this is the summary of that 17 goals what are to be achieved by 2030। और इसमें स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत ही अहम रोल रखता है। तो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से मैं क्या व्हाट आई मीन बेसिकली, इसमें 3 इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्टिकल्स है स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में। एक तो है अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन, दैट मीन्स सैटेलाइट्स के थ्रू हम अर्थ अपने भूमंडल को ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं, पिक्चर ले रहे हैं, उसका इमेजेस ले रहे हैं। ये किस तरह से उपयोग होगा मैं आगे के स्लाइड में बताऊंगा। और दूसरा जो है वो है सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन। सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन, अभी एक विद्यार्थी ने यहाँ पे अपना मोबाइल उठा के दिखाया, दैट इज़ अ गुड एग्जाम्पल। अपने मोबाइल का सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन कहाँ से आ रहा है। नॉट ओनली दैट, सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन के और भी काफ़ी उपयोग है, वो भी मैं आपको बताऊंगा। थर्ड वन क्या है, सैटेलाइट नेविगेशन। आप सभी के मोबाइल में एक जीपीएस नाम का एक है, आपको पता है वो जीपीएस कैसे चलता है? सैटेलाइट, कौन से सैटेलाइट से चलता है? फिलहाल अपने जो मोस्ट ऑफ द मोबाइल्स अपने कंट्री में जो है या इंटरनेशनली अवेलेबल है, उसमें जो जीपीएस चल रहा है उसके 2-3 कॉन्स्टलेशन है। एक यूएस का है, एक यूरोप का है, एक रशिया का है। बट अपने देश का खुद का जीपीएस होना चाहिए, होना ही नहीं चाहिए? यस, रिक्वायर्ड। जोर से बोलिए, यस। क्यों चाहिए? क्योंकि देखिए जीपीएस ऐसा चीज़ है जो स्ट्रेटेजिक समय में काम आता है। कभी वार हो गया, कहीं लड़ाई चल रही है, बाकी कंट्री क्या करेंगे, अपना जीपीएस बंद कर देंगे, तभी हम अपना लोकेशन को कैसे फाइंड आउट करेंगे? तो अपना एक नेविगेशन सिस्टम होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। इसलिए इसरो ने अपना खुद का एक रीजनल नेविगेशनल सिस्टम बनाया। सो दैट इज़ द सैटेलाइट नेविगेशन। ठीक है, तो ये 3 इंपॉर्टेंट, अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन मतलब रिमोट सेंसिंग, सीइंग द सैटेलाइट, सीइंग द अर्थ फ्रॉम द सैटेलाइट्स, नेविगेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन। ये 3 टेक्नोलॉजी है जो अपने को बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है और अपने डेवलपमेंट में यूज़ हो रहे हैं। और ये स्लाइड में एक 3-4 ये मैंने यहाँ पे जो दिखाया है, शायद ये नहीं होगा, तो मैं काफ़ी जगह जब लेक्चर लेने जाता हूँ, एक कॉमन मैन के लिए क्या चाहिए जीने के लिए, एक कॉमन मैन, एक सिटीजन के लिए सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ क्या है जीने के लिए? मोबाइल फ़ोन। मोबाइल फ़ोन के बिना भी लोग जी सकते हैं। यस, बहुत सही बोला, बहुत सही बोला आप लोगों ने। अगर सिंपल इसमें बोलना है, आपने एक मूवी आई थी हिंदी में, आपने सुना होगा, रोटी कपड़ा मकान। रोटी कपड़ा मकान, अगर ये 3 चीज़ एक आदमी के पास है, एक कंफर्टेबल लाइफ जीने के लिए उसको सफिशिएंट है। बाकी के सारा एन्जॉयमेंट्स और वो सारा बाकी अलग चीज़ है, बट मेन इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये एक व्यक्ति के लिए रोटी कपड़ा मकान, ये सफिशिएंट होना चाहिए। ठीक है। और आप लोग तो जानते हैं कि जिस तरह से अपना पॉपुलेशन बढ़ते जा रहा है, क्या अपना लैंड मास बढ़ रहा है? नहीं बढ़ता है ना, अपना देश जितना का वैसा ही है। तो आपको ये जो रोटी जो बोला ना, वो कहाँ से आ रही है? नहीं, अपने जो किसान है वो खेती बाड़ी कर रहे हैं, उससे आपको रोटी आ रही है। अपने जो मछुआरे जो मछली पकड़ रहे हैं, उससे आपको फूड मिल रहा है। तो इन सब में ये स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट रोल है। तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट मैंने जो यहाँ पे दिखाया है आपको, आप वहाँ से मत बदलिए प्लीज़। हाँ, मैं यहाँ से बदल रहा हूँ स्लाइड प्लीज़। तो फूड, वाटर, शेल्टर, एनर्जी एंड हेल्थ। फूड, वाटर, शेल्टर तो मैंने बता दिया, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान। बाकी दो जो है जो हमारी ज़िंदगी के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, एक तो मकान तो हो गया, एनर्जी, ये पूरा कैसे चल रहा है, ये पूरा हाउ इट इज़ ऑल वर्किंग, हाउ यू आर एबल टू अटेंड दिस प्रोग्राम टुडे, दैट्स ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ एनर्जी। ठीक है, वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ एनर्जी हो गया, इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी, हाइड्रो पावर, न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी, एंड आजकल वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, राइट? सो ऑल दीज inputs could be provided or being provided nowadays with the satellite technology. तो ये challenges मैंने यहाँ जो बताया है, we are population is going to grow by billions and billions and 1.6 billion population in next 25 years. इन सब के लिए we have to become sustainable. Sustainable developmental goal की जो मैं बात कर रहा था, sustainable not for us but our even future generations. बस ऐसा मैं ये नहीं सोचता कि बस आज मेरे लिए रोटी कपड़ा मकान मिल गया सफिशिएंट है, नहीं, हमारे बच्चे, हमारे फ्यूचर जनरेशन सबके लिए होना चाहिए. सो वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट द फ्यूचर. लाइक इन द प्रीवियस लेक्चर ही वाज टेलिंग अबाउट 2047 और बियॉन्ड, वी हैव टू थिंक बियॉन्ड. तो these are all the challenges what we are going to have in the next 25 years. Climate change is another important problem we are facing, right? So this climate change is going to drastically affect अपना जो रोटी कपड़ा मकान जो बोला, ये सबको अफेक्ट करेगा, क्योंकि क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण हमारे जो किसान भाई है उनका जो खेती हो रहा है उसको अफेक्ट करेगा. अपना जो वाटर रिसोर्सेस है, पानी कहाँ से आता है? पानी कहाँ से आता है? पानी तो ऊपर से बारिश, करेक्ट. तो अगर क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रही है तो your rainfall is getting affected, your monsoon. So all this is getting affected. So ultimately your water resources, your surface water, everything is going to get affected. Your groundwater is going to get affected. So all these we need to study from now itself and try to conserve them, try to make them sustainable. And that's where the satellite technology is going to help us much. और ये पूरा जो इंडियन स्पेस सागा की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, इन्होंने बताया था आर्यभट्टा, कभी 1975 में हमने शुरू किया था एक्सपेरिमेंटल सैटेलाइट. ठीक है, उसके बाद ये जो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी है, इट इज़ ग्रोइंग एंड ग्रोइंग. एंड इन 1988 in the 1980s we reached a stage where we had the operational satellites to observe the earth. तो ये जो IRS सीरीज़ की आप जो देख रहे हैं, इंडियन रिमोट सेंसिंग सैटेलाइट सीरीज़ started during 1980s and it is continuing. and कुछ समय के बाद हमको ये ज़रूरी महसूस हुआ कि हर नेचुरल रिसोर्स को मॉनिटर करने के लिए एक सैटेलाइट होना चाहिए, राइट? एंड हमारा सबसे बड़ा नेचुरल रिसोर्स तो लैंड है, और लैंड के लिए हमने रिसोर्स सेट सीरीज स्टार्ट किया, और कार्टोसैट सीरीज मेनली फॉर मैपिंग द हाई रेजोल्यूशन. एंड देन ओशन सेट, because we have a very big ocean, almost 7,500 kilometers of coastline and a large ocean within our territorial waters, right? So in सभी को मैप करने के लिए we have launched different set of satellites, और हर सैटेलाइट का क्षमता अलग अलग है. और इसमें सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ आपको क्या पता है सैटेलाइट का, जो हम नहीं कर सकते? क्या कर सकता है सैटेलाइट? कोई बता सकता है सैटेलाइट का क्या एडवांटेज है? नहीं, मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. लोकेशन तो नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट का हो गया. मैं रिमोट सेंसिंग सैटेलाइट की बात कर रहा हूं, जो सैटेलाइट भूमि का जो चित्र लेता है, भूमंडल का जो चित्र लेता है, देखिए बहुत बहुत सही बताया आपने। मैं आपको तीन इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ें बताता हूँ जो सैटेलाइट से हम कर पा रहे हैं, जो हमारे आंक नहीं कर पा रहे। देखिए, एक तो हमारा आंक जो है ये केवल विजिबल रीजन में उतना ही दिखता है, बट ऐसे काफ़ी छिपे चीज़ें हैं हमारे भूमंडल में जो हमको नज़र नहीं आती है। सो अपने जो सैटेलाइट्स है वो बहुत ही, आपने इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम का सुना होगा, आपने फिजिक्स में पढ़ा है इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रम, उसमें विजिबल अल्ट्रावायलेट से लेके माइक्रोवेव तक, उसमें से एक छोटा सा एक पोर्शन जो विजिबल है उतना ही हम अपने आँख से देखते हैं, बट बियॉन्ड दैट इंफ्रारेड, थर्मल इंफ्रारेड, माइक्रोवेव, ये सारा जो है अपने सैटेलाइट्स उस पर्टिकुलर वेवलेंथ रीजन में चित्र निकालता है। मैं कुछ चित्रों को आपको दिखाऊंगा अभी आगे में, तो उससे हमको बहुत सारे एडिशनल इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल रहा है जो अपना आंख नहीं देख पा रहा है। वो तो पहला एडवांटेज। दूसरा एडवांटेज क्या है? दूसरा एडवांटेज क्या है? दूसरा एडवांटेज ये है, अभी देखिए मैं मैक्सिमम कितना देख पाता हूँ, मैं तो लास्ट में बैठा हुआ जो बच्चा है ना वहाँ पे लास्ट में, वहाँ तक देख पा रहा हूँ, वो उसका मुंह चेहरा भी मुझे ठीक से नहीं दिख रहा है। ये सामने बैठे महानुभाव का तो मैं अच्छा तरह से देख पा रहा हूँ, बट अगर 10 किलोमीटर क्या है देखना चाहिए, या मुझे अगर दूसरे स्टेट में क्या है देखना चाहिए, वो मुझसे नहीं हो पाएगा, मुझे वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा। बट सैटेलाइट को जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं, अपने पास सैटेलाइट कैमरा ऐसे हैं जो बहुत लार्ज एरिया को एक साथ देख पाएगा, और ये प्लानिंग और रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ प्लानिंग और रिसोर्स में, केवल हम अपने आसपास क्या है वो देखने से नहीं होगा, अपने दूरदर्शिता होना चाहिए, आगे क्या चल रहा है, वहाँ के क्या चल रहा है, फॉरेस्ट कहाँ है, वहाँ वाटर रिसोर्सेस है, वहाँ एक बहुत बड़ा तालाब है, उसका पानी यहाँ तक कैसे लेके आए हम, उसके लिए प्लानिंग करना है तो पहले आपको ये पूरा प्रदेश को एक साथ देखना पड़ेगा। उसको बोलते हैं बर्ड्स आई व्यू। आप सभी लोग कभी ना कभी एयरक्राफ्ट में गए होंगे, आप ऊपर से जब नीचे देखते हैं कितना बड़ा प्रदेश देखते हैं, आपको पूरा ज़मीन दिखाई देता है, कहाँ पे तालाब है, कहाँ पे माउंटेन्स है, वो पूरा। तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ सैटेलाइट देता है अपने को। तो एक तो हो गया बियॉन्ड द विजिबल रेंज, और दूसरा हो गया लार्ज बर्ड्स आई व्यू। सो एक दो इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ सैटेलाइट दे रहे हैं अपने को, इससे हम काफ़ी कर पा रहे हैं सैटेलाइट से, ठीक है। तो इसमें मैं अभी जो यहाँ पे दिखा रहा हूँ आपको, ये सैटेलाइट्स आर एबल टू टेक इमेजेस इन डिफरेंट रेंज ऑफ वेवलेंथ्स, राइट फ्रॉम विजिबल, इंफ्रारेड, थर्मल टू माइक्रोवेव। और ये जो लास्ट में रिसैट सीरीज आप जो देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, 2009 में हमने शुरू किया था, वो माइक्रोवेव इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक स्पेक्ट्रल रीजन में चित्र ले पाता है। इससे क्या एडवांटेज है? इससे एडवांटेज हमको दो और एडवांटेजेस हमको मिलते हैं, जो अभी जो मैंने बताया उससे दो और एडिशनल एडवांटेज। एक तो क्या है, देखिए अपना देश में ऑलमोस्ट आउट ऑफ दी 12 मंथ्स 8 to 10 मंथ्स क्लाउड रहता है ऊपर। तो जब क्लाउड रहता है और सैटेलाइट ऊपर से गुजरा है, क्या नीचे का चित्र में कुछ दिखेगा? क्या अपना धरती दिखेगा नीचे? ऑप्टिकल रीजन में तो बिल्कुल नहीं दिखेगा। तो माइक्रोवेव सैटेलाइट्स जो है स्पेशली इसके लिए डिजाइन किए गए हैं कि भले ही क्लाउड हो बट नीचे का चित्र दिखता है। और दूसरा एडवांटेज माइक्रोवेव का ये मैं बताता हूँ, कुछ ऐसे चीज़ें हैं जो धरती के नीचे दबे हुए हैं, कुछ ऐसे चीज़ें हैं जो धरती के नीचे दबे हुए हैं, वो भी माइक्रोवेव फाइंड आउट कर सकता है। सो ये दो एडिशनल एडवांटेजेस अपने माइक्रोवेव सैटेलाइट्स आपको देते हैं, अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑप्टिकल के जो एडवांटेजेस मैंने बताए हैं। एंड ऑफ कोर्स द थर्ड वर्टिकल जो मैंने जो बताया था वो तो कम्युनिकेशन सैटेलाइट्स ऑलरेडी मैंने बता चुका हूँ। उसमें इनसैट और जीसैट बोल के दो सीरीज ऑफ सैटेलाइट्स आपको कम्युनिकेशन, वेदर, मीटेरोलॉजिकल स्टडीज़, आप जो टीवी पे चित्र देखते हैं इंडिया का बादल से गिरा हुआ चित्र दिखाते हैं वेदर रिपोर्ट में, ये पूरा ये सैटेलाइट से आ रहा है। तो जाने अनजाने में आपके हर दिन के लाइफ में कहीं ना कहीं स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो ही रहा है, बट अनजाने में हो रहा है। आप सभी किसी को नहीं पता कि आप डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से आसपास से जुड़े हुए हैं। ठीक है, अभी मैं ये देखिए बहुत सारे सैटेलाइट्स के बारे में मैंने बात किया। इसके जो चित्र मैं यहाँ पे दिखा रहा हूँ, जिसे ऊपर से सैटेलाइट से लेते हैं, अलग अलग रेजोल्यूशंस के, मैंने बोला सिनॉप्टिक व्यू भी है यहाँ पे और डिटेल्ड व्यू भी है। आप हर बिल्डिंग, इवन रोड पे जाते हुए एक कार, एयरपोर्ट में खड़ा हुआ एक विमान, या बॉर्डर पे कुछ हो रहा है, उसको भी आप देख पाते हैं आजकल। आपकी जो रक्षा, हमारी जो रक्षा, हमारे जो आर्मी मिलिट्री कर रहा है, वो भी सैटेलाइट का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। तो डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली एवरीबडी इज गेटिंग बेनिफिटेड फ्रॉम द स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट। तो ये रिसोर्स मॉनिटरिंग के सैटेलाइट इमेजेस है, ये कार्टोग्राफी। देन ओशन के बारे में मैं बता रहा था, स्पेशली टू स्टडी द ओशन। देखिए आजकल, अभी मॉर्निंग में भी बताया गया था कि आजकल ओशन के किस पार्ट में आपको मछली मिलता है, ये बता सकते हैं? पॉसिबल है भाई, आप ऐसा मत कीजिए, ऐसा करने से नहीं होगा। आजकल पॉसिबल है। आजकल मछुआरे को हम एसएमएस के थ्रू बता सकते हैं कि आप यहाँ जाके मछली पकड़िए। वो कैसे हो रहा है? दैट इज ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ दी ओशनोग्राफी सैटेलाइट्स और ओशन सैट्स। ओशन में क्या रिसोर्स है, उसका क्या, पानी का क्या टेम्परेचर है, विंड फ्लो कैसे है, ये पूरा पता करके फाइनली एक मॉडलिंग करके मछली यहाँ मिल सकता है। ये एसएमएस हर मछुआरे को आजकल, एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, एक इंस्टीट्यूट है हैदराबाद में, इसको बोलता है इनक्वाइस, वो भेजता है ये सैटेलाइट डेटा के उपयोग से। ऐसे अनेकों तरीके ये है। और फिर मेट्रोलॉजी के तो बारे में मैंने बताया। ये सम इमेजेस मैं इसको रन करता हूँ, डिफरेंट रेजोल्यूशंस की मैं बात कर रहा था। 360 मीटर्स, 188 मीटर्स, 56 मीटर्स। आपके मोबाइल में, आप जो मोबाइल्स रखते हैं उसमें कैमरा है, आप क्या बोलते हैं कैमरा को, किस डायमेंशन से मेजर करते हो? मेगापिक्सल्स। आप बोलते हैं ना मेगापिक्सल्स, मेरा 16 मेगापिक्सल है, मेरा 32 मेगापिक्सल है। तो मेगापिक्सल जितना ज़्यादा होता है उतना इंफॉर्मेशन, क्लैरिटी, कॉन्ट्रास्ट। तो सेम थिंग यहाँ पे जो हम रेजोल्यूशन की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर 360 मीटर है, आपको लार्ज एरिया दिखेगा, बट इंफॉर्मेशन कंटेंट उतना नहीं है। अगर हम 32 सेंटीमीटर की, आज सुबह बात हो रही थी, 30 सेंटीमीटर और 25 सेंटीमीटर चंद्रयान 2 में जो कैमरा था 25 सेंटीमीटर, इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? कोई भी ऑब्जेक्ट 25 सेंटीमीटर या उससे बड़ा हो दिख जाएगा। अगर ये माइक 25 सेंटीमीटर का है, ऊपर आपको ये जो सैटेलाइट्स है, मैं आपको पता है कितना हाइट पे ये सैटेलाइट्स घूमते हैं? कोई बता सकता है ये सैटेलाइट्स जो अभी मैं बता रहा था कितना हाइट पे है? 800, 900, some are 500, 600, 1000, up to 1000 रिमोट सेंसिंग सैटेलाइट। उस हाइट से आपको अगर ये देखना है, पॉसिबल है? पॉसिबल हो गया है आजकल। ऑप्टिक्स, फिजिक्स इतना एडवांस कर लिया कि उस हाइट से आपको 25 सेंटीमीटर या उससे बड़ा वाला चीज़ दिख रहा है ग्राउंड पे। इसको बोलते हैं रेजोल्यूशन। ठीक है, ये देखिए, ये 6 मीटर का कैमरा है, इसमें आप हर पेड़ को गिन पा रहे हैं। ये जो जहाँ पे बागान है, ये नागपुर के आसपास वाला ही बागान है। संतरा, आप तो बहुत जानते हैं, नागपुर संतरा के लिए जाना जाता है। संतरा के बागान में कितने पेड़ हैं, ये हम आज गिन पा रहे हैं। ये माइक कोई ये करेगा? somebody can help me in getting this mic? It's not operating. अच्छा, एक मैं आप लोगों को सवाल पूछता हूँ। मैंने बोला बागान में कितने पेड़ हैं गिन पाऊंगा, क्या करना है उससे अपने को? उससे क्या मतलब हो अपने को? ठीक है भाई, 100 पेड़ है बागान में, उससे कोई इंफॉर्मेशन मिला अपने को? क्या इससे क्या बेनिफिट हुआ? यस, यहाँ पे एक इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा बैठा है, बहुत ही इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा बैठा है यहाँ पे। ऑल एक बड़ा जोर से ताली बजाइए इसके लिए। You will be the future scientist of ISRO. तो अभी देखिए आपने बोला प्रोडक्शन, अगर बागान में इतना पेड़ है तो पेड़ का एक पेड़ का कितना अप्रॉक्सीमेट एवरेज प्रोडक्शन पर ईयर होता है अपने को पता है। तो 100 पेड़ है तो इतना प्रोडक्शन। अगर ये कंट्री का पूरा हमने बागान मैप कर लिया, कंट्री में संतरा का कितना प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है, इससे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर के लिए कितना बेनिफिट है। इट कैन टेक लॉट ऑफ पॉलिसी डिसीजंस। इसी तरह से हम काफ़ी नॉट, ये तो मैंने एक एग्जांपल बताया, ऐसे 6-9 मेजर क्रॉप्स का हम एकरेज प्रोडक्शन एस्टिमेट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर को हर बरस हार्वेस्ट होने से पहले दे देते हैं। इससे गवर्नमेंट क्या कर सकता है, गवर्नमेंट को पता चलेगा इस बार पैडी कितना गो रहा है, मतलब चावल अपने देश में कितना उग रहा है, वीट कितना उग रहा है, कोई कमी है तो एक्सपोर्ट करो, इंपोर्ट करो, ज़्यादा हो रहा है तो उसको कहाँ स्टोर करे, उसके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या फिर एक्सपोर्ट करने की पॉलिसी, ये पूरा बना सकता है। सो अब देखिए अभी हर व्यक्ति, एक किसान से लेके ये जो लूप शुरू हुआ एक इंडिविजुअल कॉमन मैन तक आके रुकता है। सो दैट मीन्स टचिंग द लाइफ, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी इज टचिंग द लाइव्स ऑफ एवरी इंडिविजुअल एवरी डे। ठीक है, तो आगे बढ़ते, ये देखिए अभी मैंने जो चित्र दिखाया वो तो केवल 6 मीटर वाला था। ये आपको 60 सेंटीमीटर का एक कैमरा है अपना, 60 सेंटीमीटर का एक पेड़, छोटे छोटे पेड़ भी आप गिन सकते हैं। सिमिलरली अपना देश तो, अपने देश में कितने विलेज है कोई बोल सकता है, गांव कितने, अपने देश तो इट्स बेसिकली नोन एज ए रूरल, राइट। अपना देश इज मेजरली डोमिनेटेड बाय रूरल। More than 6.5 lakh villages, approximately 6.6 lakh villages our country is made of, right? But it doesn't mean that we are only surviving. आप सभी लोग, maybe there may be a few people of you who are coming from villages, but most of you are maybe settled in towns, और आगे में सभी लोग टाउन में आके सेटल होंगे। So mapping of towns, planning for towns is also very important. Thank you. मैपिंग एंड प्लानिंग ऑफ टाउन्स इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो उसके लिए हमारे पास जो सेटेलाइट्स है 60 सेंटीमीटर, ये 1.5 मीटर, 40 सेंटीमीटर। सो द बेस्ट सेटेलाइट रेजोल्यूशन टुडे व्हाट इज अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड इज अवेलेबल इन इंडिया। सो दैट्स अ ग्रेट थिंग फॉर यू ऑल नोन टू, राइट। 30 सेंटीमीटर्स कैमरा इज अवेलेबल विथ इंडिया विच इज इक्वलेंट टू एनीथिंग अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड टुडे। ओके, ठीक है। अभी मैं कुछ समय पहले आपको एक माइक्रोवेव के बारे में बात कर रहा था, राइट। माइक्रोवेव का क्या एडवांटेजेस है, अभी आप देखिए यहाँ पे मैं जो 2 चित्र आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, एक है ऑप्टिकल रेंज में लिया हुआ। ऑप्टिकल रेंज मतलब 400 to 700 नैनोमीटर्स, ओके, 400 to 700 माइक्रोमीटर्स में आता है। और माइक्रोवेव रेंज 1 सेंटीमीटर एंड अबव। क्या डिफरेंस है, दोनों एक ही जगह के हैं, क्या डिफरेंस आप देख पा रहे हैं। मैंने जो 2 एडवांटेजेस बताए थे वो इसमें दिखाई दे रहा है। देखिए एक में जो ये डेजर्ट का एरिया है, इट इज़ फुल्ली कवर्ड बाय सॉइल और द सैंड, बट इन द अदर इमेज ऑफ द सेम एरिया आप क्या देख रहे हैं, उसके नीचे नाले जो सूख गए हैं, हजारों बरस पहले सूख गए हैं, उसके नीचे जो दरारें हैं, ये सारा आपको दिख रहा है माइक्रोवेव के। ये माइक्रोवेव का एडवांटेज है, ठीक है। मैं आपको बहुत ही सिंपल तरीके में समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, उतना हाई टेक्नोलॉजी में नहीं जा रहा हूँ। सिमिलर थिंग यहाँ पे नीचे भी आप देख रहे हैं। और एक एडवांटेज सैटेलाइट डेटा का मैंने नहीं बताया कि हमारे पास आजकल के जो सैटेलाइट्स है, स्पेशली जो कार्टोसैट की जो मैं बात कर रहा था, इट कैन गिव यू 3 डायमेंशनल इमेजेस ऑफ द एंटायर कंट्री सिटिंग इन लैब। बाहर का क्या टोपोग्राफी है आप देख सकते हैं, तो आपको इवन वहाँ पे लैब में जाने की, फील्ड में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं। इससे बहुत सारे एडवांटेजेस है, आप लोग सोच सकते हैं। मैं जैसे जैसे लेक्चर दे रहा हूँ ना, आपका दिमाग चलना चाहिए, कैसे क्या एप्लीकेशंस हो सकते हैं। मुझे बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं, आपको खुद बोलना पड़ेगा इससे क्या एडवांटेजेस हो सकते हैं, ठीक है। ओके, नाउ मैं थोड़ा सा जल्दी चलता हूँ। ये सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन के बारे में मैं बताया, बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशंस है। मोबाइल इज ए सिंपल थिंग जो आपने एग्जांपल बता, बहुत। उसके अलावा सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, टीवी ब्रॉडकास्ट, डीटीएच, डिजास्टर में जब बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट कम्युनिकेशन की ज़रूरत होती है वो सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन के थ्रू होती है। और कोई मछुआरे ओशन में फंस गए, वो डिस्ट्रेस सिग्नल सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन के थ्रू दे सकता है। नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट्स भी वहाँ पे आपको यूज़ हो सकते हैं। ये सारे सैटेलाइट एप्लीकेशंस। और नेविगेशन एप्लीकेशंस के बारे में तो आजकल क्या बताना, आजकल ऐसे कार्स आ गए हैं आपको पता है जिससे जीपीएस से चलते हैं, जीपीएस है उसमें, बिना पायलट के प्लेन्स भी चला सकते हैं। मतलब एवरीवेयर द नेविगेशन। and nowadays the important application of navigation, there is called something called Gagan, which is also a type of navigational, this one, which is GPS augmented, more accurate. GPS is made more accurate, specifically made for the airport authority ki precisely plane utare without any problems. So this is an important application, and there are several other applications including mapping, marine applications, mobile navigation applications for fisheries, etc., etc. So now I will come to the very important things. ये दो चीज़ जो most of the people you know, but अपने जो satellite remote sensing है, जो अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन की हम बात कर रहे थे, अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेशन, उसमें मैंने बताया there are 17 sustainable developmental goals, जिसमें 3 important है। रोटी कपड़ा मकान, जोर से बोलिए। यस, सो उसमें से पहले वाले की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, फूड सिक्योरिटी। अभी मैं कुछ समय पहले आपसे बोल रहा था 1.67 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन इज गोइंग टू ग्रो, अपना लैंड मास नहीं बढ़ेगा, तो फूड सिक्योरिटी हर एक के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। उसके लिए जैसे मैंने बताया अभी, क्रॉप एकरेज एंड फोरकास्टिंग, क्रॉप मैपिंग, प्रोडक्शन एस्टिमेशन गिविंग टू द गवर्नमेंट, दैट इज़ वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट एप्लीकेशन। वो तो हम कर ही रहे हैं पॉलिसी डिसीजन के लिए। इसके अलावा सैटेलाइट टेक्नोलॉजी आल्सो टेल्स अस व्हाट इज़ द स्टेटस ऑफ द क्रॉप, उसका हेल्थ कैसे है, क्या उसमें कीड़ा पकड़ा हुआ है, क्या डिसीज आ रहा है उसमें, कैसे, अपना आंख तो नहीं बता सकता डायरेक्टली, बट इंफ्रारेड जो बैंड इसमें है, अगर उसको हम थोड़ा सा मैथमेटिकल एल्गोरिदम्स लगाएंगे तो उससे ये पता चलेगा अपने को कि क्रॉप का क्या स्टेटस है, वेदर हेल्दी है, पेस्ट अफेक्टेड है, तो दैट इज़ अनदर एरिया। फिर उसके बाद सॉइल इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर नाइस क्रॉप टू ग्रो। अगर सॉइल आपका जो ये सॉइल इज़ नॉट फर्टाइल, यू कैन नॉट ग्रो गुड क्रॉप्स। और हर सॉइल में हर तरह का क्रॉप नहीं आता, तो सॉइल किस तरह का है इसका मैपिंग भी सैटेलाइट डेटा से हम कर रहे हैं। मैपिंग ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेस, मैपिंग ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेस, अपने पूरे देश में कितना लेक्स और पॉन्ड्स है, उसका वाटर कितना है, हर 15 दिन में, हर 15 दिन में अपना सैटेलाइट ये बता सकता है कि जो पानी के स्रोत अपने उसमें पानी है या नहीं है, तो इससे क्या ड्रॉट होगा या किसान को इससे अफेक्ट होगा, ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। और दूसरा अपना भूजल की क्या स्रोत है, सैटेलाइट से बता सकते हैं क्या, कैसे? अरे भूजल तो दिखता नहीं भाई, कैसे बता सकते हो? अरे भूजल जो दिखता नहीं है उससे सैटेलाइट से कैसे बता सकते हैं? मैं तो बोलता हूँ नहीं बता सकते, आप क्या बोलते हो, बता सकते हैं? ग्रेट, यस, दैट इज पॉसिबल। वी आर मैपिंग, माइक्रोवेव इज वन थिंग, बट विदाउट माइक्रोवेव ऑल्सो वी कैन टेल, सी बिकॉज जो भूमि में जो पानी, बरसात से जो पानी आ रहा है वो जो सींच रहा है अंदर, उसके लिए कुछ पैरामीटर्स की ज़रूरत होती है, किस तरह का पत्थर है, किस तरह का जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी टोपोग्राफी है, कहाँ पे दरारें हैं, ये सारा पैरामीटर्स को अगर हम मॉडल करेंगे तो बता सकते हैं कि कौन से एरिया में सबसे ज़्यादा पानी मिलेगा ग्राउंड वाटर और कहाँ पे पानी नहीं मिलेगा। अभी आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, काफ़ी लोग, बच्चे बड़े भी हैं, छोटे बच्चे भी हैं यहाँ पे, अगर आपके माता पिता में से कोई किसान है, आपने कहीं पे एक वेल ड्रिल किया है, वेल मतलब पता है ना, कुआं खोदा है, कितने कुएं फेल होते हैं, बहुत होते हैं, क्योंकि ये जो साइंटिफिक डेटा चाहिए उसके लिए अगर उसको ठीक से हम नहीं इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो वेल फेल होने का चांसेस ज़्यादा रहता है। बट सैटेलाइट से आजकल उसका जो फेल होने का चांसेस कम हो गया, एक्यूरेसी बढ़ गया वेल्स का। तो भूमि जल और सरफेस वाटर दोनों का हम स्टेटस बता सकते हैं, ये भी किसानों के लिए और फसल के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और बाकी ऑफ कोर्स मैं ये डिटेल्स में नहीं जाऊंगा, ये थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा टेक्निकल है। ये ग्राफ ये बता रहा है कि अभी जो मैं जितना भी बोला हम फसल को आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। अभी तो हम पेड़ गिनने की बात कर रहे थे, लेकिन हम कौन सा फसल है वो कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं? सैटेलाइट के थ्रू। सो ये जो ग्राफ है ये पूरा बता रहा है आपको कि जो इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक रेडिएशन डिफरेंट फसल पे गिरती है उसका जो स्पेक्ट्रम निकलता है, हर फसल का, हर पौधे का, हर टाइप ऑफ स्पीसीज का अलग स्पेक्ट्रा होता है। जैसा देखिए यहाँ पे मुझे बोला गया सुबह 1200 लोग बैठे हैं, हर व्यक्ति का यहाँ पे 1200 सिग्नेचर अगर मैं ले लूँगा, कोई एक सिग्नेचर दूसरे से मैच करता है? नहीं, इसको भी सिग्नेचर ही बोलते हैं। इसको बोलते हैं स्पेक्ट्रल सिग्नेचर। हर पौधे का, हर मटेरियल, हर मिनरल, हर सॉइल, हर रॉक का सिग्नेचर अलग है। इसके माफिक हम कौन सा पेड़ है, कौन सा पौधा है, ये क्या वीट का फसल है या राइस का फसल है, या ये मैंगो प्लांट है या ऑरेंज प्लांट है, ये बताने की क्षमता रखता है सैटेलाइट डेटा, ठीक है। इससे मैपिंग होती है। तो ये बताने के लिए मैंने ये स्लाइड आपको यहाँ पे डाला है। और सैटेलाइट डेटा कोई मैजिक तो नहीं है। काफ़ी लोग ये सोचते हैं ठीक है मैंने बहुत बोल दिया आजकल, ठीक है सैटेलाइट डेटा से सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। नहीं, दैट इज़ नॉट ट्रू। सैटेलाइट डेटा से सब कुछ नहीं कर सकते। सैटेलाइट डेटा के साथ कुछ और डेटा भी जोड़ना पड़ता है। इसको बोलते हैं सिनर्जिस्टिक यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। सिनर्जिस्टिक यूज मतलब अलॉन्ग विथ सैटेलाइट डेटा हम कुछ ग्राउंड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स, कुछ यूएवीज भी फ्लाई कर सकते हैं, और ये सारा मिला के जब डेटा को हम इंटीग्रेट करते हैं, मॉडल करते हैं, तो हमारा एक्यूरेसीज बढ़ता है, हमारा जो मैपिंग का एक्यूरेसीज है वो बढ़ता है, ठीक है। सो वी हैव डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स। बच्चों यहाँ पे ध्यान दो, साइलेंस। जो ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है वो एग्जाम में फेल हो जाएगा। अभी एंड में एक एग्जाम रखने वाले हैं सबके लिए। हाँ देखिए, बाद में फेल हो गए तो आपको अपने स्कूल में जाके क्या बताएंगे? आप तो अपना चेहरा भी नहीं दिखा पाएंगे अपने स्कूल में, अरे मैं तो फेल हो गया वर्कशॉप में जाके। तो ध्यान रख के सुनिए, जो भी मैं बता रहा हूँ उसमें से बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन आपको अभी एंड ऑफ द सेशन में पूछा जाएगा, और हर एक का मार्किंग होगा, और जो फेल हो जाएंगे उसका सर्टिफिकेट आपको स्कूल में जाएगा। फिर आपको टीचर को बताना पड़ेगा आपने क्यों फेल हो गए, ठीक है। तो ध्यान रख के सुनिए सभी लोग। कोई सोना नहीं है, खाना खा लिया बोल के आराम से सो रहे हैं कुछ लोग पीछे। कोई नहीं सो सकता, पीछे नहीं सोना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हाँ, ये मैं जस्ट एक एग्जांपल बता रहा था। देखिए प्रोडक्शन, अभी प्रोडक्शन के बारे में बात कर रहा था। यहाँ से एक इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा बैठा था, वो तो उठ के चला गया क्योंकि ज़्यादा इंटेलिजेंट था वो। तो उसको तो सब कुछ आता है, तो वो तो उठ के चला गया वो, ठीक है। तो ये जो प्रोडक्शन की बात हो रही है, ये इतना सिंपल काम नहीं है। आप लोग सोचते हैं कि बहुत सिंपल है, नॉट सो सिंपल। जिस दिन से सीड बोया गया है लास्ट डे तक मॉनिटरिंग होता है क्लॉथ का। और सैटेलाइट डेटा का मैं एक और इम्पोर्टेंस बताना आपको भूल गया। अगर मैं किसी चीज़ को आज देखना चाहता हूँ, अगर मुझे दोबारा देखना है तो कितना एफर्ट लगेगा? सैटेलाइट को उतना एफर्ट नहीं। एक बार लॉन्च हो गया, हर 3 दिन, हर 6 दिन, हर 14 दिन, 25 दिन कंटिन्यूसली उसी को देखते रहेगा वो, बेस्ड ऑन दी वे इट इज़ प्रोग्राम, जो सेंसर प्रोग्राम किया गया उसके बेसिस पे। तो अपना सैटेलाइट कंटिन्यूसली अगर एक फसल बोया गया उसको हर 15 दिन में, हर महीने में देखते ही रहेगा, और उसका कैसे प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है, उसका बायोमास कैसे बढ़ रहा है, उसमें कोई कीड़ा लगा है क्या, ये पूरा हमें मॉडलिंग में कंसिडर करके तभी इसका फसल का इतना यील्ड हो सकता है। ये आ गया इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा भाई, क्लैप मारिए इनके लिए। यस, तो इट इज़ नॉट सो सिंपल, मॉडलिंग इज़ नॉट सो सिंपल। जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ बहुत ही सिंपल तरीके से आपको समझा रहा हूँ, बट बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स भी होता है वो। बट दैट इज़ द वे इट इज़ डन। फाइनली वी कम आउट विथ प्री हार्वेस्ट estimates of the production, which is very important not only for the farming community but also for the government for making the policies. वो पहले वाला तो क्रॉप के बारे में था, या वो बेसिकली धान का फसल था, वो धान का फसल पैडी। ये जो है ये हॉर्टिकल्चर है, जो अभी मैं बता रहा था, ऑरेंज ऑर्चर्ड्स, मैंगो ऑर्चर्ड्स, ऑयल पाम। अभी देखिए आपको विजुअली ही इतना डिफरेंस दिखाई दे रहा है ना, तो कंप्यूटर से हम जब देखते हैं हमको और डिफरेंसेस दिखते हैं जो हमारा आंख नहीं बता सकता। हम उसमें स्पेक्ट्रल वैल्यूज़ को भी पता करके बोल सकते हैं कि ये जो सिग्नेचर की जो मैं बात कर रहा था अभी वो केवल कंप्यूटर के थ्रू पता कर सकते हैं, मैन्युअली यू कैन नॉट टेल। बट मैन्युअली भी हमको ऐसे वाले इसमें आप कर सकते हैं कि देखिए चिली अलग तरह से दिख रहा है, ऑयल पाम अलग दिखता है, मैंगो अलग दिखता है, रबर अलग दिखता है, ठीक है। तो ये सारा मैं जो बता रहा था अभी तक, ये फूड ग्रेन सिक्योरिटी कैसे बढ़ाए, तो उसमें एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये है, हमारे देश में ऐसे काफ़ी लैंड है जो अच्छे हैं लेकिन उसमें फसल नहीं बोया जाता। अगर अपने को 1.65 बिलियन के जो टारगेट को हम रीच करना है, अपना फूड ग्रेन प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाना है, तो वो जो अनयूटिलाइज्ड लैंड्स है, वेस्टलैंड्स है, बैरन लैंड्स है, इन सब को फसल में कैसे लेके आए, तो उसके लिए सैटेलाइट के थ्रू मैपिंग कर सकते हैं कि पूरा बरस में कितने लैंड पे एक्चुअली क्रॉपिंग हो रहा है, कितना लैंड विदाउट एनी क्रॉप है, इसको हम क्रॉप में अगर लेके जाए तो कितना बेनिफिट होगा। ये एक सिंपल कैलकुलेशन यहाँ पे एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे बताया गया है। अगर एक छत्तीसगढ़ में देखा गया तो ऑलमोस्ट 1.6 लाख हेक्टेयर एरिया अभी भी 20% फैलोस है उसमें, तो अगर हम फसल बोए तो 173 करोड़ रुपीस का बेनिफिट हो सकता है। So that is the additional revenue and additional thing what we'll be getting. तो ठीक है, ये मैं पेस्ट के बारे में बात कर रहा था, अभी सुनिए पेस्ट अटैक के बारे में मैं जो बता रहा था, हाउ इट इज़ पॉसिबल, बिकॉज वी हैव bands which are beyond our visible and we put some algorithms, mathematical algorithms, which I don't want to tell and you may not understand here. Some vegetation indices वगैरह वगैरह हम लगाते हैं। तो इससे आप देखिए एक एग्जांपल है जिसमें ये सिट्रस क्रॉप है, हेल्दी क्रॉप और डिसीज अफेक्टेड क्रॉप्स, कौन कौन से प्लांट में डिसीज आ गया, जो हेल्दी है, ये इसको हम डिफ्रेंशिएट कर सकते हैं। इससे क्या है, जो कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र है जो किसान को सपोर्ट करते हैं, वो इमीडिएटली उनको मेजर्स ले सकते हैं कि ठीक है आपके इसमें ये है तो ये स्प्रे कीजिए, ये स्प्रे कीजिए, ऐसे। तो दिस इज़ हाउ दिस पेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी इज टचिंग दी लाइव्स। ये बीच बीच में मैं बोलते रहूँगा, जो बोलते हैं ना वो एक जो टैग वर्ड बोलते हैं, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी टचिंग दी लाइव्स एवरी डे एंड एवरी ह्यूमन बीइंग, इनडायरेक्टली और डायरेक्टली इट इज़ टचिंग द लाइव्स। ओके, तो ठीक है, फूड सिक्योरिटी के बारे में काफ़ी बोल दिया, अभी समय कम है तो मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ। ये एक चीज़ जो मछुआरों के बारे में मैं बोल रहा था, SMS इज गिवन, वी हैव 7,500 किलोमीटर कोस्ट लाइन एंड सो मेनी फिशरी। एग्रीकल्चर इज नॉट द ओनली सोर्स ऑफ इनकम फॉर द फार्मर्स हियर, फिशरीज। सो देर आर ओशन सैट सैटेलाइट्स विच विल गिव यू सो मेनी पैरामीटर्स, इससे हम बता सकते हैं कि फिश कहाँ पे मिलती है, दैट इज़ वन थिंग। सेकेंड थिंग इज़ we have so many lakhs of water bodies in the country in each state जो फिशिंग के लिए बहुत यूजफुल है। अभी ये जो बच्चा यहाँ पे बैठा है, इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा, उससे मैं पूछता हूँ अभी, भैया ये बताओ अगर एक तालाब है उसमें कितना फिश प्रोडक्शन हो सकता है, क्या बता सकते हैं आप? कैसे? हाँ, बैठो, बहुत अच्छा कोशिश कर रहा है। तो एक्चुअली क्या है, सी फिश ग्रो करने के लिए वाटर क्वांटिटी, वाटर स्प्रेड एरिया बोलते हैं। मैंने पहले ही बताया था आपको पूरे देश में कितना वाटर बॉडी है, उसका वाटर स्टेटस हर 15 दिन में हम पता कर सकते हैं। तो जैसे जैसे वाटर स्टेटस चेंज होता है आपका फिश प्रोडक्शन भी चेंज होते जाएगा। तो मैक्सिमम वाटर स्टेटस इन ईयर, मिनिमम वाटर स्टेटस इन ईयर वी कैन फाइंड आउट। एंड देर आर फिशरी एक्सपर्ट्स, बैचलर ऑफ फिशरीज जो भी करते हैं, उनको पता है कि इतना सीडलिंग उसमें डालने से इतना मछुआ आते हैं, उसके लिए इतना पानी चाहिए। तो आप भी पता कर सकते हैं कितना एक तालाब में कितना फिश प्रोडक्शन, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इतना तालाब कितना फिश प्रोडक्शन, एक स्टेट में इतना तालाब कितना फिश प्रोडक्शन, पूरा कंट्री में कितना फिश प्रोडक्शन। करेक्ट? यस। तो वी कैन इवन एस्टिमेट एंड दिस इज ऑल अनयूटिलाइज्ड पोटेंशियल, किसी को पता भी नहीं। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स में काफ़ी लोग, अभी तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट का हमने पूरा मैपिंग करके दिया entire water bodies and told them this is the potential your fishermen have, you have to encourage them, Department of Fisheries of Tamil Nadu. So this is the advantage what the satellite data can give. And इसमें एक देखिए एक important चीज़, तालाब में कभी कभी weeds होते हैं, siltation होता है, these are all the hindering factors. ये भी हम पता कर सकते हैं कि कौन सा तालाब में पानी अच्छा है, क्वालिटी क्या है, टर्बिडिटी कितना है, ये पूरा हम उसमें से पता कर सकते हैं। और ये तो मैंने बता ही दिया। और एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो किसानों को हम मदद कर रहे हैं वो इरिगेशन पोटेंशियल, क्योंकि हमारे देश में 70% ऑफ द लैंड इज़ रेनफेड। रेनफेड का मतलब क्या, बारिश से जो सपोर्ट होके फसल हो रही है, ओनली 30% इज इरीगेटेड। तो उसको अगर हमको बढ़ाना है और जो करंट इरिगेशन स्कीम्स है उसको एफिशिएंटली रन करना है, तो इसके थ्रू मॉनिटरिंग करके हम उनको प्रॉपरली गाइड कर सकते हैं कि किस तरह से हम उसको ये करें। ये भूजल की जो मैं बात कर रहा था कि हम भूजल को भी बता सकते हैं, पूरा देश के लिए भूजल का कितना स्रोत है। ये जो कलर्स आप इसमें देख रहे हैं, ग्रीन, ऑरेंज, येलो, ब्लू, दे बेसिकली इंडिकेट ईच रीजन। अगर वेल हमने वहाँ पे ड्रिल किया, कुआं डाला, इतना अप्रॉक्सीमेट पानी हमको मिल सकता है। और कौन से एरिया में ड्रिल नहीं करना चाहिए, दैट इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट, फेल नहीं होना चाहिए। ठीक है, तो ये पूरे देश के लिए हम कर पा रहे हैं। और अभी 30 सेंटीमीटर्स डेटा, आई वॉज टेलिंग 30 सेंटीमीटर्स डेटा माइंड, तो हर गांव को हम देख सकते हैं। 6.5 लाख विलेजेस इन द कंट्री, 2.5 लाख ग्राम पंचायत इन द कंट्री। हर ग्राम पंचायत, हर विलेज का मैपिंग करके अगर पानी की स्रोत नहीं है तो उसको विलेज को सिक्योर कैसे बनाए वाटर से। आउट ऑफ दी 6.5 लाख विलेजेस, आप लोगों को पता है बच्चों, सुनो कितने विलेज है अपने देश में? आधा बच्चे फेल हो गए, आधा बच्चे फेल हो गए। तो मैं ये बता रहा था कि देखिए 6.5 लाख विलेजेस की जो मैं बात कर रहा था, उसमें से एटलीस्ट 25% ऑफ द विलेजेस आर सच जिसमें पानी बिल्कुल नहीं होती है। उसका कारण कुछ है, वो तो जोग्राफिक जियोलॉजिकल पैरामीटर्स पे डिपेंड करती है। भगवान ने नहीं दिया पानी तो नहीं होगा, बट हम कैसे पानी को बढ़ा सकते हैं, ये सैटेलाइट के थ्रू हम कर सकते हैं। अगर पानी नहीं है तो स्रोत कहाँ से लेके आ सकते हैं, वाटर सिक्योरिटी प्लानिंग बोलते हैं इसको, वाटर सिक्योरिटी प्लानिंग। हर विलेज के लिए वाटर सिक्योरिटी प्लानिंग की अभी देयर इज ए स्कीम विच इज़ गोइंग ऑन, विच विल बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड इन द नेक्स्ट 5 to 10 years. तो हर विलेज शुड बी सेल्फ सफिशिएंट इन इट्स वाटर रिसोर्सेज। एंड एट द नेशनल लेवल ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज़ गिवन लॉट ऑफ स्कीम्स, हर घर पानी। हाँ, सो उसके लिए पानी कहाँ से आएगा, पहले वो स्रोत अपने को ही सैटेलाइट डेटा से पता करना है। और अर्बन मैपिंग, इसके बारे में मैंने बोला, आप लोगों में से काफ़ी लोगों ने सुना होगा स्मार्ट सिटी। स्मार्ट सिटी क्या होता है? व्हाट इज स्मार्ट सिटी? स्मार्ट सिटी वो सिटी होती है जो अपने सिटी, सिंपल मैं बहुत ही लेमन टर्म में बोल रहा हूँ, उसमें जो रह रहा है ही शुड बी वेरी कंफर्टेबल इन लिविंग विथ ऑल द एम्यूनिटीज। For that, what is required? Smart city requires lot of planning, lot of all amenities should be there. एक STP होना चाहिए, मोबाइल नेटवर्क होना चाहिए, एक रोड नेटवर्क अच्छा होना चाहिए, पानी का स्रोत होना चाहिए, सब कुछ होना चाहिए। That is smart city planning, self-sufficient, so that every human being living in that city is living a comfortable life. तो उसके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट क्या है, पहले सिटी कैसे है, आजकल का क्या स्थिति है, उसका लैंड यूज क्या है, रोड कितने हैं, पानी है या नहीं है, नल का पाइपलाइन कहाँ है, ये पूरा मैपिंग हाई रेजोल्यूशन सैटेलाइट डेटा के थ्रू हम लोग करके, ये जो स्मार्ट सिटी प्लानर्स या अमृत सिटी जो स्कीम चल रहा है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, उनको हम देते हैं। तो इससे प्लानिंग वी कैन डू। सो दीज आर ऑल द इनपुट व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग। दिस इज ए सिंपल एग्जांपल ऑफ प्लानिंग STP. What is STP? अच्छा, आप लोग आंसर पेपर देख के उत्तर दे रहे हो? नहीं नहीं नहीं, आंसर पेपर देख के मत दीजिए भाई, आंसर पेपर देख के उत्तर नहीं देना, ठीक है? एनीवे मैंने लिखा है वहाँ पे सीवरेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट। सो अपार्ट फ्रॉम फूड, वाटर एंड रोटी कपड़ा मकान के अलावा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ चौथा वाला अगर आप मानते हैं तो कौन सा है? हेल्थ। हेल्थ इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर हेल्थ रहना है तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ क्या है? सैनिटेशन। सैनिटेशन के लिए हर सिटी में एक एसटीपी की होना जरूरी है, बट है हर सिटी में सफिशिएंट एसटीपी हर टाउन्स में नहीं है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स सेज दे आर नॉट अवेलेबल, बट वेयर दे हैव टू बी मेड, कहाँ बनाना चाहिए सो दैट लोगों का हेल्थ बना रहे, वो लोकेशंस को हम सैटेलाइट के थ्रू पता कर सकते हैं और उनको बता सकते हैं यहाँ पे आप एसटीपी, दैट इज कॉल्ड प्लानिंग। स्मार्ट सिटी प्लानिंग में ये भी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ होती है, इसको भी हमको करना है, ठीक है? ये आई विल नॉट गो इनटू दिस। ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, हमारे पास कितना समय बचा है? ठीक है, लाइवलीहुड सस्टेनेंस इज वन ऑफ द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग। लाइवलीहुड सस्टेनेंस इज बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। जो गाँव में रहते हैं उनके लिए क्या लाइवलीहुड है? किसान तो काफ़ी ऐसे किसान हैं जिसके पास खेती के लिए ज़मीन भी नहीं है, तो गवर्नमेंट हैज़ मेड लॉट ऑफ प्लान्स लाइक मनरेगा। आपने सुना है मनरेगा? कितने लोगों ने सुना? एग्जैक्टली। So that is mainly made for livelihood sustenance and also development of the villages, right? So livelihood sustenance के लिए there are lot of government of India schemes, but for planning the data what is required is not available. वो data हम satellite के through माध्यम से हम उनको देते हैं। livelihood sustenance मनरेगा में there are lot of activities like making check dams, सिंचाई के लिए ये बनाना और तालाब खोदना, ये सारे बहुत सारे एक्टिविटीज़ है जो गांव में लोग हैं उनको बुला के उनको सैलरीज दे के बनाया जाता है। तो दिस इज ए वेरी बिग इम्पॉर्टेंट स्कीम, बट इसमें सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लमेटिक बात क्या है आप जानते हैं? यहाँ बात करना पड़ेगा, मुझे नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है। मोस्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया स्कीम्स का सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रॉब्लम ये है, लैक्स एंड लैक्स ऑफ फंड्स उसमें जाता है, आप सभी को पता है। एक रुपी अर्न करना इज सो डिफिकल्ट, बट व्हेन लॉट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट मनी इज पंप्ड, वेयर दैट मनी इज गोइंग, वेदर इट इज बीइंग यूटिलाइज्ड प्रॉपरली। ट्रांसपेरेंसी बोलते हैं इसको, ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन गवर्नेंस। सो इन द मनरेगा, जो अभी मैं बात कर रहा था, मनरेगा के बारे में आप लोग भी बोल रहे थे, इसमें इतना सारे मनी जा रहा है, लोगों में लोगों को काम करवाया जा रहा है, बट रियली काम हो रहा है जमीन पे वो कौन बता सकता है? आप और मैं नहीं बता सकते, केवल सैटेलाइट, और सैटेलाइट से कोई झूठ नहीं बोल सकता। नोबडी कैन टेल लाई टू द सैटेलाइट। आई इन द स्काई बोलते हैं इसको, आई इन द स्काई, कोई उसको झूठ नहीं बोलता। सो एक्चुअली काम हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है ये जमीन पे केवल सैटेलाइट बता सकता है, तो ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट इनपुट, ठीक है? ये क्या है बताइए? ये चित्र में आप क्या देख रहे हैं? प्लॉट्स, प्रॉपर्टी, वेरी राइट। इसको बोलते हैं खसरा नक्शे, खसरा मैप्स, कैडेस्ट्रल मैप्स, राइट? तो जब हम 30 सेंटीमीटर डेटा की बात कर रहे हैं तो आप जानते हैं 30 सेंटीमीटर, ये एक प्लॉट का एरिया क्या होगा? 1 एकड़, 2 एकड़, 1 हेक्टेयर, कभी कभी 1 हेक्टेयर। तो 30 सेंटीमीटर डेटा में आप एक प्लॉट में क्या हो रहा है, क्या खेती हो रही है, उसका सॉइल किस तरह से है, वहाँ पे पानी मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, ये सारा चीज़ बता सकते हैं। सो दैट इज़ हाउ प्लानिंग इज हैपनिंग। एंड ये मनरेगा, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया स्कीम्स की हम जो बात कर रहे हैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और ये खसरे नक्शे को हम जब सैटेलाइट डेटा पे डालते हैं नंबर के साथ, मैं बता सकता हूँ कि अभी ये नक्शा, ये पर्टिकुलर प्लॉट नंबर इज लिंक टू दिस मैडम हियर और दिस सर हियर, दिस मैडम हियर, तो उसके नंबर के साथ सैटेलाइट डेटा में इमीडिएटली इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगा कि यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है। तो कोई झूठ नहीं बोल सकता, कोई ये नहीं, ट्रांसपेरेंसी बहुत आ गई है अभी। और पार्सल लेवल एडवाइजरीज, अभी ये बच्चे के इसमें कुआं खोदना है मुझे, कहाँ कुआं खोदना है भैया आपके प्लॉट में, बता सकते हो? वहाँ पानी आता है, बट वो बताने के लिए आपको टेक्नोलॉजी की ज़रूरत होती है, टेक्नोलॉजी की ज़रूरत होती है। देखिए अभी ये एक एग्जांपल है, इन्होंने कुआं खोद दिया, एक जगह फेल हो गया, हम वहाँ पे गए थे, बोले आपने गलत जगह खोदा कुआं, हमारा सैटेलाइट डेटा तो बोलता नहीं कि वहाँ खोदना चाहिए, कुआं यहाँ पे खोदना चाहिए। क्यों? यहाँ पे एक दरार है, वो दिखता है सैटेलाइट डेटा में। सिनॉप्टिसिटी, बर्ड्स आई व्यू की जो मैं बात कर रहा था ना, ये इंपॉर्टेंस है। आप इस जगह पे खड़े रहते आपको दरार नहीं दिखेगा, सैटेलाइट डेटा में दिखेगा किलोमीटर जाते हुए एक दरार। अगर आप वेल वहाँ पे खोदेंगे तो पानी मिलने का चांस ज़्यादा है आपको, ठीक है? तो ये सारा बहुत ही छोटे छोटे चीज़ मैं एग्जांपल्स के साथ बता रहा हूँ, सो दैट आप लोगों को समझ में आए। टचिंग द लाइव्स थ्रू स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट? आप लोगों में से इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स कितने हैं? ये देखिए, अभी AIML सुना है आपने? AIML कहाँ इस्तेमाल करते हो भाई? वेयर डू यू यूज AIML? आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, डीप लर्निंग। आजकल क्या हो गया है कि सैटेलाइट डेटा से भी आप अगर इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट करना चाहते हो, डेटा का वॉल्यूम इतना बढ़ गया, 30 सेंटीमीटर डेटा अगर आप पूरा देश का, मान लीजिए आपको इलेक्ट्रिकल सबस्टेशंस को एक्सट्रैक्ट करना चाहिए, कितना बरस लग जाएंगे उसको। AIML टेक्नोलॉजी सच ए टेक्नोलॉजी कि हम इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑटोमेटिकली कर सकते हैं। अभी एक हैकाथॉन भी हुआ था यहाँ पे, इस पर्टिकुलर स्पेस डे में हैकाथॉन हुआ था। आई थिंक सम पीपल आर हियर हु आर द विनर्स, एंड आई थिंक देयर वर सेवरल प्रॉब्लम्स व्हिच वर गिवन, दे हैव सॉल्व दोज प्रॉब्लम्स यूजिंग AIML for information extraction. So this is one tool I am telling. See, when you want to use the satellite technology or space technology for the benefit of common man, we have to first make the database. Database बनाने के लिए AIML technology for engineering, all the engineering students nowadays should learn this AIML technology for information extraction. You want me to stop? Okay, ठीक है. So we were talking about health security, another important, रोटी कपड़ा मकान और health. आप लोगों को पता है telemedicine, I think morning some mention was there on telemedicine. What is telemedicine? What is telemedicine? Telemedicine is basically connecting a super specialty hospital located in some major city to a remote village. जहाँ पे कोई सुविधा नहीं है, कोई डॉक्टर नहीं है, कोई अच्छा हेल्थ स्पेशलिस्ट नहीं है, तो ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी इसरो ने आविष्कार किया इसका. दिस इज अगेन फ्रॉम द बैकड्रॉप ऑफ द सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, टू-वे कम्युनिकेशन, सो दैट ये पेशेंट सिटिंग हियर इन ए रूरल एरिया should be able to talk to a doctor and get the advice. This is basically in a simple way telemedicine. Okay, so there are 220 operational telemedicine nodes in the country now, and the main focus is in the areas where more disasters happen. आपको चार धाम क्या तो सुने हैं, चार धाम यात्रा जो लोग करते हैं, वहाँ पे जहाँ मेडिकल सुविधाएं नहीं होती हैं, जहाँ पे इम्पोर्टेंट, सो ऐसे एरियाज में फोकस करके टेलीमेडिसिन नोड्स को एस्टैब्लिश किया गया. और इसका सबसे बड़ा उपयोग उस समय हुआ था जब हमारे देश में सुनामी आई थी. यू ऑल रिमेंबर वी हैड सुनामी, पूरे आइलैंड्स वॉश आउट हो गए थे, अंडमान निकोबार, वहाँ कोई डॉक्टर की सुविधा, तो चेन्नई सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल से कनेक्ट करके उनका ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा था. दिस इज़ द बेस्ट वे ऑफ टेलीमेडिसिन एग्जाम्पल. सो फॉर हेल्थ ऑल्सो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी इज डूइंग ए लॉट. This is basically for connectivity, but I will tell you few examples, you may be surprised. मलेरिया प्रोन जोन्स कैसे आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं? सी मलेरिया कैसे फैलता है? मलेरिया फैलता है मच्छरों से. मच्छर कैसे पैदा होते हैं आपको पता है? मच्छर वाला जोन कैसे? कोई वाटर लॉग्ड एरिया हो, गंदगी वाला एरिया, तो आप देखिए ये चेन कहाँ से आता है अभी. आप सैटेलाइट डेटा से गंदगी वाला वाटर लॉग्ड एरिया को मैप करें. These are the prone zones for मच्छर, मच्छर से फिर मलेरिया, मलेरिया से पेशेंट. तो इनडायरेक्टली सैटेलाइट डेटा का ये जो लूप है ना, आपको समझना चाहिए. ये समझने से आप ऐसे ऐसे नए नए, आई विल टेल यू बाय द एंड ऑफ दिस वर्कशॉप, सो मेनी न्यू इनोवेशंस, नो एप्लीकेशंस आप लोग बता सकते हैं ऐसे. ठीक है, तो बहुत सारा आपके लिए काम पड़ा है ये वर्कशॉप के बाद. बिफोर द नेक्स्ट नेशनल स्पेस डे आप लोग, आई थिंक मे बी वी विल नॉट स्पीक, यू पीपल विल स्टार्ट कमिंग एंड स्पीकिंग टू अस इन द नेक्स्ट नेशनल स्पेस डे. दैट्स व्हाट आई एक्सपेक्टेड. Of course, climate change, I was talking, this is a very important area, and nowadays there are specific satellites which can map the atmospheric pollutants, and there are certain things called essential climatic variables, which go into the, basically WMO, the World Meteorological Organization जो है, these are being used in modeling the climate and understanding कहाँ पे climate change हो रहा है, global warming हो रहा है. तो there is a NICIS program going on at ISRO, which is bringing out at least 15 to 20 ECV, essential climatic variables, which are very important for knowing the local weather as well as global weather and also long-term weather and how the climate is changing. So this is another important area. These are some of the glimpses of that. Outputs like, for example, the ocean color. Ocean color basically tells about the nutrient. Cloud top temperature, convection जो cloud होता है, monsoon patterns, these are all devised out of this. हो गया? बस, I am ready to close any time, just waiting for the signal from your side. Otherwise तो मैं बोलते जाऊँगा ऐसा ही. तो भाई 2 मिनट भी नहीं दोगे? ये तो सरासर अन्याय है भाई भाई का. हाँ? 2 मिनट तो दो, वाइंड ऑफ करूँगा. ठीक है, just give me 2 minutes, I will wind it off. So this is another important thing, okay? Renewable energy की बात हो रही थी. See, आजकल it's all green energy, renewable energy, and most important renewable energy is what? क्या सो गए बच्चे? मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, most important renewable energy कौन सी है? सोलार. बट सोलार प्लांट्स क्या हर जगह लग सकता है? इस जगह लगाने से कितना पोटेंशियल, उस जगह लगाने पे कितना पोटेंशियल, ये कैसे बताया जा सकता है? We have a series of satellites which will tell you about the radiance. मैं INSAT और GSAT की बात कर रहा था कुछ समय पहले. So what are the potential locations for putting the solar power plant? That also could be identified. Your wind potential and also tidal potential. These are the other areas where you can use satellite technology. And of course there are a lot of other things. अभी मैं बताने जाऊंगा तो बहुत है. आप लोगों को रोटी कपड़ा मकान हेल्थ के बारे में तो बता दिया, बट आप लोग के अभी देखिए यहाँ पे जो मैडम लोग बैठे हैं, बहुत सारा गोल्ड पहने हुए हैं, कोई डायमंड भी पहना हुआ है. कहाँ से आ रहा है ये पूरा? क्या अपने पास? अरे पैसा से तो सबको आता है. स्रोत कहाँ है? माइनिंग. क्या आपको लगता है हमारे लिए, हमारे जनरेशन के लिए, फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए वी हैव सफिशिएंट डायमंड एंड गोल्ड रिसोर्स इन द कंट्री? नहीं है. तो कहाँ है ये पता करना अपना सैटेलाइट टेक्नोलॉजी से हो सकता है. So we are using satellite technology for mining resource assessment. आप लोगों को ताजुब होता होगा, अरे माइन तो बहुत नीचे होता है, कैसे गोल्ड हजारों किलोमीटर दूर से दिखता है क्या? बेवकूफ़ मत बनाओ, ऐसे बोल रहे कुछ लोग पीछे वाले. सुनाई दे रहा है मुझे. बेवकूफ़ नहीं बना रहे हैं, but that is possible because see the geologists know where a mineral occurs, but mineral doesn't occur everywhere. कोई मिनरल फॉर्म होने के कोई साइंटिफिक पैरामीटर्स होते हैं. These scientific parameters we devise through the satellite data, model it and come out with the potential zones, and these have been practically validated by mineral development agencies like National Mineral Development Corporation, who are doing the gold, diamond exploration in the country. So this is possible. So many minerals, we are giving this very important support for mining, as well as mining से जो impact होता है, जो environmental impact बोलते हैं, उसको भी हम स्टडी करके उसको कैसे, बिकॉज यू नो लैंड डिग्रेडेशन, न्यूट्रलाइजेशन, दीज आर द टू इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग्स इफ वी वांट टू सस्टेन आवर लैंड रिसोर्सेज फॉर द फ्यूचर जनरेशंस. तो ये दोनों भी इससे पॉसिबल होगा. सो दिस इज वन ऑफ द एग्जांपल ऑफ द एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट कैसे करते हैं. बिकॉज यू नो वी हैव सैटेलाइट डेटा राइट फ्रॉम 1970s to current, so you can see how it was then, how it is now, and how it is going to be in the future. And this is the last one I'm going to touch. This is very important, in fact. The most important input from satellite data is given for the disaster management. And you know our country, मैंने बोल रहा था coastline fisheries के लिए तो बोल दिया, but our country is more prone to floods and cyclones. Cyclones के बारे में तो आप सभी लोग जानते हैं, nowadays the real time the forecasts are given before the cyclone even strikes. Similarly, flood forecast modeling, मतलब अगर इतना 100 mm पानी बरस गया तो कितना एरिया inundated हो सकता है. This is called flood data generation or flood risk maps. These are made for floods, landslides, and also some of the forest fire and all this is being utilized. So इतना के साथ ही I'll close this one. These are some of the examples. And of course there are two important things. आप सभी बच्चे लोगों को ये जरूर नोट डाउन करना चाहिए. There are जियो पोर्टल्स ऑफ इसरो जहाँ पे इतना फ्री डेटा आपको अवेलेबल है. मैं जितना भी अभी बताया ये सारा भुवन प्लेटफॉर्म पे अवेलेबल है. इसके एग्जांपल्स अवेलेबल है. आपको अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट करना है, एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन करना है, bhuvan.nrse.gov.in. This is the website. And there is one more portal called Bhunidhi. Both these portals give you free data and also paid data also. So the colleges, the schools can purchase data or download the data, do lot of studies. So with this I end my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, for demonstrating the remote sensing technology. Now I request Dr. Sunil Bhatt to provide a memento to Dr. G. Srinivasan.
I request all the winners of the Ideathon. I request all the winners of the Ideathon and Hackathon to be ready with their presentations. Each presentation will get only 5 minutes. Let's give a big round of applause to the future of India's space program, our brilliant students. They've been working tirelessly to come up with innovative space tech ideas. Let's see what these young minds have got in store for us.
Certificates, sir. थर्ड सेकंड फर्स्ट करणार होतो आम्ही. नाही 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 एक गांच्या तर बोलायचंच नाही. फर्स्ट बोलणार होता पण एकच बोलू. Now I call upon on the stage the winner of Ideathon school level competition, Yatharth Janaikar from Bhartiya Vidya Bhavan's Girdhardas Mohta Vidya Mandir, Wardha.
हेलो हेलो डालो यहाँ पे हेलो ये लेजर
Please give a big round of applause for Master Yatharth Janaikar.
Yatharth, in the meanwhile, I would like to ask you, how was your experience? Would you like to share to our audience?
It was exceptionally good. It was first time I experienced at VNIT, such a large campus, such competitions, experience, eminent personalities I came across first time.
Okay, what all did you learn from this experience?
I learned about many things on space technology, how to combat these challenges, what are future possibilities, what are existing technologies, and what are solutions we can come across.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yatharth, what inspired you to take up space and technology as a hobby or as an interest? What persuaded you?
What?
What did you find interesting in space and technology that you wanted to take up and come for this hackathon and ideathon?
It's variety of possibilities. It's applications, variety of applications. It can be used everywhere, anytime. That's why.
Okay. What is your most fascinating subject?
Maths.
Okay, nice. Would you like to give us an introduction to what you will be presenting here today?
Yes. Today's my topic is space debris and how to combat these challenges, what are existing technologies, and my innovative ideas I will be introducing. Is it ready? So I would like to ask a general question. If we were to travel at the speed of light, how much would it take to cross our Milky Way galaxy? Does anybody have the answer? If we were to travel at the speed of light, so how long would it take to cross the Milky Way galaxy? Millions? Again? Yes, sir? Huh? 2.5 billion? Million? 10,000? The diameter is 1 million Milky Way. So radius you can approximate to be 5 lakh, and we are 2/3 up the way there from the radius center of the Milky Way, and you can do the maths to find out. That's the vastness of our space. And what's the nearest galaxy? How much is the distance? What? Does anybody have the answer? 5 billion. Oh, that's 2.5 million, I guess, light years.
Sorry, Atha, due to some technical glitches, we will first be calling Esank Rishabh to perform his presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Access, yes ma'am. Available for everyone.
I request the winner of Ideathon School College level, Ishank Rishabh from GH Raisoni of College of Engineering. Please give a round of applause.
Good afternoon to all directees, professors, teachers, and fine friends. I am Ishank Rishabh pursuing AI engineering from GH Raisoni College. My topic is robotic assistant in space for development. I have proposed the idea to develop a fully autonomous rover for performing in situ resource utilization because we need a 5 tattva for living. First is fire, means temperature. It should be an ideal temperature for the living. Second is vayu, air. We have proper air in the, like oxygen, have minimum amount of oxygen so that we have to live. Third one is akash, atmosphere. We have a proper atmosphere like a shielding from the UV shield or not. Third is Prithvi, like Earth. We have proper mineral on its resources, they're available on that planet is not. And fifth is Jal. We have a life like water is available on that planet is not. So that my proposed idea is that I have made AI fully automated robots which can propose the various types like a ISRU. I have just depicted a picture that a rover who is doing an automatic picture like all that thing. And I have made some prototype of a rover, AI-based rover. It is a machine-trained deep learning model which have image processor type. I have put a sensor that it can calculate the distance. If there is some object like 15 of centimeter from that rover, it calculate all the data and stop moving that, and also calculate this is going to be covered or not. I have also put in a sensor that computer vision, image equalization process, which can analyze all the mineral that is present in that on our still body is there or not. This is all a prototype is a deep learning based model. I have integrate one soil factor that all the data is given to my phone only. And this is my step to deploy how to make an AI assistant using a rover. First of all, we have to make a rover in a ground station only and train the data according to that planet or that always. For example, like a moon. If I have to train like a moon, जैसे कि एक environment create करना पड़ेगा, जैसे कि उसके according data set उसका बन पाए, इसके through हम machine learning और deep learning को बना सकते हैं और उसका देख सकते हैं. जैसे कि हमारे पास कोई भी rover satellite में एक ही चीज़ होता है power supply के लिए solar panel, but solar panel होता है efficiency नहीं रहता है, तो हम solar panel या फिर बैटरी के बाद हम nuclear power भी use कर सकते हैं, जिसके कारण उसका लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी बढ़ जाएगा. जैसे मंगलयान में क्या हुआ था, एक 24 मिनट का एक्लिप आ गया था, जिसके कारण वो चला गया पूरा, बैटरी लॉस हो गया, हमसे कनेक्शन लॉस हो गया. अगर उसके जगह हम वो न्यूक्लियर पावर डाल दिए होते तो अभी तक वो आफ्टर एक्लिप टाइम पूरा हो गया था, हम उससे कनेक्शन ले चुके होते. हम एआई के थ्रू कुछ बना सकते हैं कि जैसे कि मैंने क्या दिखाया है, एआई रोवर जो कि ऑटोमेटिक काम कर रहा है सब रिसोर्स यूटिलाइजेशन करने में, उस समय में कि ह्यूमन बॉडी वहाँ पर रह पाएगा कि नहीं रह पाएगा. इसलिए पूरा डीप लर्निंग के थ्रू एंड एआई के मशीन लर्निंग के थ्रू ये रोवर पूरा क्रिएट होता है और इसके थ्रू पूरा हम बना सकते हैं, चेक कर पाएंगे कि उस प्लैनेट ऑब्जेक्ट पर हमारा रह पाएगा कि नहीं रह पाएगा. ओके, देन This is important of ISRO because this ISRO is very important. For that, we have to living like that. We have to some shelter, metals like that. And my machine and deep learning model is that suppose we have an example like iron. Iron have some atomic number, isotopes, isobar, each have some have. Like if for that, we have to use the machine model that it can, if there is a iron that on planet, it can detect through the camera. No, we do not need any sensor. Like we have in satellite, we have used LDR sensor. But by using computer vision, we can also replace the center and also make the cost less for that. Because India is also known for very low cost for making and pocket-friendly projects. After that, I have technology used to make this MongoDB library, OpenCV, Python, and Arduino-based project. This is an Arduino board, which is programmable board, and it is like act as a brain. So that I have used battery power, and after we have replaced with the nuclear power because you have life expectancy is more. And I have also used the automatic Wi-Fi sensor, GPS module. If anything happen in that only, I will control to my phone only. There is the soil moisture is there, what mineral is there on that planet. Only for this is an Earth-based project, and I also add in this I have also gyro sensor. Gyro sensor is like body is only 90 degree or not, is this tire is going to be not, like all things. I am all that thing, okay? At least, I conclude with that in situ visualization is very important. It can be enhanced by using AI and all that thing. Thank you.
Unfortunately, one of our winners is ill and needs to go immediately, and hence we'll be felicitating him first and then continuing our presentations.
I request Dr. G. Srinivasan to felicitate Master Shravil Pardhi, the winner of quiz competition school level.
Please, can we have a round of applause for him? Guys, show some enthusiasm. Please, can we have a round of applause?
Now I would like to call upon on the stage the winners of AI Geospatial Challenge Hackathon winner, team number 7, Rochan Avasthi, Saili Bambal, and Sharvari Wadarkar.
ये कहाँ से
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone present over here. I am Saili Bambal.
I'm Sharvari Vadayakar.
And I am Rochan Avasthi.
We are second-year computer engineering students from St. Vincent Pallotti College of Engineering, Nagpur. Today, we are here to present our solution for the problem statement, extraction of solar panels from the given geospatial data.
The task is to develop, analyze and satellite imagery and detect solar panel installation using computer vision and image segmentation. The main objective is to accurately identify and outline as many as panels installation as possible in the given satellite image.
The workflow is first step, data processing and collection. Second step, data annotation. Then model training, model evaluation, model inference, and result analysis. So what is data collection? First, we got some data from VNIT website. We converted it into PNG format from TIFF format. Then we ran it through a Python code that would perform some functions like rotating it, flipping it, grayscaling it, etc. Then we annotated the image to mark where the solar panels are present. We split the data into 3 parts: training, testing, and validation in the ratio of 7:2:1. Then comes our main step, model training. We use RoboFlow's pre-trained model to train our model. Now what is RoboFlow? RoboFlow is a platform which is used to train, build, and also deploy computer vision models. Why did we use RoboFlow? Because it's easier, faster, and more efficient. We did instance segmentation on our RoboFlow model and ran it through 300 epoch cycles, which took almost 2.5 hours. Here are the results of our evaluation. You can see our model is 89.8%, which is approx 90% accurate. Here you can see we have fed an image that was never seen by the model, and it can correctly identify the solar panels. Another image. We got an accuracy of around 90%, and we are pretty sure that it will accurately identify and demarcate any panels which it has never seen before. Future work?
So for the future work, we can increase its increasing accuracy, and as well as by increasing scalability and building an application to make an interactive user interface.
There are also some real-world applications like energy monitoring and management, environment impact assessment, disaster response and responsibility, and educational and research use.
At last, we would like to thank all the judges and coordinators for giving this wonderful opportunity to present our model here.
We would also like to thank our mentors, Sanket Joshi sir and Mrunali ma'am, for their assistance.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very informative.
Now I would like to call upon on stage the first runner-up of AIS Geospatial Challenge College, team number 6, Akshata Patil, Vishwesh Patil, and Aditya Zade.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vishwesh Patil, along with my teammates Aditya Zade and Akshata Patil, from the college St. Vincent Pallotti College of Engineering and Technology, Nagpur. And we as a team have been developing and working on the model of extraction of solar panels. So satellite images, we use satellite images for the extraction because satellite images are nowadays a very valuable resources in terms of getting data from a height. And there is the need of using the, making the machine learning model for satellite is making solar power monitoring is to know the grid extraction and renewable energy form. The grid integration is necessary to find because it gives the accurate mapping of the solar panel locations and can help in how much solar panels can be installed in future and how much area it will cover. The workflow that we used for making the YOLO training model and the solar panel detection was as follows: by first going up with data collection, pre-processing, model training, and then detection and extraction, and post-processing and visualizing and analyzing. We used the YOLO model of version V8 by Ultralytics for training the model and used OpenCV to execute it. The applications and future developments of this model are as follows: that it can be used for monitoring and used for maintenance purposes, as from a height it can give the area that it is covering. So it helps us in finding and estimate how much labor and how much time and cost it will require to maintain the solar panels. Also, it helps the policymakers to give an estimate of how much costing and how much area will be required to generate an implementation of solar panel to get an desired output. So this is the input and output of the model that we have made. The input is from the Bhadla Solar Park, that is currently the largest solar power park in India. And the image is taken from a height of 80 meters at a 90-degree angle. We have taken it from a constant of 80-meter height and 90-degree angle so that we get the outputs in the form of percentage that the solar panels are covering and the area that the solar panels are covering. This is the image that we have trained and used for test in the form of geospectral image. We also trained the YOLO model in form of geospectral images so that we can read and give the output of geospectral images. This is also an image that we have taken from the mountains of Mizoram Valley, and it is also a highly accurate output that it has given. The conclusion and key takeaways of this model are as it is a highly scalable model and it can be used for future developments. It is also scalable in the form that as it is used by making OpenCV and YOLO, it can be converted into a form of website and can be uploaded on browsers or any open public browser. Thank you. Thank you to the mentor that helped us while making this model, so Professor Sanket Joshi and Mrunali ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I also would like to thank our audience who have been very genuine listeners and have collaborated with us in performing very well. Now, moving on.
Now I call upon the winner of Ideathon school level, Master Yatharth Janeikar, for his presentation. Yatharth Janeikar.
Hello. 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 All the eminent personalities, DICE, respected teachers, parents, professors, namaste to an all present over here. Happy National Space Day 2024. I am Yatharth Kaustubh Janeikar from Bhavansh GUM Hinganghat, presenting before you on the topic Space Debris, a half-won battle with the subtopic No Space in Space. Let's dive in. Some of the existing technologies to remove the space debris are laser ablation system, tether system, solar sails, and slingshots. Let's take a look at them. In image 1, you can see a laser ablation system. This system uses the principle of laser to remove a substance. In image 2, you can see a tether system. In this system, a satellite deploys a tether which then entraps the space debris. In the third, you can see a solar cell. It works on the principle of radiation pressure at high Earth orbit and atmospheric drag at low Earth orbit. In image 4, you can see a slingshot. The momentum of the debris is imparted to the slingshot, and as soon as it faces the side of the Earth, the debris is removed and it burns at the atmospheric re-entry. Some of the disadvantages of using current approaches are they are expensive, they have unintended consequences, and they are unfeasible. To combat these challenges, 4 of my proposed ideas are duo electromagnetic shock, mantis punch, ground net gun, and parallels. Let's take a look at them. In duo electromagnetic shock, we will have a plate lined by several electromagnets. The electromagnets will attract the magnetic portion of space debris, and the plate will emit high energy electromagnetic waves, which will, same as laser ablation system, break the space debris into several parts. And second, it will reduce the speed of the space debris, which will get burned up in the atmospheric re-entry. It works for both magnetic and non-magnetic space debris. My second initiative is mantis punch. In this system, we will have a spring-loaded bob. When triggered, the potential energy of spring will accelerate the bob, which will then kick the space debris towards Earth. When kicked, the space debris will get burned at the atmospheric re-entry of Earth. In my third proposed idea, named net gun, we will have an Earth-based projection observatory. It will eject a high-energy, high-speed bullet. The bullet will follow a parabolic path, and seconds before landing on the target, it will deploy a net, which will then capture the space debris and fall back to Earth. In my most innovative idea, parallels, we will use the focus of parabola to converge all the incoming sunlight into one single point at which we will keep the space debris, and it will burn the space debris present over there. To support combustion at such high levels, we have also included the oxygen cylinder, or else we can send small capsules of oxygen gas directly at the focus point to burn the space debris present there. The biggest advantage of using parabolic mirrors is that parabolic mirrors, as shown in the figure, have a single focus point which increase their efficiency to converge light. But in concave mirror, they have multiple foci which reduce their efficiency to converge light. The major advantages of using my systems are that the ground-based systems are easy to build, easy to communicate, and are feasible. They are technology friendly. Because they are cheap to build, they are economy friendly, they are efficient, they are tech cubed, they are wide range, meaning they work for both magnetic, non-magnetic, small and big space debris, and they are precise. Summing it all up, implementing these technologies requires well research and expertise, and the cleaning of space debris would pave the way for future ambitions. So let's thrust our legs forward to create some space in the already overcrowded space. The biggest good news here is that ISRO is planning a debris-free space mission by 2030. Adding a small note here, Sadhyam bhaveda achiram, prayatnam naiva tyajyamu. Soon to be a reality, we don't give up. Parishram, pratibadhata, prajay. Efforts, dedication, and victory. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai ISRO. Thank you.
That was a truly wonderful presentation, Yatharth. Thank you for that. And now, the movement you've all been waiting for. It's time to recognize and reward the outstanding achievements of our participants. Let's give a huge round of applause to our winners as we prepare to distribute the prizes.
For Ideathon school level competition, the third place is backed by Bhuvan Singh, St. Joseph Convent School, Nagpur. The first runner-up is Tanish Dhomne, Bhartiya Vidya Bhavan's Girdhar Mohta Vidya Mandir, Wardha. And the first place is backed by Yatharth Janekar, Bhartiya Vidya Bhavan's Girdhardhas Mohta Vidya Mandir, Wardha. I request Dr. Tirth Pratim Das sir to felicitate our students. Master Bhuvan Singh, St. Joseph Convent School, Nagpur. He has bagged second runner-up position. The first runner-up, Master Tanish Dhomne, Bhartiya Vidya Bhavans, Girdhardas Mohta Vidya Mandir, Wardha. And the first place, Yatharth Janaikar, Bhartiya Vidya Bhavans, Girdhardas Mohta Vidya Mandir, Wardha. For Ideathon college level competition, the first place is backed by Ishank Rishabh, GH Raisoni College of Engineering, Nagpur. I would like to call Dr. G. Srinivasan to felicitate the students. Please give a round of applause for Master Ishank Rishabh. For school quiz, the third place is backed by Master Karthik Bhende. Second place is backed by Aryan Pise and first by Sharvil Pardi. The first place was backed by Master Shravil Pardi, but due to uncircumstances reason, he got ill. So we have felicitated him earlier only. For college quiz, we have Anamika Ingole for second position. Master Anurag Ate, he has backed first position in college quiz. Now I would like to call upon the stage the winners of AI Geospatial Challenge Hackathon. The second runner-up, team number 8, Harsh Shinde, Aditya Singh and Ankit Kirtane. Sir, school. College quiz. For college quiz, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Anamika Ingole. She has backed second position in school quiz, college quiz. For first position, Master Anurag Ate. Now I would like to call upon the second runner-up of AI Geospatial Challenge Hackathon, team number 8, Harsh Shinde, Aditya Singh and Ankit Kirtane. Okay. Second runner-up, team number 8. I would like to call upon the first runner-up, team number 6, Akshata Patil, Vishwesh Patil, and Aditya Zade. And the winners of Hackathon, team number 7, Rochan Avasthi, Saili Bambal, and Sharvari Wadarkar. Thank you, Doctor, for the felicitation, and congratulations to all the winners.
As we draw this inspiring session to a close, we would like to invite Dr. Naresh Chafikar, Secretary of Vigyan Bharti, to say a few words.
Please have a round of applause for Mr. Chafikar.
Okay, I am sure that nobody is interested in hearing any word from anybody anymore. But still, now that I'm standing here, be patient a little bit. First of all, congratulations to all the winners. It's great that you people, all of you, took so much of interest in participating all of these competitions. Though it's not a vote of thanks role that I'm playing here, but I would still like to say that the Axis team of VNIT did a wonderful job. They have done a good work here, and all of this entire management was done wonderfully by that team. Vigyan Bharti, as always, has delivered again. We could manage to host competitions in almost all the districts of Vidarbha. Participation was enthusiastic. The support from RRSC, as always, during our Space on Wheels also it was wonderful support. This time also we got wonderful support, encouragement and free hand to do all of these things. So we managed to have good competitions. Quality competitions, though the participation was little low because we started little late in this competitions. It took us a little while to finalize all the details. However, this whole program was wonderful. Thanks to VNIT for hosting all of these events, and lot of other activities are coming up. For those of you who may not be aware, there is a model making competition that's happening on 23rd of August at Akola. The winners of that will get to go to Satish Dhawan space station and Sri Harikota. They would get to see the launching pad also. So that visit we have planned free from Vigyan Bharti to all of them. So like that we have a lot of competitions coming up, lot of events. All of you students are requested to think about participating in VVM examination. That is all from my side. Thank you all for participation and staying back till end. Thank you.
To conclude this inspiring journey of discovery, We invite Dr. Tirtha Pratim Das, Director of Space Program Office, ISRO, to share his final thoughts with us.
Okay, friends, one very important thing once again, that since I'm able to speak to you in 2024, this is a very important time because many things have happened in the last 4 years. In 2020, in the year 2020, when the world was reviving from the pandemic, then there has been a very big change in the way the Indian space sector used to function. Many of you must be hearing about space sector reforms. I don't know how many of you have heard this term, space sector reforms. It means that, in a nutshell, today, the entire country, if it is an industry, if it is an institution, academic institutions, everybody with their own capacity will be able to contribute to the Indian space program. It is not only centered around one agency to do all the space activities. You must already have heard that there have been occasions where rockets have been sent by private players, private startups. If you are following space news, you will definitely know this. So they are using ISRO's facilities, but they have designed rockets, they have flown, and they are trying to scale up rockets. You also must be aware that many of the academic institutions have made satellites. We call them student satellites. Almost 20 of them, less than 20, have been flown so far. So now space sector reforms 2020 is a new phase of the, what should I say, space activities of India. That is one thing. After that has happened, meanwhile, there have been many other things, like many of you are aware that ISRO comes under the Department of Space. Under the Department of Space, 2 new verticals were created. One vertical is called In Space, another vertical is called NCL. There are organizations. They have got different roles to play. Suppose you are launching some satellite, you want to launch. Who will tell you everything is taken care? Now it is okay to launch. I am authorizing you to launch. So somebody will tell you. Somebody will tell you, okay, I am having a mechanism so that the academic institutions can fly their instrument in a satellite. Okay, so there are many ways have been created to support the space sector reforms, like NCL and In Space. So if you go to any search engine and search, you will be able to get. I will come to the point why I'm telling you all this. So 2020 is over, but 2020, one more thing happened. 2020, the new education policy was rolled out. And new education policy also emphasizes on the skill development. Skill development, you understand, you are good at something. That something will make you different from the others, which can fetch you earning also. And which is very much needed for, if you want to see excellent India, not a developing country, a country which is excellent. We have to say that. So we have told about this. After this, something happened, 2023. In 2023, India's space policy was rolled out. You people can again search and get it. It is in the public domain. Not a very big document, 9 or 10 pages. Just go through, you will be able to see now where do we stand, and lot of questions answer you will get. If I grow in college and university, if I have an idea to start a startup, not necessarily you have to do a job from 10 to 5. Not necessarily you have to do something within the box. You can be a new initiator of something different. For that, who are the verticals to help you? In today's program, I have seen this many possibilities. From 2020 to 23, lot of these things have happened, and This thing has happened because of there is something big in future, which we have told you in the beginning, the big space vision. Now, with all this background, let me tell you one more thing, that while I congratulate all of you for having very good ideas which you have presented, you must be very much conscious about publishing your ideas. Without publishing, if any forum, if you tell, there may be stealth of your ideas also. And you must be aware of intellectual property rights of yours, so that not only science is enough. I told you, you have to understand a few things. You have to save yourself from a lot of other factors. Then only you can grow. Okay, so this is one thing. And there are many other things. Maybe our association will still continue. And before closing, as valedictory, let me wish you all success. And above the success, let me wish you all happiness. That is main thing. Okay? Thank you and have a good day ahead. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. As we bring this inspiring event to a closure, I call upon Dr. G. Srinivasan to convey his vote of thanks.
So it's, I think we have very successfully conducted this particular National Space Day celebrations here. But unfortunately, we have very few to whom I have to say a vote of thanks here. But I should say it's a great event, the great National Day celebrations, the Made in National Day celebrations, which has happened at Vidarbha, Nagpur. So first of all, I would specially like to thank Chairman ISRO, Somnath ji, who has been the guiding force in the entire National Day celebrations across the country. And you have seen the message today morning also from him, where he has welcomed the entire fraternity of the country to celebrate the National Space Day. And also he has personally invited through a letter to VNIT to join the National Space Day celebrations, for which I would like to first of all thank Chairman ISRO for that. And I would personally like to thank Director NRSC and Dr. Prakash Chauhan ji and Chief General Manager Dr. S.K. Srivastava ji of the regional centers, to whom I basically report, and they have been very encouraging to me to organize this event at Nagpur along with VNIT and VIBHA. So I would like to thank Director VNIT, Premlal Patel ji, who was actually very active, and right from the time the letter came from Chairman ISRO, he immediately called a meeting the day to chalk out the program along with VIBHA. So that shows his enthusiasm and his interest in conducting this program. I would personally thank him, Director VNIT. And then of course comes the team of VNIT, coordinated by Professor Sunil Bhatt, along with his other team members, sub-organizing committee. I know he made so many sub-organizing committees. I don't know the name or head of each of the committee member, but overall I thank all the sub-organizing committees who have been responsible for conducting the competitions, for taking care of the printing, banner preparation, for the hospitality, hall arrangement, and so many other things. All the committees of VNIT headed by Professor Sunil Bhatt, I profusely thank. Then of course the Axis team, I think, which is part and parcel of VNIT, but I think they have done great. The entire Axis team who have been supporting Sunil Bhatt in conducting this particular program, I profusely thank them for such a successful organization of the event. And I thank Sri Naresh Shafikar, Secretary VIBHA, and his entire team who have been right from beginning. I think the most important part, what I see here, the entire competitions in the Vidarbha, VIBHA has taken care, and for that I would like to thank Naresh Shafikar and his team. So actively participation. And of course, all the other members whom I have not thanked, but the most important ones are the dignitaries who came here all the way from Bengaluru, Dr. T.P. Das, Director, Science Program Office, and the Project Director, Chandrayaan, Dr. P. Veeramuthuel ji, who are the, I think na in Hindi, वो कहते हैं 4 चांद लगा दिया आप लोगों ने. ये entire program में आप लोगों ने 4 चांद लगा दिया. So that's the entire, I think that was a great thing. I would thank the dignitaries, Dr. Das and P. Veeramuthuel ji. And also I would thank my RRSC colleagues who were supporting in conducting the competitions and also coordinating, and the judges. Mr. Girish Kumar is here and Mr. Praveen is here, but there are so many in the background who have worked, Dr. Prakash Rao and all. So I would thank each one of them, all my colleagues at RRC. Thank you very much, and thank you once again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries who came there for the time and effort they have taken to come all the way here in VNIT and inspire all the young minds. I would also like to thank the audience who has been such lovely listeners, and now bidding you all the best for the future.
So we conclude the National Space Day 2024 conducted by Axis 25 in collaboration with ISRO and Vigyan Bharti.